Okie dokie. Feed the dogs and cats. 1 sec. Good afternoon. Happy Saturday. It is raining like cats and dogs where I live. It's cold, it's wet, it's an indoor day, so this is going to be fun to talk with everybody. More controversy than usual today, probably, with things I'm going to say. Probably going to get me in some serious trouble, but you know what? Someone's got to say it. That's what I wanted to call my podcast or my channel. Someone's got to say it. There's certain things just have to get talked about right now. There are some... Anyway, I don't know if anybody's seen it. I'm going to talk about it some more. There's a few things we're going to talk about today, not just about the controversy that I'm mentioning. The attack that took place inside of Russia, the amount of people that have died, the count has risen dramatically. It's well over 100. It was estimated to be 40 initially. That was a horrific attack, obviously. And, I hate when these kind of things happen. I have my own thoughts about why something like this could happen. It's a little bit out of left field to some, but we'll talk about that too. It fits in with a broader picture that I think is a longer term effort that's been in place for some time, but we'll see. So why people filter in? Hey, everybody, welcome here. How you doing? What controversy? We'll get into it. It has to do with selective outrage, cancel culture. I watched an interview with Candace Owens and this guy named Rabbi Barkley. If anybody caught that interview, it was long. It was about an hour and 30 minutes, or hour and 20 minutes. It was painful to listen to. I mean, painful. I got to give it to Candace. I mean, I try to be patient and polite, and I thought she did an amazing job in the face of somebody who was behaving. Anyway, we'll get into that. Anyway, the other thing is, if it works out this way, hi, how you doing? If it works out this way, Diane Sare, the independent candidate for Senate, she may or may not have time to swing by today. I gave her sort of a loosely open invite to come in if she wanted to. We'll see. She is embarking upon the most difficult part of her campaign, which is to have to gather the signatures necessary to get on the ballot. And they've made it, meaning the state of New York has made it very difficult for independent candidates to get on the ballot. And that's not by some sort of accident. They make it so that the two-party candidates just kind of come right in, right? They got the money, they got the machinery, the party apparatus, but not the independents. The independents have to climb, a 5,000-foot pyramid in 15 seconds or less. That's the problem with the political system. Hey, Maz, how you doing? I do want to ask nicely that yesterday on my live, a lot of, and I'm not saying, this is not directed to you, Maz. There was somebody who kept muting the guests and bringing up guests and taking people down and kicking people out. And when it comes to moderator stuff, just to put this out there as a general sense, unless somebody's saying something that's really over the top, like mean or horrific, I tend to let people speak their mind, even if I don't like what they say, obviously. Same goes for the comments. Even if it's, mildly disparaging of me, if it's over the top, ridiculous stuff, then yeah. But, it's okay to criticize me. That's fine. I can take it. But I like it to stick to the issues. I like the criticism to be about, for example, if I have a certain point of view on something and somebody says, you're a moron for believing in this. Okay, fair enough. You think I'm a moron. But you want to say that I think your eyes and ears make you look like a kangaroo. That has nothing to do with the conversation, right? So that kind of stuff. So anyway, Diane may drop in at any point. I'm not sure when. I told her about 30 minutes in would be ideal if she can do it, but we'll see what happens. But we're going to talk about Ukraine and NATO. It's very, very pressing things happening right now, much more significant than what I think people are aware of or being told. This is a very, very, very big deal, big developments that are happening right now that are getting no press. So we need to talk about it. It's important for everybody to be aware of this. Hey, what's up, Valis? Valis and I, we sort of commented back and forth about this earlier. Things are rarely not tied together to some extent. And remember, this is just as a side note. If you know what's been happening in Syria, this is why I make these comparisons. If you know what the United States has been doing in Syria regarding who it funds, who it trains, who it sides with, Sometimes a group that you might have fought 6 months ago is a group you're now supporting because now the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. And so Syria is a great example of that. And so with what's happening, thanks, Thales, with what's happening in the world right now with attacks in Russia and the pressure being put on the Russian government vis-a-vis Ukraine and the demands by Congress that we authorize this additional set of money, this next round of funding, it's all tied into the same long-term objective. And so we've talked about it a little bit. A lot of people really don't know the history of the mid-90s and what happened in Russia. And it's so vital to understanding what's going on today. There's a guy named Bill Browder. You ever heard of him? Bill Browder. There was a law passed called the Magnitsky Act that was based on a story that Bill Browder had shared with the American, British, and Australian governments about his experience in Russia during this very important time. And I think if you read about Bill Browder, you have no reason to doubt the guy, right? He says he's Putin's number one enemy. That's what he calls himself. But when you really figure out what Bill Browder did with his businesses and his operations inside of Russia, and you realized why things happen, you see it totally differently. So what Bill Browder says on TV, he's been on interviews with people like Katie Couric. Nobody questions these people. They don't do the homework. They don't do the backstory digging. They don't have time. And it doesn't even serve their narrative to do that work. So they just put somebody on there, let them say stupid shit, and everybody thinks what they think, and life goes on, and the American empire plays on. That's what happens. But people like Bill Browder are vulture capitalists. And when I was on Twitter, I was just ruthlessly going after Bill Browder. I think these are examples of some of the worst people. I call them the sociopathic serial accumulators. These people that just have no concern for anything but the money that they can earn. That's it. If it doesn't make them money, they're not interested. And if it does make them money, they don't care what happens. And that's a problem, right? Because in the end, we're all one big community. We all pretty much have the same wants and desires, most of us. But some of these people don't. They think differently. They are the part of the human condition that drives all the problems we're experiencing. Conquest and domination and exploitation and selfishness and self-centeredness. These are all the qualities that we all have within us. But we also have altruism and kindness and decency and care for others. These are also within us. And so why is it at the highest levels all of the bad qualities come out? And there's something about the systems that are in place that elicit those bad qualities. And there's nothing wrong with wanting to work hard and to be able to get some things for your hard work. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is it's unhealthy after a certain point to want to accumulate more and more and more. So if you're in a forest with 15 other humans and you're fast enough to run around and collect up all the food in the forest, and you get bag after bag after bag, well, no one else can pick up enough to feed even 3 people, and you stash it somewhere, that's antisocial behavior. Everyone's got to try to survive, right? You have to share with each other to some extent. If you're fortunate enough to have the ability to gather that stuff, we should want to. Just your heart should tell you, hey, I want to help my neighbor, right? The same principles are, whether you believe in the Bible or the Torah, or whether you believe in Islam, whatever you believe in, these principles are sort of universal, right? Don't look out for yourself first. Think outside yourself. Be kind to others. Don't harm those who are, indefensible, that kind of stuff. These general principles. These people at the top, they may seem like perfectly nice people. They wear suits and ties and dresses. They speak very well. They're eloquent. But inside, they are exhibiting those behaviors by virtue of what they do with their quote-unquote investments. So somebody here says free Israel, and their name is Free Israel. I would argue that Israel's free. Israel's quite free. Much more so than the people who live in the West Bank and Gaza, if you want to use that as a comparison. We'll talk about that, though. That's a separate issue. But this all ties in together. So getting back to the conversation about Ukraine and Russia, well, what am I talking about? Why do I bring this up? What happened in the 90s under Boris Yeltsin, who was the predecessor to Vladimir Putin. Yeltsin was an ineffective, sort of drunk, lame, sort of weak-backed, weak-spined leader who became much, much less effective the older he got into his tenure. The Clinton administration identified this. Bill Clinton was the president during the 90s, from 92 to 2000. He realized very quickly this was a golden opportunity to come in and take advantage of this particular personality type and this weakness. So a lot of Western and multinational financiers eyeballed the transition from what was state-owned industry in 1990, because that's when the Soviet Union collapsed, everything was owned by the government, the means of production, all these industries, and they started to get privatized. The Western economic advisors came in and started advising Russia, hey, you should do this, you should do that. In all these former Soviet states, it was sort of this mad feeding frenzy, a lot of chaos, a lot of confusion, a lot of reorganization. And so they took advantage of this confusion and chaos. And in many cases, they exploited the transition like capitalists do. They exploit things. Now, I'm not saying that capitalism in its every form is evil. It has benefits like anything. It's not all black and white. But in terms of this particular transition, the systems that help the average person get through their lives at a relatively stable way started to disintegrate under the transition that took place with greedy, global-minded capitalists coming in and trying to subvert the way money flowed through these organizations and the way things work, like as they always do. So a capitalist does two things, tries to increase revenue and tries to decrease costs. That yields more profits. That's business 101. However, there are things called stakeholders in business. You have the public, you have the ecosystems, you have other forms of life, you have the community, you have the workers, all these things. And unfortunately, like I said before, these sociopathic serial accumulator types, they tend to think less and less about those things and more, if not exclusively, about profits. And the system that we have, Wall Street, London, this central bank driven financialization system that's been created only focuses on the increasing level of profits from one 3-month period to the next. That's what our system is right now. And so there's an earnings call. If you don't know how Wall Street works, anytime there's a stock, the companies every 3 months have to report by law on an official type of accounting system their formal earnings, their numbers, their balance sheet, their income statement. Basically, it says, what did you make? What went up? Did you get more money in? Did your costs go down or up? And then what do you expect will happen in the next 3 months? That's called the forward guidance. And so that's what Wall Street is. It's a discounting mechanism for the future anticipated growth of profits. And you could have a company that's huge like Amazon, but because the rate of growth increase is not expected to be as fast or as great, the stock sells off, even though the company's doing a ton of business. It's all about future expectations. So with that in mind, these capitalists go out and do the same thing. They try to privatize companies and they try to get investors to come in to help exploit these things. They use money as a tool to make capital the primary focus rather than the workers or the community or anything like that. And that's what our system is. I'm sure you know that if you feel the brunt of that as someone who works for a company and who gets less and less healthcare subsidy or gets less and less, more hours, lower salary, or not keeping up with inflation, or even like, for example, I've talked about Uber. So I'm someone who's done that part-time, and for about 1.5 years, it was something that was, not a bad deal to do if you did it the right way. And of course, the company, in an effort with pressure from Wall Street to bring in more money and to decrease their costs, they slashed the pay for the drivers. And you may think, well, gosh, inflation's going way up. How could they possibly, justify slashing what they pay the drivers? Yeah, great question. And it's just because these people don't care. They don't care. They just don't care. They just do whatever it takes to make their bottom line better, and whoever suffers on the other end. And I'll tell you, the best example I can think of, the poster boy for this way of thinking, is Jared Kushner, son-in-law of one Donald J. Trump. This guy is a sociopath. I will say that unreservedly. So Jared Kushner was recently caught, I don't know if you saw him, he wasn't even caught, he was recorded having said this in an interview of what he thinks should happen next with respect to the people who happen to have moved to the southern portion of Rafah in Gaza. And the answers that he gives, I wish I had the recording, I could probably pull it up, are just stunning. The complete indifference and lack of empathy for others, as he very cavalierly says, well, they should just be moved out and there's beachfront property that should be developed. That's probably the best thing to do. He just says that like he's talking about buying a pencil at Office Depot. You can't understand how, on the one hand, someone who claims that they're Jewish and they're against anti-Semitism and that they're against people being insensitive to one group can then summarily dismiss any concerns of the well-being, life, future of another group, and then somehow I'm just saying what I believe. Well, yeah, so are other people when it comes to your group, dumbass. So these are the inconsistencies that drive me mad. Anyway, so getting back to the story. So why does this all tie together? So with the way that the wealthy class has orchestrated its desires to increase profits, how do companies make money? Well, corporations, they find ways to secure access to raw materials, natural resources, we call them. They're earth, basically. And countries have different things from earth that help companies make products or provide services or both. And so what they want to do is they want to find ways in to get their hands on these things that help make them money. They take something that's raw, they do something with it to, quote, add value, and then they do something on the other end, which someone's going to pay for or has to pay for, and they make money, they make revenue. And then they try to reduce their costs, whether it's paying workers as least as they have to, leaving behind pollution because they don't abide by any environmental law, subverting the local government so they don't make regulations. It just goes on and on and on and on. So that is what is happening right now vis-a-vis Russia. I know it sounds a little far-fetched, but the situation that was going on in the mid to late 90s, which was a feeding frenzy by capitalists, they made fortunes. This is why I brought up Bill Browder. He was one of them. This is a guy who was a U.S. citizen, and in order to save money on his U.S. federal tax obligation, renounced his U.S. citizenship and moved to the U.K. This is the kind of person we're talking about. This is how much they prize money. Now, I'm not going to talk about the person's ethnicity, because that probably wouldn't be appropriate, but flip a coin. So the bottom line here is that there is a desire that's been very publicly stated among a lot of people for a long time, that what they really want to do, they being these people who have access to capital and they want to take advantage of the resources that are vast, abundant, and pretty much unlimited. The largest country on the planet is Russia, by far, by leaps and bounds. There's nothing even close. Go look at a map. Look at the land mass of Russia. It's huge. And inside of Russia, there are vast amounts of natural resources. Hydrocarbons, oil, natural gas, coal, timber, minerals, and much of it is unexplored and unexploited. And that's because the number of people in Russia that consume is not nearly as high as what they could produce and export. So they export a lot of natural gas, as we know, from what happened with the Nord Stream 2 pipeline in Europe. But the reason I'm bringing all this stuff up is because why is all this happening? You have to look at the big picture. Like, why does the U.S. give a shit about Ukraine? What is going on here? Well, think about it. There's geostrategic reasons, strictly nation-state reasons, allies, adversaries. There's that. You have a nuclear-armed adversary, a leader of that country who's very strong, very resolute, who opposes many of your interests, just from the fact that he doesn't like the fact that your country wants to wag its tail and impose its will everywhere across the globe. 1,000+ military bases. How many military bases does Russia have off the shore of Miami? How many naval flotillas does it have? 0 is the answer. How many does China have? 0. How many does America have off the coast of China? Like 37. So this is the kind of absurdity where the U.S. claims it's this benign actor who's trying to keep the peace. That's not true. They try to narrow and squeeze for both empire dominance, empirical dominance, and for commerce. And the two are used hand in hand to facilitate the control of nation states and resources. So the ultimate goal is to get somebody like Vladimir Putin out of power and get somebody into power, or even change the structure of the nation state itself and breaking it up into different regions, and then having different other governments that are less able to resist the desires from the outside. It's sort of this pseudo imperial model that uses a combination of militarism and economics to get its way. That's the goal of all of this. So the only reason why you and I are spending our money and having to donate money to this credit card bill that's being put on our backs is because rich people want to displace the leader who is preventing them from getting more money out of the country. That's it. That's the primary motivator here. Now, yes, you can make arguments that for America to be safe, we have to keep our nuclear-armed adversaries in check. You can make that argument. But I would argue that by inflaming things, you're making it more, not less likely, to be attacked. It's just the same thing that goes on with Israel and the Palestinians. Israel believes it has to do things for its security that are legitimately, no matter what side you stand on, are harsh. Right? Just one side tries to justify the harsh nature of that. But the point is that if you do horrible things to people and you try to make them miserable, they're not happy about that, right? It makes them angry. And you're not creating any friends by doing that. And the US is trying to do everything in its power to subvert and remove governments, not just in Russia, but it's especially a big prize, but around the globe. And this is all documented very clearly. Noam Chomsky gets into it. You can read John Perkins' book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. You can just look at the life and times of Henry Kissinger, who recently died, who was the Secretary of State under Nixon and then on. Huge role in these types of things. Had Augusto Pinochet installed in Chile in 1973, was responsible for like 1.2 million deaths in East Timor in Indonesia. It goes on and on. These are bad people that just cavalierly flick of a pen and 10,000 people are going to die. They just don't care. They're sociopaths. That's the point I'm trying to make. And with that in mind, that's how you have to understand how everything goes. With that set of glasses on, if you look at the playing field that is the geopolitical map, it's those people who think that way. It's like an operating system. And that's when I talk about Zionism as an operating system. It's more of a mindset and an approach. It's an arrogance, it's a hubris, it's a lack of compassion for others. It's sort of this sociopathic, self-serving, selfish, me first, F you way of looking at the world. And as long as you're not stopping me from what I want to do, everything's fine. But the moment you put up a slight resistance to what I want or what I think is right for me, you're the enemy and you got to be taken care of. And that goes on with people who are militant inside of Gaza and the West Bank, and that goes for people who try to resist American imperialism around the world. Leaders, Latrice Lumumba in the Congo, he was taken out by the CIA. Anybody, Muammar Gaddafi, Hugo Chavez in Venezuela, Fidel Castro in Cuba, Daniel Ortega in Nicaragua, any leader who tries to use their power and their resources of their own nation state to help their own people that doesn't end up flowing to capital is considered an enemy. That's the thing you got to remember. If you remember that and you go through everything else down the line, you'll understand everything. All the bullshit stories in the media, just cast that shit aside and go, who benefits? Who's going to benefit from this? And then you got all your answers you need. And it comes down to money and control, or money and power. And so when the U.S. first announced, when the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, if you don't know what this was an increased capacity that the Russians had built to deliver gas from Russia to Europe through Germany. And it was going to come online. It was going to start supplying double the amount of natural gas. And Germany had been dependent upon cheap Russian gas for a long time, as is most of Europe. And it was making a lot of money for the Russians, although they were giving it to them at prices that no American businessman would sell them. Because Russia, I think rightly so, surmised that if they maintained a positive supply relationship with Europe, it'd be hard for them to be angered at, because they're basically giving them a great deal, which they were. But the U.S. was concerned that because it was making money for the Russian government, again, further entrenching the political class and leadership of Russia and not enriching American and domestic gas producers, which we produce a surplus here in America. We only use about 18% of all the gas we produce. And so they don't have anywhere to take the rest of it. So wouldn't it be great, theoretically, if you could stop someone else from supplying it to Europe by destroying something that gets it there, vis-a-vis that, this is the pipeline, which we now know what happened. The U.S. blamed it on Russia. They said that Russia blew its own pipeline up. Sound familiar? This sounds like the human shield argument, right? Same kind of thinking. Well, it's the other people that are doing it to make us look bad. That's absurd. You could go up to a group of first graders and say, here's a pipe. Would you destroy this yourself? Or no one would do that. It's absurd. So this is the kind of propaganda. Seymour Hersh wrote a great article about this, the renowned journalist. So bottom line is the U.S. very carefully, through whatever his intermediaries were, probably involving the three-letter people and some other countries, did this act of industrial sabotage. Biggest industrial sabotage in human history. And what did that do? Who benefited, right? This, again, those pair of glasses. Well, guess how gas is now getting to Europe. Some still gets through from Russia, only a small sliver of what used to be there. But there's also sanctions been placed against Russia, which they've been able to overcome. But liquefied natural gas, if you don't know what that's all about, that means when you take a gas that you otherwise can't pipeline somewhere, you can't deliver it through a pipeline, you have to then try to pressurize it and cool it to liquefy it. And then you put it into barges, large liners, and you send it somewhere, and then you decompress it, and then you pipe it from that port. Well, just so happens that the American gas producers have a lot of excess gas. So what are they doing? They're using liquefied natural gas terminals, which, by the way, are very, very volatile and very, very dangerous for the community in which they are. And they are now compressing and shipping and uncompressing gas for Europe and selling it at 4 to 7 times the cost that Russia was delivering to them. So if you're a European, you're paying more for everything, right? If you're a company making stuff, you need gas and energy to make stuff. If the power being generated is made with natural gas, everything costs more. Energy inputs are one of the hugest, it decides what costs are going to be. All the costs are driven by fossil fuels. And when those inputs go up, we know what happened in 2008 when the price of oil went to $147 a barrel. The economy started to crash. That's what happens. The fact that there was a real estate bubble happened to be the sort of the complement to that. But when oil prices go over $130, our economies can't function, just can't absorb those higher costs. So this is why all this is happening. Now, what's happening? What happened in Russia in the last 72 hours? Well, there was this massive attack on this theater where a lot of young people were gathered to listen to a concert. And over 100 people were unalived and many, many more injured. And some group, I think it's considered Daesh or ISIS, publicly claimed responsibility. Again, if you watch Richard Medhurst's work in Syria, excellent journalist, one of the people who I love watching more than almost anybody, there are groups that operate in Syria and that were operating in Iraq, and some still do, that are disciples of or members of these groups, these little splinter groups that have affiliation to these groups. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that some money didn't change hands and that certain suggestions were wink, wink, nod, nodded, and something like this takes off. I think there's a lot more to that than we're told, and of course no one's going to tell us that, right? But I don't have any documentation for it. I don't want to get in trouble for saying that, but it would make sense given the bigger chessboard. Why would we want something like that to happen? Why would somebody want that to happen? Well, think for a second. The United States has been trying to draw the Russians into, and did draw the Russians into, a very heated conflict in Ukraine, and they want it to escalate. Just like the Israelis want the conflict to escalate in the Middle East, to draw in its adversary, to Iran, and possibly have the U.S. destroy its enemy by creating the conditions which is more justifiable. Same thing in Russia. They're trying to draw the Russians into a war against NATO. Now, what else is going on that further is another check in that box, in that column? Well, if you don't know this, there are U.S. troops, I think it's 10,000 or so, or maybe it's a large number of troops that are both U.S. and NATO coalition troops that have been deployed to the border with Ukraine right now. Right now. Now, if that doesn't make you nervous, it should. And here's why. In the last 3 days, Vladimir Putin gave a speech where he said, and I'm paraphrasing broadly, he goes, I don't know what these people don't understand, meaning the Western allies. Our country has advanced weapons, which we will use if pushed to a point where we feel we need to protect our very existential survival. And I don't doubt the guy. And I don't think he's a madman. People who say that he's some mad, crazy guy, he's not crazy at all. He's strong and he's resolved. He's not crazy, though. He's not like insane. But I don't think for a second that if the heat keeps getting turned up on him, and he's been very patient, by the way. One of the things that I got yelled at by my own family was when the attack in February of 2022 ensued, the special military operation where the Russians moved troops into Ukraine. I said in my mother's kitchen, I said, I'm just surprised it didn't happen a lot sooner. And she told me to shut up and got really angry at me because, of course, MSNBC claims that he's some crazy dictator who just wants to take over the world. So to the average mind, it wouldn't make any sense to say something like that. The reason I said it was, if you understood what led up to that conflict, that would make perfect sense. So if I laid that out for you right now, you go, okay, that makes sense. But unfortunately, most people in the West get spoon-fed these one-sided narratives, just like, are you putting the pieces together now? Just like we've gotten for decades on Israel, and only gotten a very narrow window of what's really going on. And now you see the other side of the story, and you're like, oh, damn. Well, the same thing happened with Ukraine. Same thing happens everywhere. There's always this one-sided, pro-Western, sort of narrative that tries to make some sensible explanation for what goes on because you can't defend the indefensible, right? Sound familiar? So you have to make up stories. and then you have to repeat them frequently, and you have to control the information flow outlets so you can repeat it often and it becomes understood. Everybody knows Putin's a bad guy. Everybody knows that, right? This is what happens. So why would the U.S. want to draw the Russians into a conflict? Well, there's a certain arrogance and hubris right now that pervades the current administration of American thought. This younger generation, meaning, they're my age, but they're younger than the former generation. The former generation understands through raw and brute force what this stuff is about. And they know that temperance and moderation is the key to maintaining security. Not saber rattling and inflammatory language and undercover operations and always trying to poke and prod somebody into action. But that's what our government does. And the current leadership somehow thinks, I don't know how they believe this, and hopefully if Diane does come on, we can talk about some of this. And I hope that wasn't her in the guest box, by the way. If that was her, I've been jammering for a while. Diane, if you're listening and I didn't pick you up as a guest, please come back in. I'm sorry, I was yabbering and I wasn't looking at the guest queue. This current generation of leaders, if you want to call them that, they are so cavalier with their use of language and their behavior and their choices of action. It's disrespectful to a country with, the broad and rich history like Russia, which I think if you watched the interview with Tucker Carlson, you heard President Putin outline for a reason, because he wanted to give that historical backdrop to say that this is just a very small but latest chapter of a very long-standing set of history for his country that he feels obligated to defend. And rightly so. He's got to look out for the interest of his country first, as we should for us. The question is, why are we, in fairness, looking out more for a small country in the Middle East, seemingly, than we are for our own people? That's a fair question to ask, but we'll get back to that later. So with regard to protecting his country, I believe, and I think anybody who has any ability to analyze this subjectively, that Vladimir Putin is not going to budge. If threatened to a point, he will use whatever tools necessary to defend Russia. And I think a lot of people mistakenly assume on the American side and the Western side that, oh, no, it's just never going to happen. It's not going to happen. Yeah, it very well could. This is why Diane Sare, I want Diane Sare to be elected so badly, because she's one of the few voices that will speak to this insanity, this sort of cavalier, casual approach to what could be nuclear Armageddon. And I'm not saying this to try to scare anybody. I'm saying that there are real escalatory things happening right now, literally like in the last week, that are just going on. Right now, people are arriving by plane and by sea in that region that could potentially instigate the beginning of Article 5. That's the NATO provision that if one NATO country or soldiers get involved in a conflict, everybody gets involved. And that could spur the conflict to explode into a global conflict. And that's what I think a lot of people, unfortunately, these weapons people, these sociopathic serial accumulators, as Julian Assange said, the goal is not to win a war. The goal is to maintain a period of conflict as long as possible to increase the throughput of weapons sales and contracting services so that the money can be what he called washed from the tax base, meaning from the treasuries of these sovereign nations. The justification for the war footing gives the ability of the politicians and the establishment to take funds that otherwise would not be takeable and put them through the weapons companies and the contractors. And who gets rich from that? The average person? No, we get the bill. We get the credit card bill. Who gets that money? The companies that sell this stuff and provide these services. They get rich and they charge inflated prices. So this all fits together, and this is why I got back to the idea of capitalism. Being a force for innovation, yes, at times, but being a force for evil. It brings out the worst in people. What right-minded person would want a war to start or continue a minute longer than necessary if there could be a peaceful resolution where young people don't have to go die and civilians don't get harmed and things don't get destroyed? But people who rebuild stuff want to see it destroyed. A hurricane's good for business, right? It makes money for people who contractors. This is the mindset. So rather than minimizing life's problems and trying to work cooperatively, we work in an antagonistic fashion, and destruction yields more profit. Same thing with healthcare. It's the same thing with healthcare. We tell people to enjoy whatever you want. Go eat the processed foods of your life. Get sick. Don't worry about it. We'll give you drugs and surgeries, and that makes money for the healthcare industry. These people make ungodly amounts of money. These executives who run, United Healthcare and these other companies, they're making like 10, 15, $20 million salaries. And why? Because they're doing something that's not even necessary. We don't need insurance. We have a whole group of people in this country that can just pay into the tax base and we can provide care. Why do we have a need for somebody in the middle? It's all about capitalism. It's about extracting as much, ill-gotten gain as possible, as often as possible for a small group of people. And this class of people who participate in this, who own the shares of these weapons manufacturers, these large funds and these wealthy people, they then take that money, a portion of which they give back to a political process, or they can create a framework in which all the decisions that get made benefit them even further. This is the game that we're in. This is the long-term gain that we're all stuck in right now. And these very same people support the permanently entrenched, unelected establishment of the inner workings of the security establishment, the three-letter agencies, the surveillance, all the dirty doings, the war machine. All these people together make up the power structure that you, me, I, we, the people, have no way to affect. We can go outside and scream in a bullhorn or gather in D.C., but nothing changes. They may talk differently in public because of the anger, so they might get elected again, but nothing changes. So if I were in charge right now, which I'm not, and people are probably very thankful of that, but the first thing I would do is de-escalate the situation in Ukraine. That is the boiling point that could get all this kicked off. So we have a few insane people that have their own unique and narrow interest at heart, that are financially motivated, as well as they want to have the power and control met because they're just egotistical children. And then we have people like Russia who are trying to face this going, what are these people doing? Why in the hell are they turning up the heat on something that's not even necessary to do? And what's essentially happened, if you don't know this, is that they've so alienated the world that they're causing people, again, if you mistreat people long enough, they put up with it for a while. It's just like a bad marriage. If someone who's being abusive, they'll put up with it. And there's a point they just snap, right? They just no more. Can't. That's it. I've had enough. These nations are now moving away from the U.S. dollar. All we had to do was kind of give a bone here and there and just quietly be sort of peacefully in charge, and we could have made this thing last a lot longer. But now we're forcing people's hands to say, I can't take this shit anymore. And they're creating a separate settlement for resources in a different currency group. It's called the BRICS nations, and many, many more are joining them. And Diane Sare talks about this a lot, as she should. It's a big fragmentation that's happening globally right now. So anybody who wants peace, which I do, that's my whole thing, is having served in a war and know what it's like, the horrific nature of it. Peace is the most important thing. Nothing works in the absence of peace. Nobody wins in the absence of peace, other than the people who make money off it, which is the sickest group of people in the world. So the concerning thing right now is, I don't know what the cause of that attack in Russia was. I don't know. We'll hear more about it. What you hear publicly is not what happened. Guarantee it. It's always a cover story. And there's probably more at work than we know. With the troops being deployed to Ukraine and this thing potentially spilling over, it could lead to some really scary things. And not to be a worrywart, but this is something that I think is, and I think about all the things, again, when analyzing the world, of what's going to cause harm to humans in terms of our longevity. And, this is the equivalent of a 5-year-old doing a Chris Farley speed bomb, or what is speedball, versus kind of just, going a little easy on it. This is really risky what's happening right now, and the human experiment, as we know it, could end. It literally could end because of the short-sighted greed and avarice and hubris of a small group of very, I'll put it nicely, less than capable, less than competent people who believe they're competent and capable. That's the danger of right now. So that's why, listen, I normally don't get involved in what I call retail politics because I think it's sort of a waste of time because of what I've laid out. But I think we need to have stronger voices and people in office who will speak truth to power and not worry about the consequences. Because if someone like Diane Sare in office, she's not going to all of a sudden start taking APAC money and start, getting a board seat on Northrop Grumman or Raytheon when she leaves office. She's just not wired that way. She may get pressured to do that and approached to do that. Hey, just play your cards right, Diane, and we'll give you this, that. We'll give you, that's called the revolving door. But some people care about the survival of the species and the human race more than they care about their next paycheck coming from an arms manufacturer. Thank goodness. Unfortunately, not many of them are in charge right now. That's the problem. Now, if you think what I'm saying right now is controversial, which it probably is to some, what I'm going to get into later today is going to really, really rock some people's boats. No, her name is not Diane Sawyer. Diane Sawyer was a journalist, or is a journalist. She used to work for ABC. Diane Sare, S-A-R-E. Diane Sare is the candidate for the Senate seat in New York State. So What the reason why I support Diane Sare? She's a LaRouche independent candidate. There's her sort of mentor slash sort of, I guess, the person who framed her political piece. So a guy named Lyndon LaRouche. You can look him up on the internet. I don't want to talk too much about Lyndon. Interesting person, persecuted by the establishment big time for having unusually forward-thinking ideas about finance and central banking and in ways that would help the population and not the banking system. And for that, he caught a lot of hell. That's just a nice way to put it. But he was a peace candidate. He wanted to have peace through mutual prosperity, and have a sensible money system that doesn't just make a few people rich at the expense of the public. I think that's not a bad thing. It's probably a good thing, but it's threatening to people who make. But if you don't know, the central banking system is incredibly lucrative, and it's privately owned. So all the money that gets issued into our system is done through central banking and makes interest for a small group of families who own the shares in these central banks, the Federal Reserve banking system. So that's, again, the money that goes on our credit card goes into their pockets. That's what's been happening. That's just the bottom line. We're getting a credit card bill. Someone's taking a cash advance on our credit card and sticking it in their pocket and having a good old time. And then we get the statement. And our kids have to pay the interest and the principal. That's what's going on. That's the simplest way to put it. There's a lot more to it than that. Obviously, that's a very simplistic overview. But so when you're thinking about the big picture here, always think about who benefits. That's the most important thing you can think about. And then it all makes sense. Think about why what's happening in Gaza is happening. I've done videos about this. Look what people are starting to say. You got the Jared Kushner's talking about beachfront property. You got the U.S. building a temporary port. Why are they going to build a port when all they have to do is make a phone call and say, hey, man, let the trucks in? Why would they build a port? Think about that for a second. Why would they build a, quote, temporary port, right? That's what we're being told. It's a temporary port to get... Do you think that if people are starving and you have a project that's going to take 60 to 90 days to construct just to allow aid to come in from a different location, that the goal is to help the people who are starving? Think about that for a second. Doesn't make any sense. And that's the point. The point is it's a soundbite to give people the impression that they're trying to do something. It's political points. It also serves the purpose of establishing a permanent U.S. presence in the region under the guise of humanitarian aid. Somebody says they aren't starving, you are lied to. Well, user 219, whatever you are here, first of all, if you want to come up and talk about it, there are indeed people that are starving in Gaza. There are babies who have died, unfortunately, because of starvation. There are individuals that don't have access to any food at all. They're eating grass or drinking water out of puddles, dirty street puddles when it rains. It absolutely is happening, and it's happening on purpose, by design, by an Israeli government that is hell-bent on trying to immiserate and remove as many human beings from territory they want as possible. That's been the plan all along, and it continues to be the plan. And this latest round has given them a larger sort of carte blanche to do more of it, because of the very atrocity propaganda they've put out to the media, saying that all these horrible things happened, it was uniquely evil, and therefore any level of response is justified. And again, I don't want to bounce too back and forth. I was going to talk more about this as well today. Let me make sure this isn't Diane. By the way, there was someone named Dora who was asking to come up. Dora, unfortunately, I'd love to have your content come up, but your presentation style of yelling and screaming and not having any kind of interaction is it's just can't do it. I'd like to be able to give you a chance to come up and share what you want to share, but it's just I've tried to give you a chance. All you do is yell and scream, and nobody can even understand what you're saying, which is beyond the point. So I don't know if anybody saw this interview. I'm going to switch gears a little bit here. First of all, let me just welcome everybody. Happy Saturday. I've kind of got a running start today. Happy Saturday, whether you're in the morning. It's raining really hard where I live, so it's sort of an indoor day. But if you're across the world, wherever you are, in fact, if you don't mind, let's take a breath and let's. I got to feed the dog and the cats, but let's write down if you're from somewhere outside the U.S. Please, write down where you're from. And then also, if you're from the U.S., you want to tell us what state you're from or whatever, please weigh in. So we have Germany, Canada, Malaysia. This is always so much fun. Scotland, Netherlands, UK, Ireland, Ohio, Washington State, Tennessee, UK, San Diego, Iraq, Malaysia, Florida, California, New York, Arizona, Pacifica, California, Norway, Russia, Morocco, Illinois. This is the amazing part about the internet. It's really cool, huh? Arizona, Brazil, Canada, Oregon, Sweden, Louisiana, Maryland, Qatar, Delaware, Malibu, and Malibu's nice. Florida, North Carolina. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, this is really cool. This is from Chad. Wow, North Africa. It's amazing all the places that people are from on the internet here. Washington, D.C., everyone's favorite place. Minnesota, home of independent Governor Jesse Ventura. Thank you for everybody for telling us that. The other thing I want to ask is, while I'm doing this for the cats and the dog, if you could please, if this is the first time you've been on a live with me, and by the way, thank you for being here, can you please type the number 1 into the chat so I know that there's anybody new. If there's nobody new, I don't want to tell anybody my background, but if there are new people, I want to just tell you a real quick bio. So we have some people, Molly and Michael, and if I miss anybody, sorry, Papa. Okay, we got a bunch of people who are relatively new, and thank you for stumbling upon my live. Just tell you real quickly, my name is Chip Barnes. I'm an Army veteran from the United States. I live on the Eastern Seaboard. I'm 56 years old, soon to be 57. I was somebody who served in combat in the first Persian Gulf War in 1990. I was in a tank unit that was based in Germany, and we got deployed to Saudi Arabia, then we went into Iraq, and then to Kuwait, and then we out-processed and came back to Germany. And unfortunately, while we were there, fortunately, none of our fellow soldiers died. But many of us got exposed to a lot of the elements, which was no fun. And unfortunately, I'm dealing with some of that, as many others have or still are. But I learned about the Israel-Palestine conflict, which is one of the things that, I think kind of differentiated me from a lot of Americans, in that, most of us are just living our lives. We don't really pay attention to too many things outside of our orbit. And a lot of people have been sort of woken up to this conflict after October 7th, because it's just exploded into our living rooms. But I learned about this in 1989, completely by chance. And it was one of my fellow classmates who gave a presentation on what was called the First Intifada. We were all political science majors, and we had to pick a subject to do like a 50-page paper and then give an hour-long presentation to our classmates. And one of the ones was on the First Intifada, a big uprising that took place in 1987 when the PLO was still in charge. And I just was completely blown away. I had no idea. All the things that I learned were like completely out of left field. Like, I didn't know there was a Gaza Strip. I didn't know what a West Bank was. I didn't know what the 1967 war was all about. I just didn't know any of this stuff. And the more I learned about it, the more outraged I got. Like, this is BS. Why? This is part of my big political awakening, when you start to realize that everything you've been told your whole life is just incomplete or false or both. And then you start to question a lot of stuff. So I came onto TikTok, I think 2 days after the 7th. And I've been accused of being like a paid agent, like I'm here to raise money for myself or some shit like this. Trust me, I've just been trying to talk about things that I've come across in my life that I've learned about, and there's a lot of pros and cons about social media. The cons are, if you're someone who puts yourself out there, you're subject to a lot of criticism, which is fine. A lot of people disagree with my point of view on this issue, and that's fair. But a lot of it gets personal and gets messy. You know how that goes. Anyway, so I've been on TikTok for just under 6 months, I think it is. And in the course of the first 3 or 4 weeks, my account got taken down 4 times. And so that was an eye-opener, because I was speaking with a relatively sharp tongue about what I'd learned about what Israel does. And it's not all one-sided. For those of you listening who are pro-Israel, I do try to be as fair as I can be. And there have been attacks from the H group and others over the years that have done things that I wouldn't do or wouldn't want done to Israeli civilians, which I think should be off limits. And I don't agree with those kind of tactics. I don't agree with what happened on October 7th in terms of civilians that were harmed. Hopefully none of us do. I can understand if you're someone who's very, very pro-Palestinian, that you might feel angry about the historical injustice, and therefore any pushback is justified. I understand the sentiment. I disagree with the tactics. But I also understand, like Secretary General Guterres said at the UN when this first happened, he goes, what happened on the 7th was bad, horrible, condemnable, but it didn't happen in a vacuum. And that's exactly how I feel. So I don't believe, and we're going to talk more about this, about Reverend Barkley remind me to talk about this, his interview with Candace Owens. I don't believe that this is some sort of unique harm that was experienced by Israel, as bad as it was. So it wasn't some unique and special type of evil that took place on the 7th. It was evil insofar as the civilians were harmed, And anytime civilians are harmed, what appears to be purposefully and not accidentally as a part of other conflict, I think that's condemnable and evil, and not one more or less than the other. And Candace Owens, not willing to sort of bend the knee and claim that the one is more important than the other, as far as the Jewish lives that were lost on 10/7 versus the what he believes to be not a moral equivalency between what the IDF or Israeli response has been in Gaza, is the line in the sand that I'm never going to step on. I'm not going to get on my knee and try to acquiesce someone else's feelings just because they feel hurt by what happened to their group. It hurts anybody who gets harmed. Just newsflash. So if you're a Palestinian family that's living in Ramallah and the IDF comes in 1979 and kills 17 people because they can, those 17 people matter to you and your family, your father, your brother, whoever it may have been. And likewise, when a bunch of militants come into a kibbutz after breaking out of their blockaded situation and they unalive 5 family members, you care about those 5 family members. They shouldn't have died, right? But neither should the Palestinians have died. You can't look at one and not the other and somehow say, well, because it happened to our team, that's all that's important. So I try to be as balanced as I can, I know. And the big thing that I do, and you'll realize this if you start following me, is that on these lives, I try to take a different tact than almost every other person on TikTok. I do interject my thoughts more than some other hosts because I enjoy having the dialogue and sharing some of the things that I've come across, but I also try to give people an opportunity to talk and to say what they feel and to share their point of view without interrupting them as best I can. If somebody's spewing hate speech or is just saying stuff that's absolutely factually just absurd, then sometimes I will pause them and just try to clarify that one point. Or if they're making 19 points in a row and I can't keep track of them all, but other than that, I let people talk. I try to be polite as best I can, even in the face of things I completely disagree with. And it's fair to give people a chance to share their point of view. In fact, I think sometimes it's the best thing we can do. One, we can learn from each other. And two, if they're saying things that are just outrageous, they're sort of giving themselves, you give them enough rope to, grab them by their what, because they're walking themselves into a corner. Now, I've been criticized for this, both from people who are pro-Israel, saying that I'm not fair and that I'm anti-Semitic because I take the position I take, and I've been criticized by the pro-Palestinian side for quote-unquote platforming Zionists to talk about what they want to talk about. And I reject both criticisms. You can feel whatever you want to feel, and you can watch who you want to watch on TikTok. But I do try to be as fair as I can be. And if I was in someone else's shoes and I believed what someone else believes, I would want a chance to share what I believe and not be talked down to, interrupted, laughed at, because they believe what they believe for a reason, just like I believe what I believe for a reason. I call it someone's take. And in life, we all know there's what happens. I call that biophysical reality. There's, a tank shot at a building. That's what happened. And then somebody could say, hey, we're defending ourselves by going after the bad guys. That's the Israeli point of view. Somebody could say, hey, you're unaliving your own civilians and trying to get the militants who were just trying to be free. And, so there's different ways to look at things. The same thing happened, different viewpoints, right? That's how life is. And so I try to be fair in adjudicating those things here, letting people share their views. Unfortunately, and this goes for me too, a lot of us don't have the full information set. And so we think what we think as a product of what we have come into contact with, what people have told us, what we believe, our personality, our upbringing, all those things. They shape our way of thinking, not only our worldview, but how we interpret different circumstances. And the unfortunate thing about modern life is that we don't always have all the info. And so absent all the info, it's easy to have a take that isn't as well informed. And I'm certain there are things right now today that I don't know, that a month, 6 months from now, I will come to find out. And that will hopefully, if I'm open-minded, shift the way that I think about something related to that new information. Unfortunately, what I've found is many people just want to reinforce what they already think. And the one thing I would share with the new listeners is I try not to do that. I try to be as open as I can. As I like to say, if you're not married to your point of view, if your identity isn't established by your point of view and your beliefs or your take on a subject, then you don't care. And if you get something wrong, that's fine. You just say, hey, I got that wrong, and you move on. So that's a little flavor of what I try to do. I hope you'll follow me. I hope you'll be here. I go live twice a week, typically on a regular schedule, Wednesday nights, Eastern time, from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., sometimes later. And then Saturdays like today from 12 p.m. Eastern, usually till 3 or 4 p.m., depending upon what I got going on. Sometimes longer. And if you're somebody who wants to come up and talk, I usually go the first 30 to 45 minutes, today a little longer, doing sort of an intro, covering some general topics, talking about what we're going to talk about, and then have some guests up for the remainder. That's generally how it flows. So everything's recorded. So if you're somebody who comes in a little late and you want to kind of catch what happened before, you can go to my YouTube and my Rumble channels. I record these videos and they go up onto those channels, usually within a few hours at worst next day, if it's longer. It takes a while to upload stuff. But the way you can get to that, in my bio, there's a link. It says Linktree Chip Barnes. If you click on that, if you're in the US and you click on that, it'll launch a little page. You can just go through, you'll see the links. If you're outside the US, you have to type into your browser the characters that are in my bio. It says Linktree Chip Barnes. For some reason, TikTok does not allow the link to be clickable outside the US. Okay, so that's a little bit about me. Again, I try to cover highly controversial subjects, and when you do that, you're going to catch a lot of pushback. And I'm going to talk about some stuff today that's really going to cause a stir. But I think I'm a free speech advocate, and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. My intent is not to make anybody feel harmed, especially people from marginalized groups. But I also want to just be truthful in terms of how I see stuff. And if you don't like that, you can, as somebody says, swipe on. You can make videos about me and say that I'm a bad dude, or you can say you agree or disagree. That's fine. But that's how I do it. And, it's kind of tough sledding, but I think that's what also causes it to be a little more genuine than some of the slick and glossy stuff we see here. Okay, we have two user requests. One is from user 2199, etc., and then Solimax. I do have to set set the table here for how we do stuff real quickly. So happy to have you on as a guest. The way that I typically run it is we let somebody come up. I say, hey, you say, hey, what would you like to talk about? You have, a minute, 2, 3 to share your point of view, ask questions, whatever. And then we'll go back and forth in a polite manner. If you are going to cover a lot of ground, I need to grab my notepad. But the rules are no interrupting each other, please. Be civil, polite. We're not going to say mean things to anybody. And no personal attacks. Other than that, feel free to share your views. Let me actually Solimax dropped off, I think, because I realized I wouldn't do that. And by the way, are you there, Solimax?
Yes, hello. Good evening.
Hi.
Sir. Yes, I'm new here. Honestly, I'm really enjoying your videos, and the questions that I have are, I would like to ask 2-3 questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let me grab my pen and paper so I don't forget them. Give me 1 sec.
All right.
Okay, I'm ready when you are.
Thank you very much. Hello? Hello?
Yes, please continue. I'm ready for you.
I would like to ask you a little bit about since I was born 30 years ago, and I'm still hearing through the media, through internet, the war between Israel and Palestine, and the consequences we are seeing today is not stopping. So I would like to know that I heard, is it a religious war? Is it a territory, a land war? What is the real cause of this unlimited war? This is my first question.
Okay, you want to answer as we go, or you want me to wait to answer all of them once you've asked?
Oh, yes, you can, please. Yes,
Okay,
one by one.
yeah, that's a great question. We covered that a little bit yesterday, and people have different views on this. My view is that this is not a war motivated by religion, the conflict in general, and it goes back quite a ways. As many people have alleged, why did the H group attack Israel? Why did they start this war on 10/7? I think that is a very fallacious way to present what's happening. This goes back to well before 1947-48, but mostly because of what happened as a part of the founding of the State of Israel. You have families that were living in a region, and you can claim whatever point in time you want as far as who rightfully owns the land. But at that point in time, it had been occupied and lived in by a small percentage of indigenous Jewish people, but growing population with immigration, and a very large population of Arab, mostly Muslim, indigenous residents. And in 1948, a large portion of that territory was given to a minority of the people who live there, and a majority of people got pushed out of the places they lived. Some stayed inside of the new state, most got pushed away, and many got unalived. unfortunately. And that's what they refer to as the Nakba. So that is the original thing that has spurred all this, is that having happened. And then all the things that have happened subsequent to that. So this is a combination of political repression, dispossession of land, and the anger associated with all of that having happened. And unfortunately, there's never been a peaceful outcome to it. It continues to this day, and this has inflamed it to a point where the chances for any sort of peaceful resolution seem uh, impossible at this point.
Thank you very much. I have a second question, quickly. Why is it hard for the Palestinians and the Israelis to settle, to have a definite permanent solution to the war, to the crisis? What makes it difficult for them?
Well, the challenge comes down to there's some geographic and logistical challenges. They're just like physical stuff that has to be taken into consideration with any kind of resolution, and then there's the political or the will and who's done what, where, when, and how as that process has unfolded. So, just in terms of logistics, it's difficult to try to ascribe statehood to a territory that is fragmented so vastly by settlements. So if you look at the West Bank since 1967, there are now over 700,000 settlers that identify as Israeli and that claim the territory that's been settled, and it's protected by soldiers and police with separate roads and other apartheid systems as Israeli territory. And so that physically becomes a barrier to a contiguous two-state solution. And right now, with what's happening in Gaza, again, it just further exacerbates that physical problem. Politically speaking, there have been different machinations that have taken place over the decades that have been efforts to create some form of peaceful outcome. The challenge of that is how one interprets how each side has negotiated and whether the deals that were offered, quote unquote, were adequate to foster a reasonable, self-autonomous peaceful solution or not. The argument that I take, and others who study this carefully have taken, is that we push back against the narrative that Israel has very generously offered numerous peace deals, and that the Arabs, because they're just basically violent by nature, have rejected them because all they want to do is fight Jewish people and push them into the Mediterranean and eliminate all Jews. That's the narrative that we hear. I reject that narrative mainly because of the fact that I think in most cases, the deals that have been offered are not good deals. In other words, I like to use this reference. If I say we were going to have a meal together and I
Yes.
offer you as a part of that meal, I go to my dog's, where my dog goes to the bathroom in the backyard, I scoop up some of the recent excrement, I put it on a couple pieces of bread, I come back in and say, hey, here's lunch. Enjoy, bon appetit. And then you say, well, no, thank you. I don't think that looks very appealing. You're like, what? You don't like to eat? You don't like lunch? What are you starving yourself? What are you on a famine? This is the kind of way that things have been done over the years. That's a simplistic example. But autonomy and the ability to run one's internal affairs and one's security, most importantly, are the key factors that were never included in any offers. Yes, there was land offered and there was some sort of reasonable swaps in certain cases. That's not to be denied. But if you do, it's the totality of the circumstances that matter when making a decision on a particular agreement. And if somebody gives you provisions that you can in good faith agree to, in other words, the dog shit sandwich, you'd be irresponsible to say yes to that deal for the sake of your own people who you're supposed to represent.
Yes. Thank you very much. And my final question, if you allow me, why is it hard for the United Nations to solve this problem, which becomes global problem? It's not only about the Palestinians and the Israelis, but it's about the UN solutions, to find the solutions.
Yeah, before we address your question, a great question. There's somebody in the comments, and again, I'm not trying to do this because I'm angry about it. I'm just pointing it out. It's a fair thing to say. It says, this is D quadruple E light says, Chip, you're naive. Come to the Middle East. You need a wake up call. It could be. Listen, I don't proclaim to have a monopoly on truth or knowledge. There are a lot of people who disagree with the points of view that I take. I think my views are somewhat well informed in that I've tried hard for a long period of time to understand the ins and outs of this. Like I said, I learned about it 34 years ago. So I've had some time to read a lot of books, which were all we had back when I was younger. And then, of course, as the internet has exploded, we have lectures and podcasts and debates and other resources we can look into. And there are arguments to be made in favor of both sides. And in trying to be balanced, I've done things like go to the pro-Israel rally recently in D.C. a few months ago with a friend of mine who he and his 6 kids. We had a great time. It was a great place to be. I like to learn from other people. I don't just take things as a one-sided way. And in addition, I've read books by authors like Benny Morris and Alan Dershowitz, all who make the case for Israel and interpret history from a pro-Israel standpoint. That's the right thing to do, in my opinion, is try to listen to other people's arguments. And the reason why I say I disagree with the arguments and not the people is because the people are perfectly fine. They just believe what they believe. It's the argument they're making that I disagree with. So regarding the UN, that's a great question. And as far as more knowledge goes, whoever said that, D-Light, if you have information to share with me, if you want to bring me over and educate me in person, let's do it. I don't want to be telling audiences incorrect things, and I certainly am willing to learn from anybody who can guide me in the right direction if I'm getting it wrong. So, having said that, I believe, and many do, that the UN is an ineffective organization because of the way it's structured, and that's by design. So for those you don't know, there are 15 members of the Security Council. These are sort of countries that are elevated and some rotate in and out. There are 5 permanent members, each of whom has what's called a veto. So it's the United States, the UK, Russia, China, and France. Each of those nations, when any resolution gets put forth and carried through to a final vote, any one of those 5 countries, they can abstain, they can vote no, or they can vote yes. And if there's something that the rest of the world wants, but one of those nations in the Permanent Security Council can continually choose to veto it, it can't get put through the UN. So the UN is neutered by design and controlled by primarily the United States and its allies, which in this case would be France and the UK. So obviously Russia and China we're not directly tied with in terms of, but the US, it's based in the United States. It's based on the East River in Manhattan, and it's controlled by the US. And so if the US can use it to its benefit in some cases to affirm its desired policies, it then votes in favor. If it's something that's contrary to its narratives or desires, like UN Resolution 242, which condemns the settlements as illegal and requires Israel to withdraw back to its pre-1967 borders, the US can veto a resolution. If there's a resolution for an immediate ceasefire that the entire world wants, let's say 158 countries want it, 3 abstain and 2 veto it, the United States and Israel. Or Israel votes no, the U.S. vetoes it. That's what's been happening. It's happened 3 times so far. So the reason why there's no settlement to this is because the United States and its allies can prevent any settlement that it wants to, and it has done so continually. Of the, I don't know, 65 or 70 times the U.S. has used its veto, something like 45 or 50, some huge percentage have been to protect resolutions that would be adversary to Israel. So it's pretty telling.
Yes, very, very instructive. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, thanks for being here. I appreciate your
Okay.
questions. Have a
Have a
wonderful
good day.
rest of the weekend. Okay, yeah, and this is unfortunate because a lot of people are wondering, like, especially now that more people's eyes are opened up, like, hey, why are we providing a steady 3.8 to $4 billion a year for decades? Why are we doing that? Like, what's up with that? That Israel is by far the largest recipient of U.S. foreign aid, and there are other monies that get appropriated too, over and above the $4 billion a year in other forms of subsidies and commerce relationships. In addition, the United States right now has provided unlimited political support. There's been some verbal condemnations or suggestions from the president and others that are trying to suggest or to encourage the Israeli regime right now, Netanyahu and company, not to proceed with certain things or to minimize civilian casualties, et cetera, or maybe consider a ceasefire based on a hostage swap, et cetera, but all of which seem to be ignored by and pretty much thrown back in the face of the very country who's provided this unlimited support for a very small nation state of a very small population, and who is potentially causing the very citizens who have been generous enough to share these resources with, they tell them to go to hell. We're going to do it our way. Get the hell out of my face. You have nothing to say to me. That's paraphrasing, of course. So that's concerning, right? If we're going to help somebody, you at least should have the right to have a conversation and say, "Hey, dude, we don't think this is the right way to go about doing this." But they've been ignoring it, and they're saying the U.S. or anybody else is not going to tell them what to do. It would be nice if the U.S. would then have some accountability and say, "Well, hey, if you want to do it your way, that's fine, but we're not going to send you money to do it your way if we don't get a seat at the table to at least talk about it," right? But that's not what's happening, and that shows you where the real power lies. Because if there were the ability to withhold it politically and throughout the relationship, it would be withheld. Those accountability measures would be put into effect, but they're not. So it doesn't really matter what the president says publicly, or Anthony Blinken, or Lloyd Austin, or any of these jokers. What happens is what people do, not what they say. So I like to say with the Americans, put up or shut up. Don't keep blocking resolutions at the UN, which simply says stop bombing children. And if you're going to keep giving somebody the money and the offensive weaponry and the spare parts to back up the planes and pilots, etc., you're complicit. Whether you want to believe it or not, you are giving somebody the tools and the money with which to continue mass murdering people. That's it. There's no other way to put it. So that's how I feel about it. And as an American citizen and taxpayer, it's embarrassing. It's disgusting. I did an interview on Turkish TV outlet TVNet, and that's what I said. I said, it's disgusting that our country is furthering the very things that are causing this massacre to occur. And the disproportionate responses by Israel are typical, but not to this extent. But we've been doing it for decades. Okay, we have Juicy Brucey, nice name, and then Green are going to come up. Welcome to a Saturday Live, and how you doing? Yes, Juicy Brucey, are you there? Can't hear you if you're speaking, just so you know. Oh, there you go. Now I can hear you. How you doing, Juicy Brucey?
Hey, what's up? Sorry, what's up?
How did you choose that name, by the way? That's an interesting name.
That name is very popular.
Okay, I'd never heard it before. What's it in reference to?
Refers to the
I'm just curious. You don't have to tell me. I'd never heard it before.
I mean, Juicy Brucey. People been always calling me Juicy Brucey, but not the number. The number I
Okay.
created the number myself.
Okay, I see. That's interesting. So what's on your mind today?
I'm sorry, I just jumped into this live. What were we talking about?
Well, I'll tell you what. Let me. I'll give you a quick summation. We talked about a lot, but in the most recent part of the conversation, we've talked about the fact that somebody asked me why the UN has been unable to sort of structure a settlement, a political resolution to the ongoing Israel-Palestine conflict. And I shared that the United States has a lot of control, as do the 5 permanent members of the Security Council, and that they have decided, for whatever political reasons, to provide cover for its relationship with Israel, and has vetoed 3 recent ceasefire, resolutions that came up to the Security Council for a vote. They've also vetoed other things for Israel over the decades that would otherwise be adversarial to Israel's interests.
First of all, where are you from?
I'm from the United States.
United States. Okay. Do you accept what the United States is doing?
When you say what they're doing, vis-a-vis what
Do
situation?
you accept what the United States is doing for Israel?
When you say accept it, I mean, I really have no choice but to observe it. I mean, I can't control or change
I
it.
mean,
Are you saying,
okay.
do I agree with it? Do I
Do
support what the
you
United States?
agree what the United States is doing for Israel?
Absolutely not. I think that what the U.S. is doing for
Thank
Israel is
you.
highly irresponsible.
Do you
Highly.
accept what the United States is sending billions and billions dollars of the American dollars, the taxpayers of the people of the United States to Israel?
No.
No? Did you say no?
I disagree with the United States sending so much aid and so much support for Israel. I
It's
disagree.
just not. Look, man. I'm not. Look, man. I'm not. It's Israel or any other country. But what I'm saying is, not just Israel. Every year they getting over $3 billion aid to Israel and other countries around the world. They're getting billions and billions of dollars of the American money. But yet, in the United States, people are hungry. For example, homeless, veterans, the people of the United States, like poor people that lives in the United States. But yet, United States is sending billions on billions of dollars to other countries uh, Israel is number one every year. Every year they are sending them over $3-4 billion of aid to Israel, especially Israel. It doesn't matter. Israel is number one. It doesn't matter. They are sending billions and billions of dollars to them. Why is it okay? Why is it okay? As alone they are okay, but yeah, the American people they don't give a shit about them.
I have a quick question. Can we have a discussion or is
Yeah, we
We
can.
can
Just
have a
one second. What I'm going to do is
discussion.
I'm
Yeah.
going to open it up. Just please be respectful. I have to take a little nature break, but yeah, please just take turns and then
No,
give the other
we
person
can
a
have a
chance to talk.
discussion. I would
Yeah, go
love to
ahead.
have a discussion.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, everybody. I'm just going to take a quick nature.
so I wanted to come on. I've jumped on live with Chip in the past and I've been doing so much research just in becoming more aware, especially as an American who will be expatriating. I wanna ask individuals though for us to push the thought a little bit further. I know that we're talking about right now what the U.S. government, how they're involved in Israel, and how we're funding this war. The American people, there's a majority that do not support that. And I want to say that I think a lot of Americans are just now realizing where our tax dollars even go. I don't even think people understand that. But if we could go a little bit further than just where the government's at, I think this is a lot bigger because I do believe that what's happening to Palestine is connected to what's happening in Sudan. And I believe that what's happening in Sudan is connected to what's happening in Congo. And I believe what's happening in the Congo is what's connected to and happening in Haiti. And so what I'm saying is I think this is a bit bigger. I think we need to start looking into things like where do the corporations that our 401k is going to, where are our dollars really going to see where that money goes? Because if you really follow the trail, then you'll see our U.S. government isn't even as powerful as the U.S. government thinks it is because it's owned as
Do
Americans.
you
We're owned.
do you realize for the past 50 years we can go back 50 years,
Mhm.
50 years. Where does all this money goes? Like for the past 50 years, America has been spending money on war,
Mhm.
on war.
Mhm.
Trillions, billions and trillions of dollars that goes to other countries for war.
You know where
Who
that
pays
money really
for it?
goes? That
Who pays
money
for
really
it?
goes
We
into the
pay for it.
we pay for it. You're right, but that money goes into the pockets of capitalists and the pockets of
Of
Zionists and the
course.
pockets of the elite. That's
Okay.
really where the root of this problem
So
is.
the root of the problem is right now. The root of the problem is the people that's in the White House.
Hmm.
Okay. Who like who runs the American people right now? The Congress, the Senate.
I don't think so.
I think they do. They do. You
I
should
mean,
think
I
so.
mean on paper, right?
No, no,
It
no. They
says
do.
so in our
They no,
Constitution.
no,
It
no.
says
The
so on
lobbyists, the
paper.
lobbyists. They do actually not the lobbyists, but the people behind it
Right.
runs America.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes. The people that, for example, if I'm in Senate or Congress, people pays me to
Mhm.
do this, and forget about the American people.
Right.
If I care about the money, I'm gonna do it.
Right. Well,
You get what I'm saying?
that's what we see today. If you pay attention to any congressional hearings, well, and you don't have to, but as Americans, if we're paying attention to the congressional hearings and we're paying attention to what's being
But
discussed at Congress, they don't represent the American people at all.
they
They are
do not.
representing,
They do not. They do
right,
not.
they're
But it's
representing
sad. It's sad that
the lobbyists.
it's sad. These people do not care about American people. They do not care about American people. All they care about is the people that the lobbyists
Mhm.
support them, that
Right.
gives them money, and they do they run like basically they accept for other countries. They do not care about America. They
Right.
do not care about America
Well, I
at
gotta
all.
say, I don't think anybody cares about any of us.
Nobody
When
look.
I'm talking about governments, I
When
don't think
do
any of
I
these
just want?
governments care
I'm
about
sorry.
people.
When I just want to know, when do America will ever wake up? When do America wake up? How these people treating America like this? When they gonna wake up? Like realize these people do not care about America.
Right. I mean,
America has never been there in their agenda. All they care about is look. I'm not against in any other countries. Israel, whatever. We all know they control the world. We all know. Maybe a lot of us do
right.
know they control the world.
They control it all.
Okay, but when do America gonna wake up?
So that's I mean, I think that's a really good question. And I think what you're starting to see is that people are. That's why our government is working so hard to get this app banned, right? Because
Yeah, but
we've had access to,
look, the government is
sorry, just a
corrupt.
second.
The
Right. So that's my point though, right? It's access to the truth and it's access to real information. If we're sitting here and we're thinking that Joe Biden is the answer to our problems, then we're wrong because Joe Biden is owned. And if you don't follow that paper trail, you're not going to understand it. If you don't follow where these corporations got their leaders, where the CEOs from these individuals come from, where that money goes, when you pay, when your employer pays you your paychecks and they divvy up all of the money that comes out of your check, where does your money go to in the 401k? When you go to put your money in your money market and that money gets divided up, is that money going towards creating bombs? Is that money going towards creating one piece of a part of a fraction of a bomb? And then does that money go into a Zionist's pocket so that they can sit and drink champagne and, I don't know what rich people do, but delight in the joy of the sadness of others? I don't know. But effectively, we've got to start waking up bigger. And America's trying to, I think, but you have to keep in mind there are a lot of forces. One, the media, you have to keep in mind who owns the media. There's one group that owns the media, and they made sure they owned the majority of the media early in so that they can control the narrative. If you've got one group controlling how information gets disseminated and how people, groups, nations of people are educated, if you control that, then they've already won and they've taken over the world. So America, we're so far behind. People, if they're waking up today, they're still behind. Because if you take any look at, I know we're focusing on Palestine, and I'm grateful to I guess the insight that we've had into that, but that only opened the door to us being able to see the genocide in Sudan and the genocide in Congo and what's happening in Haiti. And I really want more people to start to think about connecting the dots and to start to think about who owns the information, who owns what we know, right? When you think of Jesus, for example, do you know his name? Do you know if it's really Jesus? What's his mom's name? Mary? Was it? Right? What's the information? Is it this picture of this white guy with this long curly hair and blue eyes, or is that this son of a pope who got commissioned to be the picture for the face of this man who the whole world now identifies as Jesus? The entire world has been programmed. So when you say, when will America wake up?
Yeah, real quick, I want to share something with that thought. So if you go back to the beginning, these are all recorded. So I spent the first 30, 45 minutes getting into some of these thoughts of how it's all connected together with what's happening in Russia, Ukraine. I didn't mention some of the other conflicts, but you're absolutely right. Please go back and watch the recording because it will summarize most of what you just said, but in the way that I like to phrase it. And I think you'll identify with the way I phrase it. These recordings go up on YouTube and Rumble, and that's accessible through the link in my bio. Just want to take a quick second before we let Miss Me come in and share Miss Me's views. If everybody could please just tap on my face to like the live, I'll do it too while we're talking here because our user count has gone from 440 down to less than 300 in the last 15 minutes. I want to make sure we get some more users. The other thing, please share the live. I'm going to do that too. The way you do that is you hold the screen down for about a half a second and a list of all of your mutual friends will pop up, and just invite them in if you don't mind. I'm going to do the same thing when I finish adding some likes here. I'm just going to take a couple seconds and do that, and then we'll continue with our fun conversation. That'll be good to do. So I'm inviting people right now. Hopefully you can do the same. It'll say on the screen who's doing it too, so I'll be able to say thank you to you for doing it. And the other thing is sometimes we get some really interesting people who filter in when we do this, which is always kind of cool to broaden the conversation. But I couldn't agree more. I think that the way the world is currently set up, it's benefiting a very small subset of humans, and it needs to be changed. And I've talked at length what I believe it's going to take to change that. And it's not going to be easy, but it is necessary. And I think if we, meaning the collective West, and those of us who care about a democratic or viable future for ourselves and kids, if we sit back and allow the typical systems to function the way that they have functioned, we're going to get more of the same. That makes total sense. Same behavior, same outcome. So we're going to have to do some things, or put it this way, if the collective wants change and wants a better life, just like in the civil rights movement, people did some things that were dangerous. They crossed bridges and got beaten by police. People got killed. People were vilified in the press as troublemakers. Nothing comes for free. And the people that hold the economic power are not. This is a social issue in the United States. Imagine an economic struggle, how crazy that would be, and also across the world. But that is the necessary struggle if things are to change. And unfortunately, I think most people are either unaware, they think it's wacko. I've contacted people's lives that are more straight politics, and they think that I'm a maniac. Like, you get your head out of the clouds, you're not talking in any sense. But again, going to the polls and voting hasn't changed anything in my 56 years of life substantially. And I don't think going to the polls for the next 50 years is going to change it if we're lucky to survive that long. Okay, we have Miss Me. What's on your mind today? Welcome.
That person was texting me, and he just muted me. I wanted to answer that person.
Which person?
The girl that was talking to me.
Hold on, just real quick, Juicy. Let me let Miss Me say something first. I'm happy to let you come on up and say something, but let's let another person come in first, and then we'll go back to you.
Hi, Chip.
Hi.
Thank you so much for having me. I am relatively, I'll be upfront and let you know, I think I'm really trailing behind on my information here. So I'm just learning, and I have a lot of confusion of what is going on in our world, particularly after what happened to Palestine. I feel obligated to research more and kind of reshift the way I think. So my questions might be a little bit too basic for your discussion here, and feel free to ignore it if that's the case.
No, it's okay. Ask away.
So I have the first question I am a bit confused about is, if the people who were attacked on October 7th were in occupied Palestine, how are they still called as innocent or civilians? Or is that mistaken on my part?
Well, okay, you're right that there was, people will say that there was no occupation in Gaza because the Israeli settlements that were there until 2005 were dismantled and the people were withdrawn forcibly. So technically, the Israelis did not have an occupying force in the Gaza Strip, but what they did have was a much larger occupation going on in the West Bank, where the majority of Palestinians live. So even though the political factions split, a group called Fatah, which had ruled over all of the territories, broke from the Gaza Strip, and the people named H Group took over the governing and, of course, the militant group in the Gaza Strip. And so, therefore, their mentality, the reason they split with the Palestinian Authority was they had a different approach and they saw different levels of frustration with how they wanted to approach the conflict long term and struggle for their self-determination. But they still hold a brotherhood and sisterhood with their fellow Palestinians in the other parts of the occupied territories. That's why they continued to resist even after those settlements were withdrawn. So that's that part of it. As far as innocent civilians go and what happened in a blockade, if you go to Google right now or your favorite search engine and you type in, is a blockade an act of war? You will see that it is. And so the people that are being blockaded have a right to resist or try to penetrate or break out from that blockade. Israel controls the air, the land, and the sea. Everything that goes in and out of Gaza is inspected and controlled by and supplied by, in some cases, Israel. And so they have the right to allow it to go through, or as we're seeing right now, in terms of almost entirely not allowing certain things to pass through or not allowing aid at all to pass through for periods of time. So the civilians that live in the quote unquote territories, if you go back to 1948, you can make the argument that they're illegal settlers because of the way the territories were shifted if you feel that's illegitimate. If you accept the modern state of Israel, which does directly surround the Gaza Strip, and they have kibbutzim, which are in military outposts, kibbutzim being the kibbutzes, plural, that have small communities that live in these territories, close to the Gaza Strip, that many of whom serve or have served in the IDF because they have an obligatory service system nationally. There were soldiers and outposts that were attacked. There was intel gathered. There was about 330 soldiers that were unalived. In addition, there were lots of civilians that were engaged, some of whom were unalived by the IDF's response. We don't know exactly how many, but many of whom most likely were unalived directly by H Group fighters. There's been the allegation of some other more egregious atrocities, many for which we do not have direct evidence, but we do have a testimony and hearsay says, believe this. This is what should be believed. So I think it's fair for us to say that regardless of who perpetrates the purposeful killing of civilians should be condemned, regardless of what method or means they may use to accomplish that goal. So to that extent, they had a right to attack these soldiers and the military personnel that were guarding their enclosure and keeping them from having freedom. The civilians, no. And so therein lies the problem. It's a two-part story.
That's very helpful. So, and I think that actually answers my second question. I had said, are all settlers considered civilians? But I think in part you answered that for me. The other question I had is, I've heard the word APAC and the organization APAC floating around aggressively everywhere. But I'm curious, is there like a number to how many people are APAC, or is that a small entity like 100 or 200 people organization that's governing everything, or is it a massive organization?
Well, APAC stands for the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, and it's the subsequent organization, which was the
basically they own America.
Hold on, let me finish, Juicy. We're happy to come in. Hold on, that's an opinion. That's an opinion. Hold on, let me finish the thought. So, we have to talk about hold on, one sec. We have to talk about what is and then you can talk about what we feel it is. Okay, that's a fair distinction. So, what is APAC? APAC is a political action committee, an advocacy group for the state of Israel and the Jewish people. That's what it is. And what it does with its efforts, it raises money and it uses those funds to influence the American political scene. There's also a group called Friends of Israel in the UK that does the same. Now, in terms of perceptions of APAC and what they do, the reach of the organization, not in terms of numbers of people, it's not a very huge organization in that regard. In terms of its reach and impact, it's massive. And here's why. It doesn't even give the most money of all the organizations to candidates. Industry groups and other advocacies give more money. But in terms of the political control that it has over the body politic and the dialogue in the community and the way people can take stances versus Israel, it is all encompassing to such an extent that if you're a politician and you speak out publicly against anything to do with Israeli policy, you are deemed to be anti-Semitic according to these new House resolutions that were passed. In addition, you're targeted politically for removal by the large moneyed interest that APAC has.
Basically, they're the banker. They're the banker.
Juicy Bruce, I don't want to jump you off of here, but you got to stop interrupting. I'll give you a chance to speak, I promise. So
I'm gonna leave. I'm just gonna say.
Okay, we'll see you. Come on back when you have more time or whatever. We'll get you in the mix. Okay, so what APAC does is they're registered. They're registered a couple times. They're registered as a domestic agency. They're not registered as a foreign entity. So what does that mean? That means that they can accept unlimited amounts of money. They don't have to report their sources of funding. And this is what John Kennedy, the president who was assassinated, was trying to prevent, was an advocacy group for Israel, the American Zionist Council at the time, from being able to register as a domestic entity for that very reason, because it allows a group to raise unlimited money and advocate as if it was a domestic group, which makes no sense. Again, there's a lot of inconsistencies. Why are there interest groups for Israel that are allowed to be domestically registered when China or Russia or any other country for that matter has to register as a foreign agent? Fair question. Does that answer your question?
Sorry, it does. Thank you. I actually had that same follow-up question. Are there any other countries that have such a pact in locally or within the country like like Israel? It sounds like no other country does other than Israel.
I'm not aware if it's the only one. I'd have to check that, but I know it is the by far the most powerful one. And I believe, in my opinion, that no country, especially Israel, has any right to be registered as a domestic lobbying group when they're only advocating on behalf of a foreign government.
Foreign government, got it. And then lastly, this question, this is something I'm learning now in the last week, that there are lots of dual citizens in our government that hold Israeli and American citizenship. And I feel like, and I cannot verify this information because I just saw it on Twitter. It said that 8 out of the 10 members of cabinet in Biden's government are dual citizens of Israel. Two-part question. Are there other citizenships of any other country and America that are in our government? And number two, isn't there a conflict of interest when you have a situation of that magnitude?
To answer the first question about whether others may hold dual citizenship, I don't know for sure. My understanding is what you said was correct, that people like Antony Blinken and Janet Yellen and others within the highest level of the US government that currently are controlling US policy do in fact have dual citizenship with Israel. And in fact, Antony Blinken, when he arrived in Tel Aviv to discuss publicly with Prime Minister Netanyahu, what he proclaimed himself to be was, I'm not only here as an American official, I'm here as a Jew. Now, just to juxtapose that, I want to share one thought publicly with those who are listening. Just give this some thought. What would you say, what would be the public reaction if someone named Mohammed so-and-so was working in a capacity for the American government, went to a foreign country that's a primarily Arab population, say, I'm here as an American official, but I'm also here as a Muslim? Now, do you think the person would get vilified in the press for having no loyalty to America? How dare you say that? You're there as an American official, right? Who cares what your background is? But when it's somebody who's Jewish, somehow they get a pass. It just doesn't make any sense. So all we're asking for is the same standard be applied to everybody, which I think is fair. And I understand Jewish people have a historical claim to being persecuted, and therefore they feel like they have a right to embrace their identity in ways that maybe others may not from their point of view. But in the end, we're all just equal. And everyone should hate what happened to Jewish people in World War II. It was disgusting. But like Norman Finkelstein wrote a book, and it's called The Holocaust Industry. And the flavor of that is because of the guilt related to what happened, both with Germany and others, that it's used as historical leverage to kind of avoid certain conversations, to deflect legitimate criticism or analysis into places where it's considered verboten or forbidden to talk about.
And so that to me is what's very strange. I don't understand or relate to this notion of guilt. When and I say that as a person of the global majority and as a woman, so please bear with me. But this idea that this one group had this situation occur, and I do understand that it might have been the first genocide of white people killing other white people, but they are definitely not the first group to be persecuted. And so how is it that there is so much, quote unquote, built up guilt that justifies any of the blind support that they get? Because I guess when people say, hey, that's anti-Semitic, to say that, you don't believe that Israel should be its own thing. I don't feel like I'm anti-Semitic, I'm not impacted, it's not like an insult. Do you know what I mean? I don't.
Yeah, let me respond to that, because there was a very telling moment on Democracy Now! This is going back a number of years, but Amy Goodman, who's the host of Democracy Now!, she interviewed a former Israeli Knesset member who said, and this is a woman, she says, whenever a European person criticizes Israel's policies or actions, we bring up the Holocaust. Whenever an American person criticizes Israel, we call them an anti-Semite. And that way it contains the conversation, not within the merits of the points themselves or the legitimacy of one argument over the other, but to shame somebody into criticizing all Jewish people when all they're doing is trying to criticize the behavior of a government or of their military.
I also want to go back to what Devastated said. The HCOS was not the first genocide that was committed against white people on white people. It's not commonly taught, but the Irish famine was a genocide committed from the against the
English. Yep.
which is also why we see so many not Irish Americans, but people who were born and raised in Ireland support Palestine because they see their own struggles within the Palestinian people.
You're absolutely right. I did forget about what happened to the Irish, and you're completely right. I think that the global majority, we have accepted Ireland. Okay, we have they are allowed into the global majority for sure. So you're right. But did you notice that they didn't react? Did you notice that what happened to Ireland? They didn't build up this giant, I don't know, guilt shaming way to react. They didn't respond by asking for billions of dollars to then eventually bomb individuals. Why is it that Ireland handled their persecution? Why is it that African Americans and Africans and those of the South Americas, why have they handled their persecutions? The Aboriginals and the Native Americans have handled their persecutions, yes? We're not all running around screaming, we should get our own piece of land somewhere where other people live. And I guess that's the, I'm doing the research, I'm getting on those higher levels, I'm making the connections.
Can I
But I
ask a
really
question? Sorry
understand
for
that
cutting you
guilt.
off.
No, that's a problem. I'm gonna just wrap it up by saying I never feel guilty. I don't feel shame. I don't feel, when people go, oh, you're not being nice to Jews or Israelis. I go, no. That doesn't impact me. So that was all.
You're on mute, buddy.
What I want to do is I want to give people a chance who have come in the order they did to share their points of view. And I do want to share one thing as someone to precede the next comments. I watched a lengthy interview, many of you may have seen it, with Candace Owens, who's been recently had a lot of attention on her for her she's been alleged to be saying things and doing things that are quote unquote anti-Semitic. And it plays right into what we're talking about. I watched a very lengthy interview that she conducted with one of her accusers, a guy named Rabbi Barkley. And it was one of the most painful things I've ever tried to sit through for an hour and 15 minutes. It was just, and I admire Candace. I don't agree with her politically on a lot of subjects, but I admire her ability to sit and in a polite and civil way deal with somebody who made some of the most outrageously incorrect claims against her. Okay, with that said, we're going to talk more about that. It's probably going to get me in a lot of trouble for the things I'm going to say, but I just don't care anymore. We have to start having honest conversations, and everyone has a right to talk about whatever they want to talk about as long as it's not mean-spirited or meant to harm somebody. If they take it as offensive, that's on them. Let them get mad. If they want to say things that they believe, let them say what they say, and I'm not going to get offended. Okay, Sav was in here next. Welcome, Sav, and then we'll go to Michael, then Hamzawi. Welcome, Sav. And if you're there speaking, Sav, I can't hear you. At least I can't speak for the audience. But I think I sent you a request to undo your mic. So I'll tell you what, we're going to do Michael next, then we'll go to Hamza, and maybe Sav will come back.
Right on,
Okay.
right on. Thank you, man. I
Yeah.
appreciate the words you're saying. I really do, because you come with facts we could use, and it's helpful. It really is, man. You do have a large audience, and so I mean, your message is getting reached. I hope you run for office, man. I know it's a corrupt system. I agree with you 100%. It's the economic system that's really powerful and has to be dealt with. But I mean, like, the Irish American Army, what I mean? They put up a resistance. They just weren't set up by America, what I mean, in Britain, to like actually. And it's kind of unfortunate we forget that, or we don't tune in. But you know, Israel was put in a position by Truman and Britain. You know what I'm saying? So, and they really say Truman was the one, according to like the American historian, the historian office of historian. He says that the State Department was like no, and the other country, the UN was kind of like, nah, this isn't really a good idea. But Truman said, no, this will happen, and they gave him the means to make it happen. And instead of just taking the spot that they had, the 1% that they bought, um, they would just bully people out of their stuff. And I hope I think the new generation probably could catch it because they've been big on like cyberbullying, and they've been big on like addressing bullying in schools, which they didn't do in my generation. I'm 46. You had to like duke them up, you know what I mean? But now you actually have like an infrastructure. Well, supposedly you have an infrastructure within the schools where you have people that's watching the kids when they're out of yard, and then you have, but that's off subject. I don't want to get off too far off into that. But I mean, my point is, man, I'm happy that you as a human being is willing to stand up and speak out against this injustice. And I have been accused of being anti-Semitic by speaking out against APEC because they said, well, Israel's in the name. And therefore, and I was like, I'm not talking about the people. Let me clarify. But they wouldn't let me do it. And they were like, they're pro Biden, and it sickens me to see people be pro Biden when he's acting like George Washington or he's acting like Jackson when they did the Trail of Tears in the United States. And we're living and watching this. We're watching this as it happens. The Palestinians experience a Trail of Tears over the last 75 years, and how anybody can say that they hate what happened to the indigenous people here on Turtle Island, but say it's okay what's happening to those Palestinians because they decided that enough was enough under all that surveillance and occupation and stuff. I mean, I don't think the civilians should have been messed with. We should honor that. I do believe that. I mean, and I don't think people should be taken hostage. I wish they could come up with a better strategy. I wish I wish our world would stand up and say, damn, and at least vote. All we got to do, we ain't got to get violent. We just not vote for Biden, not vote for Trump, and not vote for anybody that's paid for by institutions that supporting this regime. I would think. I land.
Okay, thank you for sharing your point of view. I think one of the challenges we have is we're given choice A or choice B in the two-party system. So it doesn't give us much option. And we vote for third party, the numbers are so slim that it doesn't affect, it just maybe affects the vote count for one of the two primary parties. We're in a bad system right now, and it's very hard to think our way out of it. I've thought of the ways to do it, but nobody wants to hear that because it's a difficult and long and challenging path, which, who wants to take on all that work and all that risk? So I understand that. There was somebody in the comments named Cows and Sheep that said they were going to come and help me. So I would love some help. If I'm not understanding this conflict the way that I should, please bring me up to speed because I don't want to be saying the wrong stuff. Even more so, if you want to come up and talk here, please do. I hope you'll share your knowledge and your expertise. And if we can identify with what you're saying and it makes a lot more sense than the things we're talking about, we'll certainly incorporate it into the way we believe, the way we think about this. That's be the right thing to do. I've tried doing that, but unfortunately, I've been getting a lot of silly stuff. Real quick, I need to let the next person who's waiting. I think it was Hamzawi, and then Chad's going to come on, and then we'll let some others jump in.
Okay, how you doing?
Doing good.
I just wanted to know, like, I came late to that. I just kind of came late. Just want to give me like a little bit what's going on. What's the topic about?
Yeah, we've been talking about the relationship between. We first started talking about what's happening regarding the attack in Russia, Ukraine, the way that geopolitics work as far as what's the real reason behind some of the stuff we're seeing. Then we drew some similarities between what we're seeing both internationally with Israel and Palestine, and we've since been talking about some more about that issue itself, and having the arguments that we can understand people agree to disagree, but my point of view is that I think the things that Israel is doing to Palestinians is really ineffective in the first place, and secondly, it's barbaric and cruel and unnecessary.
Right. So I'm gonna start off with saying I'm a Palestinian myself. I was born and raised there. My
Okay.
all my parents, my ancestors is Palestinians and stuff. And once a Zio, I don't want to call. Well, yeah, once a Zio, we don't have problems with Jews. That's the thing. That's what societies not understand. We do not have problem with Judaism. Judaism is a religion. The problem is with Zionism. It's like this is an organization that was created back in 1900s to just attack Palestinians, to attack the world, and So these people, I think that these people need to go. Me as a Palestinian, I can see myself living with Jewish people. This is a holy land, Palestine. This is where Jesus was born. This is where Abraham was buried. This is where like Christianity is there. There's Islamic religion there. There's like a lot of stuff. What they're doing in Palestine, they're destroying the art. They're destroying the history of it. If they say that's their land and they claim that's their stuff and want to destroy it and want to keep making it corrupt for certain parts, like in Gaza, they
Can I ask you a question real quick, Hamzawi? I'm sort of trying to play devil's advocate here because the way you phrased it was these people have to go, if I'm not getting it incorrectly. When you say that, and also you talked about the land and stuff. So just to think of it from another point of view, and I want to just hear your feedback on this or your response. So if I'm someone who's Jewish or Israeli or outside of Israel, and I support Israel and I support Zionism insofar as there being a homeland for Jewish people, and I'm angry about what happened on the 7th. I think it was a unique and barbaric attack. I hate the fact that people took my hostages. The people don't seem to want peace. Also, this thing about us being Jewish people having all this influence, it's just silly. That's just tropes. And then when you say you want the people have to go, that means they want to unalive all the Jews. What
no,
would you think
no,
of
I
that?
didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. Like I said, so like you said you're a Zionist yourself.
I was just saying, if from that point of view, in other words, I've heard people say these things often, and when I heard you say what you said, I wanted to get your point of view vis-a-vis, what someone might say in response to that, being offended or upset by that way of phrasing things.
Okay, so
By the
you
way, real quick,
saying
I just
so
want to let you know, Hamzi, just to let you know, I'm sorry to interrupt you again. Diane Sare, our special guest, has popped in. So in just a second after you finish your response, Hamzawi, Chad, I apologize. We're going to let Diane Sare come in because I left her an open invitation to come up. If you don't know who Diane Sare is, she's an independent candidate for the U.S. Senate in the state of New York. And so we sort of had a loose but open invitation today, and she has arrived. So please finish your thought, Hamzawi, and then we're going to let Diane come up and share
yeah, I
some
got you.
thoughts. Thank you.
Uh, yeah, so when I say they have to go, so America has been always free country, has always been called the free country and all this stuff. Um, many of the people in the world been pushed on to come to America. This is as a free country. Palestine is not a free country. So those people are just coming from all over the world thinking this is a free country. They just want to become a Zionist and come in to this land and just want to claim and want to do this, want to they see it as a beautiful country and all this stuff. So it's like when I say they have to go, I mean those Zionists, they're not even real Jews. They're not even. This is an organization. This is a nation. So what they need to do is they need to take first thing first. They need to stop the G side. Second thing, they need to cease fire in Gaza. Third thing, they need to take their DNA and find out where they from, where they come from, their ancestors, and go back wherever they count, whatever is their ancestors, whatever Arab countries they land in, like if they're from Morocco and stuff, whatever happens to them over there has nothing to do with us, unless since America is their ally, why don't America go ahead and give them Florida and California, or give them like two states? Why don't America just like
I see your
come
point.
in? You know, America's being their best friends, so come on, take it. Because my age group, they're not getting support from anyone. They're making their own stuff. We're making our own weapons,
Okay, let me do this. Hold your thought. What I'm going to do for the members on the panel right now, and I'm not doing this to be in any way mean spirited or dismissive of your input. I'm going to clear the panel temporarily so that Diane and I can sort of be side by side. But don't leave, please. And I will bring you back up whenever Diane and I are finished, or maybe bring you up if she wants to answer some questions. Okay, I'm going to screenshot who's here. So I see who it was. Let me just quickly see. It's Dez, Sav, Michael, Hamzali, and Chad. Okay. And Chad, I apologize. I know it was your turn next, but since Diane's arrived, I hope you can just be patient for a little bit here. Let me take everybody down, bring Diane up, and then we'll proceed from there. I'm eager to hear what Diane has to say about some of the recent things that have been happening vis-a-vis Russia and Ukraine, because it is a potential tinderbox and it has me concerned. And if you're not concerned about that, I hopefully you will be, because it's concerning in my opinion. Okay, here comes Diane. Here we go. Hello, Diane.
Hi, now you have to remind me how I get my video back on here. I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
I think on the lower left, you hit the guest request button, which brings up a little box. And on the upper left-hand side, there's a camera icon you can toggle on and off and then click save.
Let's see here. On the lower left, I have,
No, lower center, I'm sorry, just center right where you hit the guest request button. I think it's that.
there we go. Um, Live status setting. I don't know why it's not letting me use my, oh, there it is. I saw it for just a sec. There we go.
Okay, cool.
There we go.
There you go. All right, Diane. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks. And I apologize to your guests because I don't mean to cut anybody off. But as you know, I'm running a Senate race and it is really challenging and my time is crazy.
Sure.
On Russia, Ukraine.
Real quick, Don, real quick, just want to make sure people understand really who you are and what you stand for before we get into the details of that. So my understanding is, and Diane, please correct me if I'm wrong, Diane is an independent LaRouche candidate for the U.S. Senate seat in New York State, the seat that Hillary Clinton used to occupy, and it's currently occupied by a Democrat who's taken over $570,000 from AIPAC by the name of Kirsten Gillibrand. Is that correct?
Correct.
And Diane and I have talked to each other before. We're very much pro-peace individuals, and we're very concerned about what's happening in the world right now because the most important thing is protecting the species. All these other arguments we're having are moot if we're all gone. So with that said, Diane, welcome, and please share what you have to share with us.
Well, thank you very much. I would just say over the last week, we have moved a giant step closer to thermonuclear war. And what you have is a French leader with a Napoleon complex, Macron, who has been talking about sending ground troops to Ukraine. And I heard a discussion between actually both friends, Scott Ritter and Garland Nixon, about is this a bluff? Is it not? And Ritter made the point that France can't send 20,000 troops, which is what one of their defense leaders was talking about. They don't have it. NATO probably would have a really hard time assembling 60,000 troops. You'd be pulling people in from all over the place, and they have no ammunition. As people may know, the 155 millimeter artillery shells, we're only supposedly going to be getting up to whatever Ukraine needs in the year 2025. And people are supposed to somehow take for granted that these wars are just going to go on for decades or perpetually, including a proxy war with Russia. In Ukraine, the average age of a soldier, I think now, is up to 50. And that disgusting Senator Lindsey Graham just went to Kiev. Remember, he's the one who said, this is such a great war. It's so cheap for us to kill Russians. Yeah, because it's Ukrainian blood you're shedding. Who cares about blood as long as it's not your own? Who cares about people dying as long as it's not your own? So Lindsey Graham said it's cheap. He flies to Kiev and says, oh, you can totally get rid of the age requirements to conscript people, which is really what it is, conscription, impress people into the Ukrainian army. So that's fine if they want to put 8-year-olds and 85-year-olds and send them to the front lines. I mean, it's really disgusting. So at any rate, with the French announcement that they want to send troops, with the leaked recording of the 4 German officers talking about blowing up the Kerch Bridge, that is the Crimea bridge connecting Crimea to Russia, and Taurus missiles, which Olaf Scholz hasn't even agreed to send, and how many of those missiles it would take to do this. What Peskov, who is the spokesman for the Kremlin, said yesterday is that Russia's operation in Ukraine is no longer a special military operation, but he said we are now at a state of war.
Wow.
So that is really serious, and Russia has begun conducting itself that way. My understanding is they're about to cross the Dnieper River. Wow. They have blown out a huge amount of the electrical grid of Ukraine, the water. Think about what I said. Lindsey Graham and everybody and their brother and their mother and their aunt has been able to go to Kiev. So for all the stories about how Putin is trying to take Europe, he has left way more of Ukraine intact then Bibi Netanyahu has left Gaza. Gaza looks like a moonscape. It's been leveled, destroyed. 13,000 plus children have been killed in Gaza. In Ukraine, my understanding was that up till just recently, 500 children, and I wish no children would die. I don't think we should be at war. But in 2 years of war against Ukraine, Russia has killed 500 children. In 5 months of war in Gaza, Israel, backed by American, British, NATO weapons, has killed 13,500 children. And we call Putin a monster, and Israel our best democratic ally in the Middle East. So at any rate, this is really huge. And then on top of that, the terror attack on the theater, which now there's 130,000, or the concert hall, 133 people dead, and 100 plus wounded, and that may still go up. I don't know. There were bombs and things. There was rubble. I don't know if they're still pulling out people or the status. And of course, the West, in Germany, apparently in Western Europe, they tried to immediately blame it on the Taliban. And I mean, that's just so stupid. What are we, a bunch of idiots? So the Taliban in Afghanistan had immediately denounced the attack. They had nothing to do with it. The people apprehended by Russia were on their way to Ukraine. So, and the CIA and MI6, I would add, are heavily, heavily intertwined with Ukrainian intelligence. And Russia just did have an election where Putin was overwhelmingly reelected. We say that's a fraud, but Ukraine, which has canceled all elections and eliminated 13 opposition parties, is a democracy. So the United States is really in double speak here.
Yeah, it's a very alarming time. And my first thought was, when I heard the story of the attack, was CIA. That was my first thought. And if it was perpetrated by a radical group from one of these fringe groups that the U.S. has been supporting, for example, in Syria, they have a lot of contacts with these groups and can get them to do all sorts of things if that's their bidding. The ultimate goal, I believe, is to destabilize the Russian regime, to get access to their resources and control their economy and keep them down as a potential rival. Sanctions have not done that job, which they thought they would. They have the emergence of BRICS, which is a potential threat to the hegemony of the US dollar and global commerce. And therefore, anything to bring Vladimir Putin into a more protracted and larger war will further debilitate and basically limit the ability of the Russian military. The fact that the Russians have had so much success in Ukraine, which is underreported, obviously, and they've overemphasized the number of casualties and they've underemphasized the Ukrainians. But as you've said, Diane, the average conscript now is over 50 years old, which is obviously means a lot of younger people have unfortunately died. So what do you think I've always talked about Vladimir Putin being a very measured, very shrewd, very sort of calculating politician and leader. He's beloved by his people, which we're told the opposite. But the Dnieper River, if you don't know the geography of Ukraine, was sort of a buffer where the Russians decided they weren't going to advance past unless necessary. And since the U.S. has continued to push and push and push and fund and try to extend the conflict, when Russia has reached out numerous times to try to end it with some sort of amicable and peaceful resolution, it seems that the U.S. is just trying to increase and bait the Russians into a broader conflict. Putin recently gave a little talk, I don't know if you saw it, Diane, where he said, I don't understand, these leaders don't know that we have weapons that we are ready and able to use if necessary to defend ourselves. I don't know, and sort of saying, why are these people doing all this stuff? What do you think about that? And where is this all headed?
Well, I think that the leadership of the US UK, this monstrosity of an intelligence blob that we have, are extremely arrogant and delusional. And I also think a lot of them are probably on various kinds of drugs. So they say stupid things like, oh, well, Putin is bluffing. Putin is not bluffing. That's why he began the special military operation. He was very clear in December of 2021. There are certain red lines. Ukraine joins NATO. Ukraine gets nuclear weapons. Ukraine continues ethnic cleansing of the Russian people in the Donbass. He said, why don't we get a treaty agreement that you will not cross these red lines? And Joe Biden and Boris Johnson at the time basically gave him a big fat middle finger. and said, we are going to cross your red lines because we know, sorry about that, whoops,
That's okay.
there we go. We know that you are bluffing. Well, Putin clearly was not bluffing. And frankly, the fact that he stood up, I believe, is advanced the victory against colonialism greatly, because now you have many nations in Africa giving Americans the middle finger as well. And I hate to say Americans, I mean the blob that runs our country, because they don't really represent America. They don't represent the interest of the nation. They're killing us too, just perhaps not quite as rapidly as they're killing Palestinians or the people in South Sudan or the people in Haiti or the Ukrainians. Yeah, so that's, I think they really are delusional. And you might remember, I forget who put it out, there was a British paper called Boiling the Frog, where they said we should force Russia to back down by threatening to take back Crimea, and they will perceive that that could lead to a nuclear war. And so, I mean, some really crazy thing.
Yeah, again, just you can always talk about what people say versus what they do. And the conversation is that Putin's the bad guy and that he's once causing all the trouble. He started all this just on a whim. He wants to take over the former Soviet Union, all this blah, blah, blah. All the stuff, unfortunately, that my family members happen to believe word for word. So it's hard. The American people have been spoon fed a steady dose of propaganda to an extent that they believe that Zelensky and company, who have gotten rid of all the opposition parties, who have a group of people in the military who are very, very right-wing nationalists, very ultra-nationalists, even called neo-Yazis, who are littered throughout the government and military. And yes, they're not a huge number of people, but they have inordinate influence over the decision-making and the actions. In fact, it was those very people for the 8 years that were lobbing artillery rounds into residential areas for the Russian speakers who were Ukrainians in the Donbass, the East. And that's what precipitated a lot of the feelings of people that we need to do something about this. They would not go with the government that the United States had forcibly overturned in 2014. That's why the people in Crimea held a referendum. And the threatening to take away Crimea, which is the host of the only warm water port in the entire Russian Navy, is just an impossible asset for Russia to lose. They would definitely go to war to protect it.
Absolutely. And the port goes back to the time of Catherine the Great. And furthermore, anyone in Crimea who was born before 1954, which is not that long. How old would you be? 70 or so? No. Yeah. About 70 years old. So anybody 70 or older in Crimea was actually born in the Soviet Union, and that was part of Russia, because it was Khrushchev who gave, quote unquote, gave Crimea to Ukraine in 1954, never in a million years thinking the Soviet bloc was going to disintegrate. So a lot of people there say, well, I was born in Russia, now I'm back in Russia. And Americans have no understanding of this whatsoever.
It's unfortunate. I've spent hour after hour going through the maps and the history and the different documentaries that are out there. Oliver Stone did one called Ukraine on Fire, which covers loosely what happened during that time frame. And if, for those of you who don't know, the American government does what it can to try to create favorable conditions within countries for its interests. Unfortunately, among which are the deposing of leaders in certain cases with violence or force or even assassination if necessary. And it's happened over and over again. And this happened again in Ukraine. And this is where the Russian concern comes in. For those of you in the comments that are laughing or saying that this is off the rails, read John Mearsheimer. Go to Google and type in Professor John Mearsheimer, who does an excellent job. Also describes the Israel lobby in another work, but talks about the role of large power politics and how different nations defend their interests. And when one nation is threatening the existential survival of another nation through the way it's projecting its power, they respond. And it makes sense. And for all of Putin's accusations, he's a staunch Russian nationalist. He's also a conservative Christian. He's not a whack job guy. He doesn't fly off the handle. He's very measured, very calm. But at this point, he sort of has had enough. If you understand the history of how he's tried to navigate this goings on since 2014, he's gone out of his way to try to be a good faith negotiator with the West, who he calls
Can you imagine? you think about the drones that are hitting Russia. What would we do if Canada was sending drones? Canada, with the drones that were made by the Russians or some major power, was sending them over our Capitol building, over our major military bases, was killing people in Buffalo. The Ukrainians in quotes, have killed civilians in Belgorod, right on the border. They killed civilians going into elections. The Russians had to shoot down 35 drones during the elections. So what would the U.S. do? If someone was doing that to us, we would probably have wiped them off the map. So Putin has shown enormous restraint because I think he realizes he's dealing with lunatics. He's
Right.
dealing with lunatics. So how do you respond if you're dealing with a madman with a gun? You can't do things exactly rationally. There has to be a certain demonstration of strength. You hope that they're going to understand that. And I feel like that's the way the world is. I have to say the Chinese seem to have a little bit of a different view. When I talk to some of the people I met in China and outside, Chinese Americans, about Biden, they look at it more as kind of pathetic. They have a certain reverence for older people. So they're wondering, why would you put this old man who clearly is suffering from dementia in such a position where he's clearly in harm, in danger? Why would you do that to an old man? Why wouldn't you have more respect to keep him out of the public and take care of him?
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to take one quick moment to just remind the audience. I really want to say thank you first to Diane for being here and sharing some. She's very busy. She's at that point in her campaign where she has to raise signatures to be able to get on the ballot in the state of New York. So that's a big focus. So I did want to say, just as an aside, if you like the things that Diane is saying, and I certainly agree with her on all these things she's talking about, I hope you will support her. The number one thing people need, and it's unfortunate, you have to have the resources with which to do some of these things. So it would really help to get somebody's voice like Diane Sare's heard on the federal stage, which we desperately need people like Diane to push back against these insane policies. Go to her website. It's Sare for Senate, spelled out like it sounds, sareforsenate.com, and make a donation, even if it's $5, $2, $25, whatever you can afford to give, as much as you can. It's the only way we're going to forward the voice of sane people in our government, which is going off the rails and potentially putting us all at risk. Now, I want to make one other request to the audience, if you could, and thank you for any support you can give. I mean, Diane's one of the nicest people I've ever met, and her heart and her mind is in the right place. She's very smart, she's very articulate, and she can really do some good for the people if she were to get elected, especially for a state like New York, which has tremendous influence in the Senate. I want to say one more thing to the audience, if you could. We'd like to get as many people in on this conversation with somebody as influential as Diane. And so if you could please just hold the screen down for just a half a second and invite in your mutual friends. I think they would really enjoy this. And I'm enjoying the conversation. So for the next step, Diane, people have been asking things about other issues. Did you want to continue on this one, or are you open to some questions about some other issues?
Oh, no, I'm open to questions. And I just want to say, I saw someone put that they're in the Hudson Valley. That's where I am. I live in Rockland County. Since I'm running for U.S. Senate, it's a statewide race. And what Chip is referring to is, in New York, they tripled the signature requirement for independent candidates. So I have to get 45,000 valid signatures between April 16th and May 28th. And I was the only person. Oh, Dutchess County, perfect. You're right nearby. Please get on my website, sign up, put in your information so we can be in touch. I didn't pay people, and I've heard they pay exorbitant amounts. It's unbelievable. My team was voluntary. I gave people stipends so they could afford to buy a hamburger while they were out there working their butt off, but that was it. And it still cost $80,000. It cost about $10,000. Yeah, because of gas, tolls, housing. And I won a lawsuit together with the Libertarian Party during my petitioning. I was very happy that New York now allows out-of-state voters. That is, if you're a U.S. citizen but you don't live in New York, you may come to New York and circulate a nominating petition. So if you also want to come to the state and help me get these signatures, as long as you're a US citizen anywhere in the country, you can come in. They have to be New York voters who sign. So basically, what I'm trying to do is put together about $75,000 in 3 weeks before the April 16th petitioning. And it is a challenge. I am not with APAC. They will spend a lot of money trying to stop me, trying to shadow ban me. Chip, you've been so helpful in helping me get, information out about what I'm doing in the campaign. I really, really appreciate. And yes, particularly anyone in New York, please sign up sareforsenate.com and we'll put you to work.
Sounds good. Now, what would that look like, for example, if someone like myself were to come up to the state of New York and be involved in this? What specifically will we be doing it? Where? With whom? What's the job?
Well, I have a core group of about 30 hardcore activists who really know how to petition. So I always put the new people, it's like what the French military said about the Russian army. They do it right. They put the veterans with the new recruits so that there's a really fast learning curve. So basically, I would send you out with one of the people who really knows what they're doing to stand in front of a grocery store, or when we get a little later in the spring, they have the Tulip Festival, the Lilac Festival, the Farmers Market, where you have crowds of people. And because we try to get 100 signatures per organizer per day, I do not have long political arguments in the petitioning season, which makes it very challenging because you want to argue. I just say, hi, are you a registered voter? That's how, are you a registered New York voter? Oh, yes. Oh, great. Could you sign the petition to put me on the ballot? Well, what do you stand for? Well, I don't think nuclear war is a great way to balance the budget. Oh, well, that makes sense to me. I'll sign that. Or they say, well, I don't know. I really love Kirsten Gillibrand. Now, I don't think you're going to get that, but oh, gee, I really love Kirsten Gillibrand. And I'll say, well, that's fine. Don't you think we should have a democratic process? Signing the petition doesn't mean you have to vote for me. It just allows me to be on the ballot. And wouldn't you like to hear Kirsten in a debate? Wouldn't you like to hear her defend those wonderful policies that you think are so fabulous? So that kind of thing. That's what it would look like. And we'd figure out where to put you up. And yeah.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great. I might be able to volunteer for some of that at some point. I would really like to be a part of it. So maybe if there's those of you who would like to meet face to face, you can coordinate with me directly at my email address. It's just chipbarnesonline@gmail.com. So if you want to be involved, send me an email and we'll figure out a group thing and we'll do some work for Diane, put in the actual legwork. Listen, we always say, what can we do to try to change this? Everyone's like frustrated. These are the kind of things we can do. So we have to try to make the effort to do what we can do, or we have nobody kind of to blame but ourselves for not even getting off of our couch and doing these sorts of things. This is the old hardcore political face-to-face stuff that builds democracy. This is what it's all about. So Diane, before I continue, I just want to check in on a time basis because some people probably would like to ask you some questions. What is your must-leave time today?
What are we at right now? I can't even read. 2:25.
2:25 p.m.
So I could stay on till like 2:45. Believe it or not, and this is also very exciting, one of the things I have to do today is an affidavit because some of us are challenging the election system. And it's not to redo the last one where my vote was stolen on television, but to take preemptive action to address this, to demand the state of New York clean up the elections. And so writing this I'm going to have to pull together a lot of documentation and I've got to get it done today. So that should also give people hope. There is a fight to straighten out this horrible criminal election process. I can't guarantee we're going to win now, but we will if we don't die in a nuclear war first.
So someone just said something in the comments that I think is kind of sensible. Somebody said, is it possible to donate to you via Venmo, or do they have to provide other information in order for it to be a legal donation?
Yeah, Venmo, I don't think I have that. They have, because of the Federal Election Commission and because I don't have a super PAC where you can do all kinds of strange things, That's how APAC gives people zillions of dollars. My donations can only come from people with a green card or US citizens. There's a legal limit of $3,300 between now and the primary, and then that resets. So basically, and it has to be a private individual, not a corporation. So they need the information. So you do have to go through my web link.
I see. So we know you're a peace candidate. What are some of the other things? I know we're not going to get into a lengthy dialogue because we don't have time for it all. What are some of the other things that you believe that you think might resonate with the audience or people who would support you?
Well, I think the biggest issue is that the world is entering a new paradigm. And it's very hard because, of course, Chip, you and I are sitting here in this old rotten where somehow the United States, in the wake of the Kennedy assassination in particular, has become everything we fought against. So we now have become the embodiment of the British Empire here. So it's kind of hard for us to imagine what the BRICS nations are doing and why nations are leaving the dollar. It's not out of animosity. In a sense, we have forced them to do that by throwing people off the SWIFT system, putting sanctions on people. They're not suicidal. So they said, oh, you're going to put sanctions on us? Well, we're going to figure out someone else to trade with. So ironically, it's very dangerous, but I'm also optimistic because this liberal free trade British slave system is really dead. They've printed as much money as they can print. There's no bubble that lasts forever. It's going to implode or explode, and we are going to have a new system. Now, some people are so resistant to that they're prepared to blow up the entire planet or try and bluff. China's 1.4 billion people. You want to force them to go back to poverty? You think you're going to stop that development? You're not going to stop China, Russia, India, Brazil. You know how many people that is? And you're going to say, oh, gee, sorry, you should all go back to living in straw huts with no electricity and no running water. You're not going to stop them. So I think that is where, if Americans had more of a sense that it really is not necessary that your children live worse than you, it is not necessary that you have to have 15 jobs just to have increased debt every time you get paid because your mortgage, your taxes, your health insurance, your car repairs, your food are completely out of control. It's really absurd. What we're living in is sick. No one should be living this way. It is horrible. People are under the most incredible amount of stress. I think that's why the divorce rate is so high. Frankly, men are under a lot of pressure to support a family, and you can't support a family on one income now. So the stress on the family is horrible. And I would like people to know that it doesn't have to be this way. It really doesn't. We could increase the purchasing power of the dollar in a very short time if we rebuilt our productive capability.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot better way to go than the direction we're headed in, where a small oligarchy siphons all the benefits, sticks the taxpayers with the bill, which we have, what, $34 trillion of national debt, the interest on which is starting to crowd out annual expenditures for, non-discretionary spending. So it's unbelievable where we are, and it's going to be a very difficult place. But I like your optimism. Somebody asked, what are your thoughts about the ban that was proposed for TikTok that was recently voted on?
They're so ridiculous. I mean, first of all, none of the social media is free. Second of all, I guess the server is now in the US anyway. Third, I saw that hearing. I forget who the congressman was grilling the CEO, who happens to be from Singapore. Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
It's really embarrassing. Well, the CCP, and the guy says, but I'm not from China. Yes, but he said, you don't understand. I'm not Chinese. I'm from Singapore. And the congressman didn't know the difference. I'm really embarrassed. I think these idiot congressmen, Helga Zepp LaRouche's widow, who's German, talks about all the time how she visited members of the Congress way back in the 1980s. And she said, I met with these American congressmen who didn't even own a passport. And they were proud that they had never left the United States. She was so shocked by that. And that's what you see. I mean, the unbelievable ignorance. And I would like to say that's why all of your listeners should not be shy about going to the Congress. Everyone on here, I'm sure, knows more than your congressman. There may be some staffers in there who are intelligence, there's some aides you'll run into who've been there for centuries, going back to the Civil War, the American Revolution. They may know a few things, but these congressmen, I'm sorry, there's very few exceptions of people who know very much and care very much about the country.
Yeah, there was somebody who was asking Jamal Bowman when they were voting on sending, I think, like $90 billion to Ukraine, and he said, "Do you know what the Maidan was about, and do you know what the Donbass area is?" And he's like, "No, what's that?" So these are people who have no historical context of what precipitated this conflict, and they're just going on what they hear on. They literally go what they hear on TV news. You would think the people that are making these decisions are the most well-informed, well-briefed, knowledgeable people in our country, and nothing could be further from the truth. Some of these people, I hate to say it, are dumb as stumps. But like the pull string doll, they'll say the narrative and they'll participate with the moneyed interest, the revolving door, the whole thing. It's just one big cesspool. Not everybody, but unfortunately for the most part. Somebody asked Diane, this is an interesting question. Do you support Joe Biden? Do you support Donald Trump, or neither, and why?
Thank you. I think this is a really important question. I am not endorsing a presidential candidate. I believe that Biden has to be defeated above everything, but I don't believe Trump is qualified to be president. I don't believe that Robert Kennedy Jr. is qualified to be president. I don't believe Jill Stein, Cornel West. I don't believe we actually have a qualified presidential candidate. And that is a great crisis for a republic which has a very strong presidency. And I will say very bluntly, if I had the resources or wherewithal, I would run for president, because in a sense, I feel like I've been preparing for this moment for the last 38 years. And it's not that I'm the greatest genius around, but the United States has to play an urgent role in making the transition from a rotten old colonial legacy to a new system where every single nation, every single human being has an equal opportunity to develop. And that requires an Abraham Lincoln, a Harriet Tubman. I think she would have made a great president. We need some real leadership. And unfortunately, we don't have a presidential candidate who meets that. So I will be voting in November. I will be voting against Biden, whatever form that takes. But I could not sit here as a responsible person and tell you that I support any one of these people running for president.
I happen to feel the exact same way. So again, we're just checking off all the same boxes. It's amazing. It's so nice to find somebody with whom you agree on a lot of stuff. I'm sure we'll find something we disagree on. Maybe Diane likes Indian food and I like Chinese or something like that. We'll figure that out later. Now I want to shift gears. This is a good question. So people are now calling Joe Biden Genocide Joe as a nickname. So that, of course, refers to what's happening in Gaza. Netanyahu has stated publicly that even though the U.S. gives Israel untold amounts of money, weapons, political cover, and military cover, they're not interested in any of the input that the American president or the State Department has. They're going to go ahead and do whatever the heck they want, regardless of consequence, act with impunity. They're saying they're going to go into Rafah, where at least 1 million people have been relocated because of other dangers towards the north. And they're sort of the last place to go. We heard Jared Kushner recently say that very dismissively and casually, oh, the people should just move out and we should set up beachfront property. What are your thoughts about the sort of rogue nature of Netanyahu and Jared Kushner's sort of arrogance and hubris, and the whole group for that matter?
Well, Netanyahu is a rogue, but he's not that out of control. And as you know, Ronald Reagan was able to call Menachem Begin, I guess it was 82, is that when it was, and tell him to stop bombing southern Lebanon, and it stopped in 20 minutes. The president of the United States If we threatened to cut off aid and weapons to Israel, Netanyahu would stop. So we know that that's really a lie. And it's, I've read various commentaries about what Schumer said about Netanyahu, which on the one hand is correct. Netanyahu is going to destroy Israel. He's going to destroy Israel's reputation. Israel is becoming a pariah nation because of this policy. But it's not just Netanyahu. He is a convenient tool of the British geopoliticians. So they don't want to stop him. Also, apparently Chris Hedges just put out a report that this ridiculous pier, which makes no sense, right? People are starving now, potentially at the rate of 500 per day in Gaza, dying of starvation, which is outrageous. So we're going to build a pier that takes 2 months? That's not to stop starvation. Some people say it's for an invasion. Chris Hedges said that it's actually for an exporting of all the people, of moving all the Palestinians out of Gaza. That may be more credible. It's really sick. The United States could stop the slaughter immediately. We have no interest in doing it. I think that in terms of a peace plan, you have to go back to the UN 242, the 67 borders. We'll have to figure out some way to get the settlers out of the West Bank. They have to go. And you have to have a massive reconstruction. And I don't mean reconstruction to how it was. You may have seen the Oasis plan that Lyndon LaRouche actually proposed way back in 75, for which Kissinger traveled all the way to Paris and shut down every single diplomatic meeting on the topic. But what's the idea? Green the deserts. Nuclear power. How about nuclear power for the Palestinian people in a Palestinian state next to an Israeli state that desalinates massive amounts of ocean water, irrigates the desert. The Dead Sea is 400 meters below sea level. That is enormous hydroelectric potential if you built a canal, not a canal for shipping, not a big canal, a little canal for irrigation and generating hydroelectric power, high-speed rail and highway connections between the liberated West Bank and Gaza. Let the children who are growing up today plan what the design of 4 beautiful new modern cities in Gaza will look like. What about that? And I think to end a war, you have to have an image of peace. You can't just say it's enough to stop killing. You have to have an image of where you're going. How do we create the conditions where you have a Palestinian state with 20 million or 40 million people living in it at a very high standard of living, next to an Israeli state, which is also secure? And people don't seem to have that image, but they could.
Some have argued, and I'm not sure if it's right or wrong, none of us are in the heads of the leaders, but that there may be the intent for some sort of greater Israel mindset where there might even be the occupation or annexation of Gaza and a more pervasive presence in the West Bank with even more settlements and more land dispossession and unfortunately more violence. And it seems from an outsider looking in who's watched this for a long time that further incursion and further immiseration of the people who believe they're native to the territory will only breed more resistance, especially as their relatives, friends, family members have been ruthlessly slaughtered in this incursion into Gaza. What are your thoughts about that? And do you think that more violence will beget peace, or is it going to beget more violence?
More violence will beget more violence. That's just how it works. We have a very sick mentality here in the United States that the way you get people to behave is the way you train a dog or something, where you just punish the behavior you don't like, and then people are supposed to shape up. And what that always does, because human beings have free will, we are creatures of free will, is when someone does violence, then they are assaulting your free will. They are acting against your innate identity, which always brings a certain kind of resentment. So when you try and force someone, and I agree, it's not the way to train a dog. Thank you. I agree. But I'm just saying that this is considered animal training. You know, this idea that you stop and who it's this is a British ideology. You've heard buy cheap, sell dear, all these things that are automatic, that have no sense of reason and no respect for human life. We do it in the prisons. And we have a horrible situation in the prisons because we shut down the mental hospitals. So people who couldn't survive and ended up committing crimes ended up in the prisons. And then what you do is you try to punish them into behavior. One of the forms of punishment is solitary confinement. And I read a book called Life and Death in Rikers Island about the number of people who died while in prison, one of whom was a young man who was mentally ill, who was told he was going to be put in solitary confinement. And he was so opposed to it that he swallowed one of those industrial soap things because he wanted to get taken to medical care. And the guards just laughed while he vomited, screamed, was in excruciating pain. And in the prison, apparently, the security has to give the medical doctor permission to get to a patient. So the security said, no, you're not allowed to get, and they just allowed the guy to die. So did he get better because of solitary confinement? Did he become a good, reasonable person because you tortured him? That's not how it works. And that's why Martin Luther King was so right in all of those sermons, the strength to love. Somehow we have to find it in ourselves not to hate people who are doing evil, but to figure out how to flank it, how to create conditions where they can no longer do evil, but not by destroying ourselves, rotting ourselves out from within.
Yeah, excellent point. Good point to conclude on. So first, I want to say, Diane, thank you so much for sharing some of your very, very spare, very limited time with us today. I really appreciate you being here. And I wanted just to remind the audience that in order to get the voice of these alternative viewpoints into the halls of Congress and the Senate, we may not be able to change the entire world with electing a single independent person. I mean, obviously, it's a big task to shift the power structure, and it's going to take time. But as it's a process, it's a bigger ship, it's got a rudder, but we're pushing back against those who are steering it in the wrong direction. And having people like Diane get elected is adding another person to the correct side of that rudder to right the ship and hopefully get on a sane path for financially as well as militarily so that we don't all end up broke or dead or both. So to support Diane, you can go to her website, Sare for Senate. Sare is SAREFOR Senate.com. You can make a donation, which I have done, and I hope others will. It can be as little as $5 or as much as you can afford. Every bit counts a lot. These campaigns, unfortunately, require a lot of funding to be able to accomplish just the bare bones to be on the map and get your signatures, get to be on the debate stage, which I would love to watch a debate between someone like Diane and an establishment Democrat. I would just enjoy every moment of that. I'm sure Diane would too. And then finally, which I'm going to do also, Diane is going to allow people who want to help her to come up to the state of New York and donate some of their time, work with experienced people who will guide the process, provide for your basic needs while we go out and help gather the signatures. And there's only a 6-week period to do it. They've made it very difficult for those people who are independent, and that's on purpose. So we as independent people who support independent voices have to go and do what we can. And rather than sit at home and bitch about the, whatever, is like just stop bitching and start doing. And that's what I'm going to do. And I hope you'll join me. If you want to contact me, my email is chipbarnesonline@gmail.com. I'm the biggest fan of Diane Sare. I love her message. I love her colleagues. And Diane, I sure hope we can get this thing in the right direction and get you elected.
Well, thank you so much. And I would love for you to come here and help. I think we'd have a great time.
I will be there.
Great. Thank you.
All right, Diane, thanks for your time. Have a nice rest of your day. Let's do it again. You promise?
Yes.
Okay.
Great.
Wonderful. See you soon. Yeah, thank you so much for Diane for being here. I think she is an amazing person, first and foremost. And secondly, she has her heart and her head in places that most of our elected officials are in totally different zip codes, totally different universes. We need people that aren't going to bow to the pressure of the apex of the world, that aren't going to take dirty lobbyist money. And yeah, I know it's hard because people who do that have all the easy path. That the path is smooth for them to get into politics. So that's why it's hard but necessary. I know nobody wants to take 50 or $100 and give it to a politician. I mean, I don't want to do that either. But that's the reality of what we all can do. Diane is a very strong advocate for the people of Palestine and for a sane and peaceful resolution to that ongoing conflict. She's against war. She's against the war in Ukraine. She just understands the context in which the US and its allies have created a no-win situation, and that's why conflict breaks out. So she's a sane voice in an insane cesspit of corruption and insanity and arrogance, and that's why I support her. It's not because I don't have the false belief that everything's going to change all of a sudden, but we have to do what we can to get some good people to give them a voice. That's why I'm trying to support someone like Diane. So I hope you will too. Now, at this point, we didn't get to everybody's questions, and I apologize for that. But I do want to shift the conversation slightly. We started talking a little bit about Israel-Palestine, which is great. But I wanted to broaden the conversation and include something that's very newsworthy. There's a very popular, conservative, controversial personality named Candace Owens. She's an African American woman who has spoken out against Black Lives Matter, curiously enough, and she has a lot of conservative views that anger a lot of people. She's recently been under fire, literally fired from her job. She was working at the Daily Wire as a contributor, where Ben Shapiro and Candace have had an ongoing feud regarding what happened after October 7th. Candace, as a young mother, has identified with the suffering and the death happening to many Palestinian children in Gaza. And by speaking up to that issue, she has been deemed to be anti-Israel, anti-Semitic, which of course we all know is an overreach. But she's been vilified relentlessly by people like Rabbi Shmuley and others of his ilk, Jonathan Greenblatt, the ADL, the whole gang. And they've made her look like an ostracized human being. They've tried to put the scarlet letter anti-Semitism on Candace Owens, trying to get her fired, trying to marginalize her and make her basically unwelcome in the community, which I think is disgusting. But it's what people who believe strongly in that side of the issue tend to do. Rather than defend their behavior, they try to attack and smear others and deflect the issue. And that's what I find most problematic. So, with that in mind, I'm going to talk some more about this. There was an interview that Candace went on with a guy named Rabbi Barkley. For those of you who haven't seen it, it was a little over an hour. Rabbi Barkley had penned a letter, an article, that basically said Candace was a blatant anti-Semite, that she did not care about what happened to Jews on October 7th, that she defends the guy who had the mustache in World War II as being no big deal, and other types of accusations. And what Candace did was invite the rabbi onto her program while she was still at the Daily Wire until she was fired recently, and did an interview with him and went point by point down the allegations in his article. And I got to tell you, watching how this rabbi addressed Candace, the way he acted in such a condescending, rude, self-serving, just obnoxious, delusional manner was hard to watch. I really, really, really admire Candace for taking this issue on the way that she has. She could have handled this much differently and lashed out at people in a much greater way than she already has. That guy, Rabbi Shmuley, is like a mosquito that just won't leave you alone. And he just, or like one of those deer flies that you can't see it, but it buzzes and grabs you and bites you on the back. He's just an annoying, arrogant, irritating, I think his voice is very negative and very poisonous. But I want to talk more about this. The thing that really got Candace in hot water was she started talking about people like Kanye West, Michael Jackson, and others who have openly discussed, she didn't say it, she talked about what they have said, that in their words, there is a gang of Jewish Zionists that run Hollywood. And other people have said that these same type of group are working on controlling things like other media, news organizations, entertainment companies, whatever it may be. And this is very, very, very sensitive terrain because on the one hand, nobody wants to talk about a group of people, lump them into one bucket and say so and so is all a part of one thing. I think that's irresponsible. But for others whose identity are tied into Zionism as a Jewish person, whether you live in America, whether you live anywhere else, or whether you are from Israel or live in Israel, maybe hold dual citizenship, I wouldn't want to have people disparaging my entire group of people over an allegation like this, which tends to make the entire group look bad. I can identify with that too. And at the same time, I think it's unfair just because someone has sensitivities to feeling uncomfortable because of a conversation, that conversation cannot occur in any fashion because it's automatically discouraged and it's just dismissed as it just can't happen. It's canceled, basically. It's prohibited from being discussed. I think that's wrong. I'm right there with Candace Owens, who believes that free speech should be absolute with the exception of promoting of violence and maybe trying to provide someone's personal information to put them in harm's way. But everything else should be worthy of conversation and dialogue. And she said basically that it's okay to analyze what happened on the 7th from both sides and to look at the horrific nature of the attacks that happened to Israelis, many of whom were civilians, that should have never happened. And the hostages that were taken should never have been taken. I agree with that wholeheartedly. And I will condemn every aspect of the attacks that involved hurting civilians and taking civilians as hostage. At the same time, I will also acknowledge that there was a blockade, which is an ongoing act of war, and that people who are blockaded in have a right under international law and any common sense to try to get out from under their blockade. You can't say the security of your nation is more important than the very lives of others, and that you have the right to take their life at any time because you think it's worthy of your security. And that attitude, that sort of that arrogant, we're more important than them. They're all bad people. They're all evil. They teach their kids to hurt us. All that stuff. All those. That's tropes. You don't want to have people saying that the entire group of Jewish people run everything in the world, because that's obviously silly to say that every Jewish person's involved in that. But then you turn around and you say that the other people are all terrorists and they're all guilty and they're all. So you can't have it both ways. So if you're going to be fair, you have to apply the same set of standards to both sides of the aisle. So for example, and this is where the rabbi got mad at Candace, because he said just by virtue of having a conversation about the children that are dying in Gaza, that there was no moral equivalence between what happened on October 7th, which in the rabbi's mind, Rabbi Barkley, was a unique and special kind of evil that is unmatched by any other act in modern history. And yes, what the people who perpetrated acts against civilians were behaving in an evil manner. I completely agree with him. And the soldiers that were engaged with, that were Israeli soldiers, uniformed Israeli soldiers and police and outposts, and people sleeping in the barracks who were uniformed soldiers. They're on duty, so to speak, even though they're sleeping, they're in the area of defending their territory or acting on behalf of the government. Those are legitimate military targets. We were told that 1,400 civilians were killed. Then it was 1,200 civilians, because I think 200 of the people were later identified as militants who were charred beyond belief because of the Israeli response. Now we're told it's 1,167. Now, do the exact numbers matter? Not exactly, but it keeps going down, and we find out more information about that day that's, a little bit curious, because a lot of it was reported in a certain way, and we're learning things that are contradictory to the initial reports in some way or another. So it wasn't 1,167 civilians. Among that total, approximately 300 to 330 were IDF soldiers. So let's cut the number down to 850. Just pick a number. Let's just keep it simple, 850. So let's say, listen, one civilian being harmed is too many. One hostage being taken is too many. I agree wholeheartedly. I would feel the exact same way if I was somebody who lived in Israel, especially if I knew somebody who was harmed or taken or both. It's got to be very trauma-inducing, very traumatic, and would create anger. I'd be angry at somebody who attacked my country. It's happened. I think it's a natural reaction. I think to ignore the circumstances prior to what happened is also disingenuous. It's one-sided, it's unfair. This Rabbi Barkley person doesn't even acknowledge the circumstances in which this attack occurred, and gives it no validity whatsoever on any level because of some of the more egregious natures of the attack. I'm not like that. And I don't think addressing it and talking about it is anti-Semitic. I think it's political analysis of a conflict. And just because I haven't been to Israel or I haven't been to Palestine does not mean that I can't look at it from my best vantage point and try to understand it from where I sit with the news that I've read about and heard from different people who have been there. So what more is there to talk about? Well, the rabbi was trying to force Candace into bending her knee and apologizing for the perception on people like Rabbi Barkley, Rabbi Shmuley, and other people who have taken their sensitivities have been bothered by the way she's decided to communicate around this, that she should apologize and accept the fact that she's now branded an anti-Semite and apologize and agree to do better. In my view, she's done nothing intentional, even though the rabbi says that it doesn't matter about people's intent. It's the perception of those who believe what they believe is anti-Semitic should be unquestioned. And the rabbi said that that standard can change over time. And so therefore, nobody can be aware of what the standard is. And so therefore, you're going to cross lines that other people perceive are inappropriate to cross unknowingly. How is that even considered fair to hold somebody to that kind of a standard? That to me is absurd. And everybody feels pain and everybody feels discomfort when something happens to a group of people that are similar to them. That's not a Jewish only thing. And you don't have a monopoly on discomfort and feeling like you're soloed out. That is basically playing the victim card. And is it horrible what's happened to Jewish people prior to 1940s, in the 1940s, and what happened on the 7th? Absolutely. And no one should want harm to come to any group of people. If you do, that's despicable. But just because bad things have happened to your group does not mean that other bad things haven't happened to other people. And we know they have. And yet people don't go around other groups all day long pointing to their past transgressions and blaming people and guilting people into overemphasizing their sensibilities and their feelings over the very ability to have dialogue around critical subjects. And the reason is because people who claim those things do not want these specific things that are going on, the specific behaviors to be discussed. They automatically try to marginalize you for even bringing it up because you're not being respectful of their sensitivities. You're being anti-Semitic. That's the dialogue we hear. And in my opinion, that is disingenuous and it's counterproductive. When you overemphasize your needs, your wants, your sensibilities, people look at you like, who are you to stand on that ground and point to everybody else as being wrong all the time? Why can't anybody have legitimate investigations into some of these things that are talked about without being mean-spirited about it and you taking it as somebody hating your entire group? I don't believe Candace Owens hates Jewish people. So many of her audience is Jewish, according to what she said. I don't hate Jewish people. I have a friend right now who's in a lot of trouble who's Jewish, who needs help, and I'm helping him. Now, I know that sounds like I got a Jewish friend, but this is somebody who I actually like. I've done some peace-related work with, and who's going through a tough time. And I think the right thing to do when you have a friend is to help them. He's Jewish. If I hated Jewish people, I would tell this guy to go F himself. But that's not what you do when you have a friend who's in trouble. And to me, it doesn't matter who you are, what you do, where you come from, your religion. It's how you act. And unfortunately, a lot of the actions we're seeing by the Israeli government, by the Israeli armed forces, and by those around the world who support Israel and its endeavors are very troubling to the average human being. Now, in terms of making a moral equivalence, I'm guessing that Rabbi Barkley's probably not listening to me because I'm a relatively small guy on TikTok. But if he were, this is what I would challenge Rabbi Barkley to consider. I understand the anger that's associated with any attacks that come into a group of people, including the attacks during the 80s, which were horrible, the other attacks from crude rockets being fired and all the stress that causes living under constant bombardment. I get that. I wouldn't want to deal with that. And I guess the question is, what elicits the behavior? What prompts another human being to decide to do those things? Why would they do it? What's the reason? Now, the reason we're given by people like Rabbi Barkley and others is that there's an abject hatred that is pounded into the minds of young Palestinians and Arabs to hate Jews, to try to kill Jews, and to exterminate Jews. That's what we hear. So therefore, the threat and any security measure taken is justified because of that core hatred. That's what we hear. And so it's unfortunate that these young people have to die, but it's the fault of the militants and the whack jobs who further this hateful ideology that is geared towards eliminating their whole people. So their very survival depends on their putting their security first. That's what we hear. Now, I believe that is a bunch of bunk. And I believe that most people who take up arms and resist something is because they're angry about the things that others have done to them and their fellow people, not because they have just an abject hatred burning in their heart. Now, they may say some inflammatory things from time to time. So be it. That's a lot of people do that. But in terms of the collective mindset of the population and the people, I do not believe that Palestinians hate Jewish people. In fact, if you look back in history, Palestinians, Arabs who've practiced Islam, lived in the same territories with Jewish people. People who are Jewish today continue to live in countries who practice Islam. We're told all the time that no Jewish people can live in Arab nations. Not true. Jewish people live in Morocco. Jewish people live in Lebanon. Jewish people live in Iran, for God's sakes. So Jewish people do live elsewhere, and they're given rights to practice their religion. They're not condemned or harmed or tried to be murdered. This is just a convenient story to try to justify and play the victim to get sympathy for something that is worthy of analysis. If your military is going out and actively and purposely dropping bombs on densely populated civilian areas, claim you're going after the enemy, and blow up and kill 50 people, it's very convenient for you to say that they're holding them as human shields. There may be cases where that's happening, but it's been investigated before numerous times by human rights groups, independent agencies that have no reason to find one thing or the other. And in each of the investigations during all previous incursions from the Israelis into Gaza, as responses to what they say are violations of the ceasefire of conflict, have never involved human shields, and that weapons and other items are not being regularly stored in civilian areas or hospitals or other, typically off-limit targets. No evidence to support it. Israel during this conflict has planted evidence. I've seen the videos, I have them on this phone, of clear indications that they've planted evidence. I could go through the examples, I'm not going to go through it. But on a bigger sense, I think what this comes down to is it acceptable to analyze the possibility that there are connected dots between how things work from a policy perspective, economics, and finance, and a certain group of people who have a certain tied common ideology and set of goals? Is that possible? And why is it off limits to even move into the space of having the conversation about a possibility? Why is that considered bad or awful or mean-spirited? As I like to say, if Mexican, Spanish-speaking Catholic members of the cartels held 8 of the top 10 positions in our government, and they had dual citizenship with Mexico and the United States, and 85% of all of the executive positions in the top 25 corporations in the entertainment and media space were cartel members and Mexican. And in our armed forces, in our permanent state, many of the members of those organizations happen to be a part of the same group. Would it be wrong to say, hey, why is it that we have so many people who have dual citizenship with Mexico and who have all these positions in industry and power? Do they maybe have a loyalty that's not just to the United States, but maybe it might be to another thing outside of that? Why is that off limits? I think that's perfectly fair to point out. But if you substitute Mexican, Spanish-speaking Catholic cartel members for Jewish Zionists, you are berated as an anti-Semite. Would you be someone who hated Mexicans if you analyze the other factor? No. But this same guilt mindset that forces people to bend the knee and to preclude them from even bringing things up is quite noteworthy and chilling. AIPAC does it in Congress, the ADL does it in society, the Anti-Defamation League, and other groups, Simon Wiesenthal Center. They try to besmirch anybody who has the courage to step up and even address it as a possibility. And I think that's wrong, because we should be able to talk about anything and everything. And if there are dots that are connecting, and there are reasons why certain things are influenced in certain ways, it's fair to ask, is that good for the majority of people in the country who aren't a part of that group? They don't hate the people that are in that group, but they aren't benefiting from the policies and the influence that group is having on their government and on their economic situation, or both, depending upon circumstances. And in places like Hollywood, which is one thing Candace brought up, she was talking about things that Michael Jackson said, that Mel Gibson has said, all of whom have been branded as rabid anti-Semites because they brought up tropes that are anti-Jewish. But they're talking about their real life experiences, even Kanye West and others, where they say that if you want to be in this business, you have to interface with and bend the knee to certain people who believe certain things, or you are cast aside as an outsider, as a bad person. Now, how do you like that when you have somebody who's controlling you, who can control your future, can completely obliterate you socially and economically, and you can't even talk about it? What kind of bullshit is that? So I don't want to get in trouble for talking about this either. I'm not trying to be mean-spirited about it. But for gosh sakes, to preclude speech because it upsets your sensibilities, get over it. Get over that. Who cares how you, listen, your feelings are what they are, but we have to look at things from an objective basis as best we can. And just telling people they can't even look into it because it's just wrong to do so, what's there to hide? It indicates to people that there is something to it because of how upset people get when you even bring it up. And that to me is quite unusual. So all I can say is the state that gets the most foreign aid from the United States government is Israel. The people that are in our government that hold dual citizenship with another country have dual citizenship with Israel. They happen to be Jewish and they happen to support Zionism, the very movement that has created so much chaos in that region. And as I always say, I am very happy that people benefited from having the establishment of a state that protected their people from harm. That's awesome. And then the question is, at what cost to whom? And at what cost to world peace? And to not be able to talk about those things, to be branded an anti-Semite for bringing that up, is absurd and is unfair and is overusing the term so much that it loses its meaning, because you call everybody something and it doesn't mean anything after a while. And there are people out there who do behave in an anti-Semitic manner, that are white power people, or whatever you want to call them. They're supremacists and they do hate certain groups. And that's what that term should be held for, is people who behave that way, who publicly state their beliefs and behave on them in violent ways. Yes, they are anti-Semitic, and they should be called out for that. But those of us who are simply trying to do political analysis and try to figure the world out and try to put together puzzle pieces shouldn't be vilified for that. Now, it may be that people just don't want people talking about this because, if it is true, they just want to kind of keep it on the DL and keep it in that ether where it's obfuscated and people are put down. I understand that from their point of view, that benefits them and what they want to do in terms of money and control and power. That's what people usually vie for in this country, not just people who are powerful Jewish people. Even if they do have a large majority of control, other people vie for that too. That's not a unique pursuit in the capitalism game. But in terms of the impact on all the rest of us who aren't a part of that benefit, both financially and also from a security standpoint, why do we want to get into a war or send more money to fight other wars and support the country that's doing things that we disagree with, which is bombing children, bombing women, turning a place into a parking lot, murdering people in the West Bank, demolishing their properties, all the things we know that get done that we think are objectionable, we're told to shut the F up because we're being anti-Semitic for even talking about it. How convenient. How convenient. So we have two people in the guest queue. I know I'm probably going to get a lot of shit for talking about this. There's somebody here, by the way, there's somebody here with whom I've had a direct dialogue, who we've had respectful back and forth. We disagree probably on almost every issue, which is okay, because I try to be respectful. And as I've said before, if I grew up in Israel, or if I grew up in a family that supports Israel's objectives long-term, being a state and having a safe place for Jewish people and protecting themselves from harmful influences, I get it. I might feel the exact same way. And again, one of the resources I did share with this person, Daniela, who's going to come up, who I'd like to hear from again. She probably has a lot of things to say about the things I'm saying, and maybe she agrees with people who criticize people who say the things I say. That's fair. But I did share a resource with her. I'm curious to see if she looked at it. I shared Anna Baltzer's documentary. And by the way, I wanted to show it today. So for those of you who are interested, in fact, if while Danielle's here, if she has the time, I think it's about 10 p.m. in Israel. I don't know if she's there or not. But if she wants to watch the documentary, it's about 40 minutes long. I'd be happy to play it here on my device. It's very informative, and it shows a lot of the details of what people who live in the occupied West Bank endure on a day in and day out basis, because she went to live there with a family in Ramallah. So I'd like to watch it because it's just a good review, and it's good to see people's reactions to it. And I would invite Daniela, after we have our conversation, if she can and she wants to, if she hasn't already seen it, which I hope she has, to watch it with us and to share her feedback. And if she thinks that if it's propaganda or whatever, I'd like to hear her point of view. So I'm going to bring Daniela up. Please be respectful in the comments. We don't want to vilify anybody with whom we disagree. If you disagree with a point Danielle is making, you can, of course, speak to that. But I'm not going to interrupt her, and hopefully she doesn't interrupt me. And let's give her a chance. Let's give her a warm welcome and a chance to share her point of view. I think that's fair. So I would say, welcome, Daniela Bloom. Nice to have you here.
Hi, Chip. Thank you for having me again.
Sure.
And, listen, it's very hard to hear some of the things you were just saying. But like I said it the last time we spoke, I do think you have a heart and that you really do want to try to feel the situation from a perspective of humanity. And I'm going to give you that perspective. What was very hard to hear, there's so many things, I wish I wrote them down, but obviously I watched the episodes with Candace Owens and I have a lot to say about that.
Okay.
I love Candace Owens. I have been a huge fan of hers from day one when she had the bravery to call out George Floyd and BLM. I think Candace's whole shtick is she doesn't care what your background is, what your race is, what your politics are. She's gonna call you out when she thinks she should. And that's very admirable. Unfortunately, though, when you make your brand all about truth and you leave out nuance and you say certain things without others and you have a huge fan base who looks to you, it can cause a lot of damage. Now, the rabbi who spoke with her, actually I know him, he didn't do a great job. And he did not do a great job. He was not a good match.
Barkley,
Yes,
Barkley, right?
yes.
Okay.
I know him personally. He was not a good match. He got too emotional. And he was beating a dead horse with several comments like the Hitler comment, which she did not mean anything anti-Semitic by. I do believe that the term racism and anti-Semitism can be so watered down that it's meaningless, for sure. At the same time, what the rabbi's point that he was making, which he did not do a good job making, throughout history, from the time of Egypt to Jesus, to the Romans, to the Babylonians, to the Inquirer, to the Nazis, to all of that, Jews have been blamed for something or another, from the far right to the far left. The Jews tend to be the canary in the coal mine. And now the new form of anti-Semitism is, I don't have any problem with Jewish people, I just have a problem with the Zionists. But by saying that, when you're talking about most Jews today, we would describe ourselves as Zionists because Zionism to us means we have a right to a Jewish homeland, we have a right to exist, and we have a right to defend ourselves. And what I feel, Chip, that you're missing a little bit, and I say this with all due respect, is you keep saying that you have no problem calling out bad behavior and you have a heart for what the Jews are going through in Israel, but then you say, but Israel does this, Israel does that, and it's like you're taking a paintbrush, and what I feel is very lost. And if I may, I just spoke to a lot of my family in Israel this morning. I spoke to several different members, and what I feel that the majority of the world is failing to recognize and understand is to put themselves in the shoes of the Israeli people. Forget about the government, forget about Bibi, forget about who's indigenous to what, the people of Israel.
Okay.
When they were telling me that they had to watch on television, first of all, every single person in Israel has been directly affected by this. Some victim from either the Nova Festival or in the kibbutz is someone's best friend, family member, brother, sister. It is very personal. This is the part that I feel is absolutely lost on the majority of people who've become interested in this conflict.
Okay.
The very people that were slaughtered in the most brutal ways, especially in the kibbutzes, were the very people who were the ones who would drive the Palestinians, the terrorists who murdered them, to various hospitals for treatment. They were the ones who got them work permits to work at the kibbutz and all around. They were the advocates of the Palestinians to get them to cross the border much more easily, to give them work, to give them medical aid. These very people, these same people, Shlomo, Menachem, David, were the very people, these same Palestinians, slaughtered in of Allah and Islam. And
You're breaking up a little bit.
this is from their own recordings, not the IDF. Here, let me move. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, Danielle, when you said
Is this okay?
Yeah, real quick. I just want to ask you a quick question.
Can you hear me better?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Okay, real quick. Just
Yeah.
the language that you just used. I'm not criticizing you. I'm just trying to make sure it's clear. You said the very terrorists themselves who had been helped then slaughtered the people. Did you mean to phrase it that way? Were the people who did the acts on the 7th the same people who had been helped, or from the same body of people?
Yes. No, unfortunately, they were the same people. And it wasn't just Hamas, it was actual Palestinian civilians who went and got machetes. They were the ones who gave the all the information on which families lived where, who would be home, the men in the house. They drew a map for all of the terrorists to know how to best murder and slaughter strategically. It was the very people that the people in the kibbutz were helping that did this to them. So it's not like they went after the settlers or the extreme right-wing religious people. They slaughtered the most pro-Palestinian Israelis. So I just want people to understand that you have to have a heart for the Israeli people. You have to have a heart for the family members whose families have been the hostages, who are still there, by the way, living in tunnels after 6 months, every hour that goes by. If you can imagine losing a loved one and they're in literally the hands of the enemy, every hour that goes by is torture. Israel is getting it from all sides, not just Gaza. Now there's a question about Hezbollah, which is also funded by Iran from the north.
Right.
This is a tiny, tiny country of nine hours long and 3 hours wide in driving. And it's not just Jewish. It's filled with Christian citizens, Muslim citizens, Baha'i citizens, Druze citizens, Bedouin. Everyone is living in a state of trauma, with bombs over their heads. I mean, thank God we have the Iron Dome, because there would be a lot more bloodshed. The children cannot sleep. They don't want to go to school. They don't want to celebrate anything. And I feel like there's so much focus on the casualties of war, of what's happening with the bombing, and with getting rid of Hamas, there absolutely will be innocent casualties lost. But again, this is a war that Israel did not want, did not ask for, did not provoke. No one wants this. No, none of my family wants to send their children to go to Gaza. No one wants the war. Everyone's suffering, and I feel like there is such a lack of humanity and support and empathy for the Israeli people, because so much focus now is on the Zionists and they're controlling. And the thing also I want to say to you, Chip, and thank you so much for letting me speak. Sure. You have to understand that Jews, by and large, have had, they've been kicked out more times than they can count from the countries they've been in, and they've always valued education and rebuilding. So it's not a coincidence when you see Jews, not just in, Hollywood or politics, but your local accountant, your local physical therapist, your teacher, because they value education, contribution, and making a living for survival. So they're driven to be in these professions as a matter of survival. That's how Hollywood got started. The Jews were not allowed to be in the professions of the Christians back then, and they created an industry. Now, they certainly are not in control of it. Again, there's every walk of life now in Hollywood. just like in Washington. We see how much power the Black community has now. We see the power of DEI. Now, that doesn't mean, Chip, I'm the first person to say, of course there's bad people who happen to be Jewish. Absolutely, 100%. But I prefer to call out people for their bad behavior and not make it a Jewish thing. Because just like the Christian world, you can have a whole different bunch of Christians with all different types of onsets. Some of them are Christian atheists. Some of them have, they have all different types of opinions. So do the Jews. There's a joke that you say, 3 Jews, 5 opinions. So there are Jews who are completely unaffiliated, who have, there's nothing Jewish about them. And then you have Jews who are completely Orthodox, so far to the right that the fringe group in New York, the Hakardi Jews who don't even acknowledge Israel, and everything in between. So when you say the Zionists, the Jews are in controlling an AIPAC, first of all, AIPAC is not doing anything wrong or illegal that any other country cannot do the same with. But again, Chip, I just implore you to use some critical thinking. Jews have worked hard to be in these positions because they've seen their history more than one time of a Holocaust. So they're not in these positions to try to control. We can all stand against the elite. There is an elite thing going on, but it's not a Jewish thing. There's plenty of families who are not Jewish who are part of this global elitism that we can all stand together against. George Soros is Jewish, but there's nothing about him that's Jewish. He can't stand his religion. He can't stand people for that matter. But there's other families, the Vanderbilts and the Rockefellers. These are not Jewish families who are all part of that. But I digress. What I'm saying is, if you really want to help the situation, I would not focus on making this a Jewish thing. Like, for example, I'm, if you don't know already, I'm a moderate leaning right conservative Jew. Okay. And there's a lot of Jews who are progressive left who could not stand Trump, right? So even in America, we have Jews who wholeheartedly disagree on politics. So please understand that sentiment. And let me just say one more thing, and you've been very patient.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right before October 7th, Bibi, the half the country was protesting his governments, okay?
Yes.
So you have to, again, have sympathy for the Israeli people. A lot of Israelis are not the biggest fans of Bibi.
Of course.
They don't deserve this. They don't deserve having the world not have a heart for their suffering because, look at Iran, for example. We can have such... Sorry, I'm back. We can have such sympathy for the people, right? And not the government. In fact, it's the people who are so pro-America and pro-Israel. If you've ever seen a protest in Iran, they will not walk on the American flag or the Israeli flag. But their government thinks very, very differently. Now, I'm not comparing the Iranian government to the Israeli government by any means, because the Israeli government is much more balanced. There are Arabs who sit on the government. It's a lot, the people have a voice. But yes, the government in any country, especially the prime minister or the president, should not be held to the same standards of who the people are, for the good and for the bad. Because in every country, there's a variety of different opinions, but it's always the people who end up the ones being hurt the most, right? So I guess what I'm saying is, please have a heart for what the Israeli people are going through. This is not something they wanted. The Israeli people as a whole absolutely do want peace. I do feel that the Palestinians as a whole absolutely do not. You can refer to a time way back when, hundreds of years ago, when they were living people by the book. But as evidenced by every single war that has been started in Israel has been from the Palestinians. I also do believe there are Palestinians who absolutely do want peace, cannot stand Hamas, but unfortunately cannot speak out because of repercussions. They will be murdered. They will be lynched. We've seen this time and time again. So it's not, I think it's naive to think that, oh, well, what do you expect when you're oppressed? Well, just ask the Jewish people who have been oppressed throughout history. Their answer is not to go slaughter Germans or to go slaughter. And Chip, this is very important that you also understand. The Jews were ethnically cleansed from the Middle East. I don't think you really are fully aware of this. There were hundreds of thousands of Jews in Iraq, in Egypt, in Syria. They were ethnically cleansed. There's maybe a small fraction still living in Iran and a small fraction living in Morocco. I think those are the two areas of the Middle East where there is a Jewish population of some sorts. But there is no Jews in Syria anymore. There is no Jews in Yemen, and there's no Jews in Iraq. In Jordan. You have to ask yourself why that is. And it's because, and this is my family's history as well, the Jews were ethnically cleansed, forced out of their homes, forced to leave their properties, brutally raped and murdered and massacred. So this idea of, oh, the Jews are living in harmony, that's not true. And one last point, and again, thank you so much.
Yeah,
I'm
try to
so
be quick.
grateful. Chip, I can't tell you how grateful I am for this.
I got 2.5 pages of
Recently,
notes to go through. So go ahead.
okay. Recently in Ramadan, there were over 120,000 Muslims praying at the Al-Aqsa Mosque, and there was Israeli police there to make sure everything was safe and went out without a hitch. If you can tell me any place in the Middle East where Jews could go and pray at a temple and there would be Muslim guards protecting Jews so they can gather in the hundreds of thousands to pray, then I will completely stand corrected. There is a double standard. It is not given enough attention. And I feel like you have the best of intentions, but you're very naive to this unfortunate reality. And it's not just a Jewish problem. It's a Western problem. We see what's happening in Russia. Islamic jihadism is a horrible thing. And I think also what the propagandists do is they say one thing to the West in English, and they say quite a different thing in Arabic. Okay. And so there is a naivety I feel that many people in the West have, because it's very easy to just use the playbook of oppressed and oppressor, but it's not accurate. Thank you so much.
Okay, that's a mouthful. I hope you're going to stay here. I hope, right? You're going to stay here.
I have, yeah. I will.
Great. So, and the other question, I didn't ask you this real quick before I go through what you said or try to wade through it for the audience, and is did you have a chance to watch that documentary that we exchanged information? I did take a look at what you sent. Did you have a chance to look at the documentary by Anna Balter? Sorry, I may have you muted. Anyway, so that's just one. We can cover that when I get finished with this. No rush. And if you'd like to stay and watch it, if you have time, I'd like to play it for the audience. I think it's a very informative piece, whether you agree with it or not. It's just one woman's experience of having lived there, which I think, and she's Jewish American, so I don't think she has any reason to say one thing or the other. Okay, wow. Okay, that was a lot to go through. Okay. So first of all, I want to say to the audience that I respect Daniela's point of view. And I think I do understand that point of view a lot more than maybe she believes I do. Maybe she doesn't believe that many of us, including myself, share the necessary level or ideal level of compassion for and the trauma that was experienced on 10/7. I think that's a fair point of view. Maybe by us focusing on some of what Israel does that we take objection with, we're not acknowledging that enough. I think that's a fair point. And if I were in the shoes of somebody living in Israel, I probably would feel a lot of that too. Like, hey, what about us? Like, don't we matter? I think her point about the differentiation between the government policies and different administrations in Israel versus the people who have a wide range of political views, and many don't agree at all with how the hard right is behaving, because it's doing a lot of things to damage the reputation of Israel, even if they agree with the going after of the lack of security and the people who perpetrated the acts and the unfortunate collateral damage, I think, as most would see it from that vantage point. That shows a sympathy for the other, which is appreciated. So fair enough. I do understand all those points of view. I do understand some of the other context that Daniela mentioned too, and I'm not unaware of that. And I don't always agree with how different countries operate, but I can only focus on, this is what I try to focus on. I try to focus on the issues specifically between the Israeli government and the history of Israel versus the people who historically called themselves Arabs that lived in the Palestinian region that was termed that by the Romans for about 1,000 years ago. And that's why people referred to it on the maps in 1947 as Palestine. So let me go through some of the stuff that Daniela said, having acknowledged that. The fact that, Jewish people get blamed a lot for stuff historically, that was the first point that she made. She's right. There's no doubting that. And I think in many cases, it's easy to scapegoat a smaller and very successful group of people that have navigated their way through society economically and to marginalize them. That makes perfect sense. It's like you can point the finger to this small group of people and then take it out on them. That's happened a lot. And that's not right, in my opinion. So I agree with her 100%. The fact that the term Zionist is being used as a substitute, but it's really just a cover word for people who are Jewish, because most Jewish people identify as Zionist because it stands for establishing a Jewish state. I can't disagree with that perception. I can understand how one would see it that way. My counter to that would be that I think the best way to differentiate it is to differentiate it in a very clear and unambiguous manner. So, for example, there can be people who are ethnically Jewish who are indigenous to the land of Judea and Samaria, whatever you want to call the territory. That's indisputable and irrefutable, because you can do the necessary research and checks to verify that. I think that you can also acknowledge in the same breath that the majority of the population of current day Israel does not come from or is not made up of that original population that was indigenous to the region. I think if you went through and did the testing and you look at the names and the backgrounds and the family history of all the people that live in Israel, especially many of the leadership, most people are Ashkenazi and they're from elsewhere. That's a fact. So you can look at that and put it in this perspective. And I think that from terms of ideology and thinking, I think a lot of this comes from where somebody's belief systems are. And I think that's what people find troubling. It's a mindset and a willingness and again, a lack of compassion for others among those who espouse the political aspects of this that are absent Judaism and are absent any other consideration other than gaining territory for the benefit of their group of people who they identify with as chosen. And they believe that they have an inherent right to a certain land over and above those who have been living there. That may be right or wrong, but that belief system is deemed by others to be arrogant and self-serving and damaging by virtue of what actually occurred in real life as it was implemented in its first stage, and what appears to be a multi-stage effort to do more of the same by virtue of the actions. Now, you can say, no way, this is all in response to what's happened. There's no desire to get X, Y, and Z, but it doesn't appear that way to many people. And there are people within the body politic in Israel who are what I would call aggressive settlers, led by people like Daniela Weiss and others, who believe that there's an entire region that was given to the Jewish people by virtue of their historical relationship to the kingdom of David and past history as the chosen people to have the greater Israel. That's their view. And I think people take exception to that view, including many Israelis and other Jews who say, that's crazy. That's going to get us in a shitload of trouble if we start pursuing that stuff. As a lot of this is leading to potential problems with the relationship to the sort of the reputation of Israel. So let me go down this a little further. So as far as the way things happen on the 7th, there's no disagreement. And I've talked about this even during today's live. If you go, these are all recorded. You can go back today. And I always begin with this because I think it's unfair to be one-sided. So I always acknowledge as best I can that what happened on the 7th was wrong in terms of the civilians that were harmed. No justification, no way to justify any of the brutality that did occur. And there are certain allegations of additional, I would call more egregious atrocities, much of which is there's no way for people like me on the outside to deny. Who am I to deny it? I'm not going to deny it. I have tried very vigorously to get corroborating evidence in whatever form it may take so that I wouldn't be somebody who sounds like a denier. I've been unfortunately unable to acquire that to an extent that I can say for sure, yes, this did occur, but I'm also someone who's sensitive enough to not deny it because I don't know for sure. There's also a military response in there that we're not sure of what role that played. But it wasn't 12 or 1,400 civilians that were ruthlessly slaughtered and raped and all these other. That's not what happened. There were about 300 to 330 uniformed IDF soldiers manned at outposts or in barracks or at different checkpoints that were in the areas that were attacked. So take that off the top. It turns out the actual number was 1,167 fatalities that were of Israeli descent, that are identified as Israeli victims. So you take 330 off the top of that, you get 837 people. Now, one person over and above the soldiers is too many, in my opinion. And to any extent people were brutalized, this part of their body removed. Fire went on and they got caught in the fire. Assaults happened to women that are unacceptable. If to the extent that any of those things happen, and I see videos, by the way, just to be clear with the audience, I have directly seen videos, and I told people, I've gone on people's lives and said, as I get evidence, I will talk about it, and I'll acknowledge it, because that's what's fair. I have seen video from the body cameras. I don't know how much of it was in this 47-minute compilation that the Israeli IDF put together from the GoPro cameras and the first responders, but I've seen pictures and video of the H group members directly, bang civilians, like cold blood. No reason to do it. They weren't harming anybody. They weren't armed. Boom, boom, boom. I've seen it on video. It happened. I've seen the aftermath of many others. And while it doesn't show directly who did it, it is easy to assume that it was done by the H group. So I would say a large percentage of that 837 people were most likely unalived directly by the H group, which is atrocious. And I think we should all be willing to call that out. No matter how much anger you feel about the historical injustices, no matter what you feel about the political situation, that type of thing doesn't help anybody. And it is a war crime. So war crimes are bad no matter who commits them, but especially when you're an independence group trying to strike your way out of a bad situation, it doesn't make you look good if you inflict that type of suffering on another people who had nothing to do with their government necessarily doing what they're doing to you, in fairness. Just as you can make the argument that for the people on your side who are currently not surviving this conflict and who have nothing to do with supporting the militants or the political group, potentially, or both, that they be unalived. If you're going to argue that, you have to do the same for them. That's only fair. So to acknowledge that pain and suffering, I hope that's a reasonable approach to take, because that's what I try to do. And, maybe I don't speak to it as frequently, so I'm trying to give it the attention it deserves. I agree with you. Now, in terms of moral equivalency, the interview with Rabbi Barkley was interesting in that he was sort of trying to hold Candace to account for even wanting to discuss the matter in terms of the point of children being harmed, in that he felt that the fact that she was acknowledging that the death of Palestinian children was worthy of focus was creating a moral equivalency between the horrendous attacks on the 7th and Israel's quote-unquote response, and that there's no moral equivalency between the two. I can understand that differentiation because of different types of attacks. One was much more face-to-face and brutal. The other is a little bit more distant and purportedly as a part of a normal military approach of conducting military affairs. I get that differentiation. I think where most of us veer off of that differentiation is the appearance, and I think most likely reality, that much of that military response is more revenge-oriented, damage-oriented, and unfortunately intentional or at least callous disregard for the results that would happen to innocent human life. And I have evidence that I would use to back that up. The evidence would be that Israeli officials have said our overall goal is damage, not accuracy. That was said by the Minister of Defense. Okay, that's a pretty telling statement. That says we're not really worried about what falls where. We're just going to drop shit, and damage is the first thing, and other things happen, so be it. So the term I've always used to describe the Israeli approach, in my estimation, based on what I've seen, trying to be fair, I don't think they're trying to unalive every Palestinian, as others have claimed, and they get mad at me for not acknowledging. What I've said is I believe the Israeli military and government has a complete callous indifference to the suffering and death of Palestinians in pursuit of its objectives, whether it's just revenge, going after the H group members, some combination of the two, potentially trying to annex land, destroy the infrastructure and pull back and have some different type of administration, whatever it may be. That's what I believe it's involved. And that's what I take issue with. Just as I take issue with the H group meting out direct violence on Israeli civilians who unfortunately died, and it's horrible for the family members and the community and the shock and the grief and the anger. I get it. But the same feelings that you feel and that you want sympathy for are the same exact feelings that the innocents on the other side and their families feel vis-a-vis what Israel's response has been. And in my point as an outsider, I feel equally in terms of my sympathy and outrage towards both. And I think both are war crimes. And I don't think that's unfair to put those things in the same sentence. I don't think there's a moral inequivalence between people dying who had nothing to do with something, whether you do it from a bomb, a sniper's rifle, a tank, it doesn't matter. Death is death, and intent is intent, or lack of regard for intent. I think that's how I see it. If I'm wrong about that, if I'm naive, as you say, that's my best analysis. I'm trying to be straight. Now, you mentioned a few other things. You talked about the people who have helped. You talk about the people in the kibbutzim who had been helped by the residents, and then they turned on them by giving intel and information, and or also participated in the directly unaliving of those people to whatever extent. I don't have those figures or facts in front of me or haven't researched that. But yeah, is that bad? Yeah, it's bad for people to help a people out and help them economically or give them a chance to work or teach them stuff or help them go to the hospital, whatever you mentioned. And then to turn on them and harm them is despicable. I agree. To turn on somebody's goodwill is despicable. Now, I will mention, and it's not whataboutism, but it's just to mention in broader context that this is not a one-way street. If you look at the way things were shaping up between 1910 and 1935, in what was on the maps at that time called Palestine, Golda Meir said, I was a Palestinian, I carried a Palestinian passport. There was a British mandate over the territory of Palestine. So the British had rights to shape policy and outcomes, and they did. But it was still like people that are identified as Arabs and they were from Palestine. They didn't call themselves Palestinians till later in terms of their identity, but they certainly felt as if they were regional residents of the Palestinian territory. And they had a culture and a life and a community and administration like any other group of emerging economies back in that time did. And with the emergence of fossil fuels, everything started to explode and grow. That's just how life was everywhere. So it wasn't as if the Israelis alone, quote, made the desert bloom, but the conflict and the challenges that subsequently happened after the establishment of Israel made it more difficult than less difficult to do those same types of things. So I think that's a false claim of superiority based on unequal conditions and footing. But I just put that as an aside. So in terms of 1947-48, as the state of Israel was established, it was sort of a slap in the face. And again, if you flip the script, this is, I think it's fair to point out, I say this all the time. If there was an Arab state that the British government approved in the exact same borders in which Jewish people lived in relative harmony, but more and more Arabs had been a minority, but they were coming in droves in terms of immigration and were unsettling the population dynamic. And there were some skirmishes and problems between the groups as this was sort of fought out. But the British eventually supported an Arab state, and the Jewish people were made to either stay in there if they wanted to and deal with whatever happened next, which some did, or many were scattered, lost their homes, and many were killed. So you have sort of a complete displacement, much like you referred to earlier, that's happened historically. And I think it's bad for anybody to have to endure that. So I think it's fair to point that out. So everything that happened with the establishment of the state of Israel, yes, there were some attacks by other nations. Let's say in this case, they were Jewish nations, which is hard to understand, but let's just say it was. And they attacked the small Arab state, and the Arab state was fought off the attacks, unalived a bunch of people, and moved in and established bigger borders because they won it in the war, quote unquote. And then subsequent to that, they thought that a bunch of Jewish military folks were going to try to attack them by mobilizing some things on the ground and saber rattling and closing down a canal. And so the Arabs attacked the Jewish territory and took it all over, occupied it, and pushed people into different places, many of whom settled in this little piece of land that was owned by Egypt at one point called the Gaza Strip, a lot of them in the West Bank, and many scattered to different countries. So now you have a Jewish population that's not armed, that's not supported by any type of government, has difficulty running their economies, and therefore, once in a while, they got pissed off and fought back. Now, you mentioned in World War II and other times that Jewish people didn't fight back. There are different ways to handle being oppressed. There was an uprising in the Warsaw Ghetto. People fought back. Not like it never happened. It just didn't happen frequently. I acknowledge that. But those are different ways to approach being occupied. Some people fight and they have the resolution to fight. Some people just, that's not their nature. That happens in real life. Some people get bullied. They don't punch the bully back. Some people are smaller and they say, F it, I'm going to go down fighting. The more militant members of the Palestinian community, H group, and those who split politically from the Fatah in the Palestinian Authority, they believe that resistance, a more militant resistance, was the path forward because of the lack of initiative with the peace process. That's how they believe it. Those in the West Bank from the PA worked on a more conciliatory fashion, having different forms of management, A, B, and C in the territory, to try to deal the best they can with the occupation and make the best of it. Different political ideologies. So I don't embrace one or the other. It's their life. Okay, so getting back to some of the other stuff you talked about. So we talked about the fact that they hurt them. You mentioned about the hostages and loved ones, and everybody's been affected by this. It's been a really hard time for people. I can't deny that. I feel bad for anybody who's directly affected by anybody dying in their family on both sides. I really do. I've not had that happen to me, and I can't imagine. It's got to be horrible. And I can't imagine living under the constant threat of rocket fire. even though there's a system that knocks down most, if not all of them, for most of the time. Having to duck into a shelter in the middle of the day unexpectedly, having to constantly know if your kids are going to go out and play in the park and maybe get hit. Right? I can't imagine. I don't live like that, and that threat and that pervasive nature of feeling insecure has got to cause trauma. I acknowledge that. Talked about it a lot before. So I can't relate to that because I've not lived that way. So that's fair. But I acknowledge it the best I can. Let me finish. I've got a lot to cover. I'm almost done. Okay, so, but at the same time, we have to also remember that over the many, many, many decades, and this is part that I think, again, you mentioned the word naive for me, and maybe I am unaware of some of the things that you feel or know that I don't know because of the lived experience or direct connection to the situations people find themselves in. But I also have studied the way that things have worked in the occupied territories and in the West Bank vis-a-vis those power dynamics. And their lives have been impacted deeply. The psyche of the people have been impacted deeply by the trauma that's inflicted upon them by the managing authorities that directly affect their lives and have for decades. And to not acknowledge that long-standing and pervasive trauma and only focus on the trauma that affects your group of people because of the way the resistance movement functions, you call them terrorists, I think is also being unfair and disingenuous. And I believe that much of the very resistance that does occur, which creates that trauma, is born from the thing that I just mentioned, not as its own separate, driven hatred. So therefore, if you look at stimulus response, and you're someone who's involved in psychiatry, you understand that terminology. The resistance movements and the acts of violence are a response to the stimulus of being occupied and being brutalized on an ongoing fashion by a people that claim because their security is more important than you and their desires in terms of the future and their ideology of their movement supersedes your ability to be alive or to live a life that's dignified. Some people, different people respond differently to living under those circumstances. That's why I wanted to show you the documentary Life in Occupied Palestine, so you could get a sense for the feel. We talk about feelings and connecting with others' feelings. Fair enough. I think that's a two-way street. And if we better understand each other's thoughts and feelings, we can then empathize and have compromise that will fit and work with everybody. So that's fair enough. Now, I'm going to cover some of the other things you talked about. I'll let you get back in here. You mentioned that things are percolating in the north with Lebanon and Hezbollah. People are upset about this. I think rightly so. Now, there's different degrees of political allegiance to Western powers, where the leaders of some of these so-called Arab states do not work to support the Palestinian people to an extent that would be ideal or expected. The populations of those countries identify with the cause, usually almost 100%. I know people in Egypt that have told me about this. I don't know anybody in Jordan and in Syria, but a lot of things that I hear on the different chatters and the different Telegram groups that I follow pretty much echo that they're upset that their leaders are not more demonstrative and more involved. But they have their own concerns, and I understand that. I've talked about that at length, so we'll leave that aside. You mentioned the fact that Israel is a very small state. You can drive through it in X number of minutes. It's only this much wide, whatever. That the rockets and stuff interfere. You can't go to sleep, can't go to school. I kind of covered that. This is often said that this one little state is just trying to keep itself going amongst this huge sea of red Muslim nations, and they're sort of always in the bullseye of these other people. I would push back on that narrative and say this. Yes, I understand the perception of that. But in reality, if that little nation did not do the things it does, and you may believe that if they didn't do those things, it wouldn't stay to exist. I'll give you that. Maybe that's how you feel. What I would argue is if they didn't do many of the things they do, peace would have a much greater chance than it has had because of the stimulus response and outrage. Most people don't just hate people for no reason. I don't have any animus for anybody down the street because they're different than me. It doesn't matter to me. But if they were kicking me in the teeth and getting my brother and sister and making me miserable, then I might have a problem with them. And I think that stimulus response is missing. And I would never use words to describe my perception of what you do or don't know as naive. I think that's a little bit presumptive. But I can share this with you. I know I talked about this earlier. We all are a product of what we've encountered with, and we shape our views based on what we've encountered and what our social conditioning is. And I've learned more as I've bumped into more. And I continue to, and I'll probably learn some things today from you that I haven't really thought as carefully about that helps me think more around it. I appreciate that. But there are people who maintain the point of view from Israel's side that don't know or don't understand the things that you're saying that we don't, people like me. And absent that information, I think it does a disservice to the dialogue, because I think many people who take the Israeli point of view as a one-sided position don't look into the very stimulus that I'm referring to and understand its role in the ongoing complexities of the situation. That's how I really feel, honestly. So that's why I wanted to have a chance for you to see that documentary, because again, this is not some Palestinian Al Jazeera documentary that's trying to vilify Israel. This is a young Jewish woman from America who was raised in a very pro-Israel, pro-Zionist household, who happened to travel to Ramallah to see for herself if what the people were telling us was true or not about the things that we're talking about. And she said they were all propagandized. They had no idea. They're just parroting, Hamas talking points. And sure enough, she went there, and what she learned, she came back and documented, because it so affected her. So you can take it or leave it what it is, but this is just one person's experience that had no reason to go in there and kind of present it in a different way. But this is what I experienced. So I find her to be a genuine human being. She's done TED Talks. She's done all sorts of work. I don't believe she's co-opted. I don't think she's getting paid by Cotter, but you can decide for yourself when you watch it. I've met Anna. She's a very kind woman, sweet, soft-spoken, all that stuff. Okay. You mentioned the fact about Zionism, the term Zionism versus Jewish, and the fact that those things are sort of combined together and really vilify all Jewish people. I think, again, people are trying to do their very best to not do that. And a lot of the allegations from the Israeli side are that the Palestinians are taught from birth to hate Jews and to want to kill Jews. Now, I can't say that in all cases that never happens, but there are groups of people in Israel, I've seen videos of this as well, in these really strict sort of Orthodox environments where they teach people to hate Arabs and say the best thing to happen for Arabs is for them to be dead. Amalek type of stuff. We've heard other people say this stuff as well. I think that exists on both sides. People who read the Talmud, these different rabbis, I have videos of them saying, you can spare no one. They all have to die. They all got to go. They're non-Jews. They got to go. So I don't ascribe that to one party or the other as being ultimately pervasive. I think it's anomalous. And I believe that to point one out on one side and not acknowledge the other is being disingenuous. Again, I'm not going to call you naive, but taking a one-sided view and only focusing on what one group does while not acknowledging what happens on the other, I think that's not being down the middle. Okay, you mentioned that there are other groups that are involved in stuff. Black people, the fact that talking about Hollywood being run by a gang of Jewish people, like Candace Owens said she heard others saying, was potentially acknowledging, or I don't know if she's agreeing with it. That's just unfair. Well, I talked about this earlier in my live. If Mexican cartel members or Mexican nationals, successful business people or whomever, occupied positions of power in industries where 75-80% of the people who ran different organizations that had positions of power happen to be Mexicans, and they had dual citizenship with the U.S. and Mexico, and they're in the government, and the policies of the government send money to Mexico, supply weapons to Mexico. Anytime anybody accuses Mexico of doing something wrong on the world stage, the U.S. steps in and vetoes the bill at the UN because of the influence of the lobbying groups of the Mexican people that want to protect the Mexican interests. It would be fair to point to that and go, hey, why is this such a pervasive intermingling of a smaller group of people that controls the policies that affect the larger, much vast majority of a group of a country? That's at least worthy of conversation. It may not be a conspiracy, but to make it off limits to acknowledge it and discuss it like they did with people like Kanye, who, by the way, presented it in a way that was absolutely idiotic, in my opinion. But I think you can do it in a way that's sensible and sensitive without it being mean-spirited and conspiratorial. And there may be dots that can be connected. There may not be. I try to keep it very clear about maybe not. I don't know for sure, but it does seem notable. I think that's a fair thing to say. And I've been called all sorts of things for even getting into that comment. And I think that's unfair to make some parts of the world conversation out of bounds, off limits, just can't be talked about, or you're a bad person. I think that's absurd. Okay. There are bad people everywhere, granted, I agree with you. And if there are some people in the Jewish community that do horrible things and support horrible things, yeah, they should be called out. I agree with you. But if there are more people in a community that together, whether they're doing horrible individual things or not, but have sort of a common thought process, they don't get together in a room one time and slap their hands together and smoke cigars and go, let's go do this. It's not like that. It's sort of a common belief system and a common belief that certain things should be maintained in a cultural and economic way. And that's their prerogative. And if they're successful at it, good for them. But if it has an adverse impact eventually on the broader population such that policies are put in place that normally wouldn't be other than that undue influence, I think that is concerning. And to point that concern out is not necessarily mean-spirited, because here's the question. Why should our country supply tens of billions of dollars, hundreds of billions over many decades, to a small country, as you pointed out, that you can drive down in X number of minutes, this much wide, that's doing very disruptive things to its own interests in a region that's very volatile and making it more so, just to protect a small subset of people who claim they have a historical claim to the land? That, and if you strip away all the other stuff and just look at it from the strictly practical point of view, it's troubling. Now, if I was on the receiving end of that, I'd be more than happy to have that arrangement, granted. But I'm on the giving end of that as a U.S. taxpayer who doesn't live in Israel, doesn't support the policies of Israel, doesn't support anything other than wanting safety for Jewish people from being harmed. I'm all for that. I don't want things to be disruptive and cantankerous and problematic and violent and warlike. It's a total disaster what's going on there. So again, mixed feelings. I'm happy that there's a safe place for Jewish people to be. I'm not happy that it's caused so many problems. And I think that's fair to point out. It's just been a mess. Okay, almost done. So you said what would really help is to not focus so much on the fact that it's a Jewish thing, but to differentiate. Well, I tried to do that. That you're a moderate right politically and not everybody agrees with the government policy. Yeah, fair enough. In every society, you have a wide range of views, including in Gaza. So if we're going to apply the same standard that you want to have acknowledged inside of Israel, the range of opinion, a lot don't agree with the incumbent government, just like here in the United States. Guess what? In Gaza, it's very similar. Not everybody voted for the age group. And in fact, half the population under the age of 18 weren't even alive when the election took place in 2006. So it's unfair to say that everybody there supports the H group's actions or everybody supports the H group government. They're the incumbent authority that administer the government. They do some good things for the population. They don't take all the food for themselves. They don't take all the materials and bills. They're like any other government. They do stuff for their people to some extent. Now, am I saying that excuses the diversion of funds to Qatar or the diversion of resources solely to the armed conflict and not to the people? It would be ideal if it weren't the case. But in every governing authority, including the U.S. and Israel, some amount of the public money goes towards defense or offense or whatever you want to call it. They're diverting funds, whether you want to call it, because it's relief funds, and they're diverting some or a large portion. They're doing that in a way that they believe, in terms of the governing authority, is the best long-term deployment of their resources towards the struggle that they're trying to achieve. I don't agree with their struggle in terms of how they're taking it out. I'm not for or against it. I'm observing it and kind of analyze it. But if that's how they choose to operate and it affects the people negatively, I don't like that. But it's their choice to make. And if they rise up against that government, and they can do that if they could, they'll change it. If they can't, they won't. In our country, we can't rise up against our government and change the policies. There's too many layers of stuff that we can't even have a protest all the time. They're going to ban a goddamn app just for talking about stuff like this. So that's where we are. It's a problem. But again, you can't blame all that on the people, because most governments take the course they're going to take with corruption and implementation in a way that they hold the power, and people can't change that if they like it or not. And I don't agree with repressive tactics either. If you're walking down the street and you're gay and you're in Gaza and you're acting like flamboyant, yeah, you're going to get some repressive action. Put it that way. If you're somebody who claims to be transgender, you're going to get repressed, and you wouldn't get that in Israel. Hats off. I agree. I wouldn't want to be repressed if I were gay or transgender. And the fact that there's a more liberal society in Israel that permits that, I don't want to have people be mistreated for their basic humanity. Okay, so I agree with you there. But I'm not from that culture. I'm not from that religion. I don't understand their practices and their traditions, and it's not for me to tell them what to do, even if I don't like it. Okay, as far as you said that when Jews were oppressed, they weren't violent, and they didn't, quote, go after the Germans. Well, that's in most cases, you're right, but there was the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. That did happen. That's an historical event. They did harm Germans. They tried to break free from the situation they were in. I don't blame them. And the same standard I apply to that circumstance, even though the whole totality of that circumstance was drastically different. But the oppressive dynamic was not completely different from the oppressive dynamic that people experience in terms of their perception in Palestine. And so to want to break free from oppressive circumstances is a universal human reaction to being put under someone else's control. Just the way it is. And so just like Jews in World War II wanted to get out of the Polish ghetto, which I don't blame them, people who are living in a blockaded territory who can't control their destination, their destiny. They have half people unemployed. They have a lot of difficulties, a lot of problems. It's not like a prison, though. I don't agree with open air prison. But I would say this, having yourself walled in and you can't go anywhere. Some people never left Gaza ever their whole life, 45, 50 years old, never gone anywhere. So that's not a great way to be. Imagine if you couldn't leave your little town ever, and somebody from an Arab group controlled your every move, controlled what got in, what got out. They decided they can cut the power off, the water off. They can blow up your airport. They control everything about you. Would you like that? I'm guessing no. Most people don't like that. That's why people fight back. If you go to Google and you type in, is a blockade an act of war? You will see the answer is yes. There was a blockade enforced by Israel on Gaza. They weren't occupying it internally with the settlements that were withdrawn in 2005, but they were blockading it, which is an act of war. There was not peace on 10/6. There was also a brutal occupation going on next door in the occupied territory where people are being killed, houses are being bulldozed. If you watch the documentary that I'm about to show, which I hope you will, you'll see all the things I'm talking about. They're not indifferent to that. They have a different political philosophy with how to resist these conditions that obviously was violent, and I don't agree with that either. But they still have sympathy for and solidarity with the other members of their community that they believe are going through the same struggle, which is why after Israel pulled out in 2005, they still chose to resist, because the totality of the injustice against their people had not been remedied yet. And until it is, to whatever extent it can be politically, this violence will likely recur. And even if every member of the existing group that's militant, maybe just the ones who went into Israel, who came back, or maybe if you kill every single one of them, which Israel may try to do, I don't know if they can, but even if they do, the idea of resistance will not be quashed, because every 10-year-old kid who lost 15 members of his family and survives this, what do you think's going through their head when they turn 20, 21? It's just normal human action to want to respond to, just like Israel's doing right now. You took harm, the country of Israel took harm, they want to get back. Well, when Palestinians take harm, they want to get back. So it's just an ongoing cycle that's never going to end until there's a political resolution. But maintaining the dominant position and brutalizing people unnecessarily, which is what I believe Israel does, and I can give you examples, I'll show you the documentary, it's unnecessary. It's not just maintaining their security. They bring people in under administrative detention and hold them in Israeli jails for sometimes 10, 20 years with no charges. That's not okay. I consider that a hostage. If you do a minor crime like throwing a stone at an armored vehicle, a bulldozer, they come by, they get you, they catch your 3 or 4 friends, they take you in, they charge you with terrorism and give you a 5-year prison sentence, and they just hold you there. If somebody dies in Israeli custody, if they have a 12-year prison sentence and they die 6 years in, Israel holds the body for 6 years to serve out the sentence and then returns the body to the family. Is that necessary to maintain security? Nope. That's a finger in the wound of another people, unnecessarily so. I think the stuff that Israel does is stupid for its own security. It does things it shouldn't do, which is, I don't want to focus on it exclusively. I've spent a lot of time trying to be sympathetic to the point of view that you embrace, which I understand and I'm not naive to. I just disagree, because if you look at the balance of what goes on and the stimulus response nature of this, it's what causes the response. Absent that stimulus of excessive mistreatment and brutality, that response would not be as forceful as it has been, especially among the more militant people. They don't hate Jews enough to go in and want to try to kill everybody. They can't. It would be a fool's errand to say we're going to go and kill 7 or 9 million people with a force of 12,000 or 20,000. That's absurd. They'd all get killed. They'd go nowhere. So if their goal is not to exterminate the Jewish people. They would like to see the original problem that has shifted their entire future of their lives remedied, if possible, right of return, etc. Politically, that's not practical. We all know that. Israel's not going off the map, nor are the Jewish people. So the most reasonable thing to consider is for Israel to settle in a 2-state fashion. The problem are the settlements. They have so fragmented the West Bank to a point where the areas where Palestinians live, and they've divided this particular power structure, A, B, and C, is impractical to a contiguous territorial state. Just is. So what needs to happen ideally would be for Israel to withdraw its 700,000 plus settlers, all settling there illegally, according to everybody in the world, except for one country, and that's the country that took the land, claiming it got it in a war that it was defensive when it actually took the initiative and preemptively invaded and occupied the territory. Now, you can try to justify it, saying the Egyptians closed the canal and they were safe, Nasser was rattling his saber. Okay, I hear you, but they didn't attack you. yet. And you attack them, no, not you personally, but the government of Israel and the military. And they decided that was the course of action they were going to take, and they did it, and that's where we are, and that's why we're here, because of those decisions. I don't believe Israel was under imminent threat. They weren't going to be extinguished. They have a very technically superior military. Even if they had been attacked by the Egyptians, it's clear from history that Israel defends itself remarkably well and did not need to do what it did, but it did it because it could, which is what it continues to do vis-a-vis Palestinians. It has the upper hand power-wise, and it does what it does because it can. And the U.S. and the media have covered for Israel for decades. And the biggest change to this whole conflict that I've noticed since watching this develop is on social media. People now are seeing things with their own two eyes they never saw before or rarely saw. And the awareness of the conflict has exploded. Now you have younger people who are primarily on apps like this. You and I are the exception. I mean, I'm 56. I don't want to speak for you. But more people are seeing the actions. Candace Owens, it sits in a very resonant space. People identify with the suffering of Israelis that happened on 10/7. Granted, we've talked about that at length. And they also see, because they're just looking at this as an outsider, they also see the suffering of the families inside of Gaza with the collective punishment that's been chosen by Israel to cut off food, fuel, electricity, and medical care. No ability to go out in the sea to get food. They've cut that all off. They're starving people to death. They're miserable. Israel has dropped tens of thousands of pounds of bombs on densely populated civilian areas, in many cases unaliving dozens or hundreds of civilians in refugee camps. Very dubious in terms of their actual intent. I'll just give you the benefit of the doubt on that one, but everybody seems to perceive, and perception being the public thought, that Israel is just murdering people because they can. Again, getting back to because they can. Now, the H group is very difficult to take out. They have tunnels, they fight unconventionally, they're very hard to get to. They're probably not going to be extinguished. So the goal of this operation is questionable. What are you really doing here? And it seems like it's one massive operation of revenge, coupled with the effort to try to eliminate the bad guys, quote unquote. So therefore, this is how a lot of people see it. It's not that they don't have sympathy for Israelis. They're just seeing the literally continuing bombing and dismemberment of little, 2-year-old kids. And the images are just burned in their brains, and they just can't get away from it. And their perception is, what in the F are these people doing? These are children. We've got 13,000 plus children, indisputable numbers, that Israel has murdered. I think 1,167 total people died, 330 of which were soldiers. So you have 860 people, granted horrible, or 837 people, horrible, but 837, only one of which I think was under the age of 2. And now you have children, some of which are 3, 4, 5 years old, like 8,000 of them among the 13,000 are under the age of 5. Imagine that. Imagine if 8,000 Israeli children under 5 were bombed and murdered. Oh, we're going after the bad guys, and these Jewish people use them as human shields, so it's their fault, not ours. Imagine that for a second. I know you feel horrible about what happened to your people on 10/7. Magnify it by 30 to 40 times. How would that be for you? That would be called a second Holocaust. I guarantee it. Now, by the Israelis, it's called unfortunate collateral damage war. Nobody wants the war. We didn't want this war. Right? Okay, so last couple of things. You mentioned about Hamas repression. I agree. I wouldn't want to live under their oppression, but it is what it is. It's their government. Almost done. A couple more seconds. Because I'm probably going on about as long as you did. You mentioned about the fact that Jews in Iraq, Syria, and other Arab countries have been expelled. My understanding of history, and again, if I'm wrong, correct me, but in Iraq, there was bombings that were done on synagogues, not by Iraqis, not by Muslims, but by Zionists, to scare the population to moving from the territory back to Israel because they needed more population to fill the country. Now, if that's historically inaccurate, let's go through and talk about that. But that's what I've understood by the books that I've read, that happened. So a couple more things. Historical mistreatment, Ramadan, 120K Muslims in Al-Aqsa. My understanding is that Al-Aqsa, the Israeli police and military constantly go into the Al-Aqsa mosque with their boots on, which is desecrates. They're supposed to go with no shoes on, fire tear gas, rubber bullets, break windows, mistreat Muslims, beat people. I have videos of it. Now, I don't know in this particular instance if they allowed a certain number of worshipers to actually worship, but I've seen plenty of examples of when they don't. And they just completely brutalize people. And why? Because they can. You may not know this, Daniela, but Israel takes trucks full of sewage water and they spray it on the homes in East Jerusalem of Palestinians. And they do it 3, 4, 5 times per week. Now, is that necessary to maintain security, spraying putrid, awful shit water on people's homes? Or is that sticking the finger in the wound because you can? You know, Christians getting spit on, non-Jews being horribly mistreated. This is blatant Zionist racism. So I know not everybody's like that. You're going to make the point that it's a diverse society. It's only the fringe that does that. Maybe so, but you have to hold the same standard to both sides. You can't say, well, oh shucks, just a few on our side. But what about them? It's the same thing. It's not pervasive in their culture that everybody hates somebody and is radicalized. Most people just want to get through the day like you and I. Okay. Now you mentioned the propaganda and the my naivete coming from the fact that the Islamic jihadist groups typically publish their propaganda or their news sources in English, and then meanwhile softly echo tropes or racism and other versions in Arabic. I'm happy to look at examples of that. If you have them, bring them on. I'll look at them and I'll agree with you 100% if I see it. I'm not aware of that. Okay. Now I said a lot. Let me just do this to the audience. I don't know if anybody else wants to come. Let me look at the list of who's in the audience. Here's my question, Danielle. First of all, would you be willing to watch the documentary with us, or you don't have time for that?
I don't. I wasn't expecting to wait as long as I was. I definitely want to respond though. And you sent me the documentary, right? It's in our exchange.
I sent you the search you need to do on the Google site. It's if you type in Anna Baltzer, her first
Okay.
name, and then life in occupied Palestine, it will take you to the exact video.
So I will agree to watch that if you will agree to watch the 47-minute documentary.
Yeah, I'd love to see it.
Well, I don't know if you'd love to see it, but
Well, I would love to clarify some of the questions I have by seeing it.
Okay. So that was a lot, and Chip, you did go on a lot longer than me, but you are the moderator, you are the host.
How do I document? How do I get that video though? Are you going to send it to me, or can I
Well,
get it?
because of the victims' families, it's not for the public, but I can see if I can get you a special link because what you're going to see, you're going to not be the same. And this is images not created from the IDF. This is all from Hamas GoPros of the barbaric slaughter. It was beyond murder. It was.
Yes, I agree. I see a lot of videos so far.
I mean, I will give you some examples so you know. You will see them cutting open a stomach of
wait, I'm not trying to mute us. I'm happy to have you share the details, but I can't on the live. They'll cancel the live if we start talking like that way. So put it this way. I'm more than happy to do my due diligence as far as trying to be responsible with the audience and the things that I believe or share, because I don't want to share things that are counterfactual. I don't want to see it for the sake of the violence. I want to see it for the sake of confirming or not confirming certain things. But just to share one quick point, I'll shut up. Owen Jones, who's a UK journalist who lives in Paris, he was shown the 47-minute compilation. And he did describe how awful some of what he saw was, which I also have seen clips from that, not all of it. But what he did say was the more egregious allegations of things like assault and babies and other stuff was not in the 47-minute presentation. That's what he said.
Okay. So, yes, there was many terrorists and civilians murdering, and not everything was captured on film. It doesn't mean it didn't happen. And we see now the UN reports, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. There was rape and gang raping going on that cannot be denied. The 40 babies, yes, I understand why that has become a conspiracy, because Biden has said he didn't actually see 40 beheaded babies. That doesn't mean that 40 babies weren't actually murdered. Many of them were burned alive and murdered with machetes. They weren't all beheaded. So that is where that telephone game came from. So the reason why that happened.
Does the 47-minute documentary show that?
I will not see that documentary. I don't think the 40 babies are in that. I don't, but the reason why this happened, I don't know if you know much about kibbutzes, but kibbutzes are, it's kind of a communal living where children have a nursery together, and then the older children have a nursery, and then the adults have an area. So that is why they were able to kill children so quickly in one area, because they were all in the same nursery. Anyways, so just because, and the other thing too, that is, if you truly feel, Chip, you can understand how devastating it is for people to say that the gruesome atrocities that happened to people you love, in fact, were AI or didn't really happen, or it wasn't that bad. Again, the out of respect for the victims' families, the 47-minute documentary is not made public, but there are certainly tons of videos on Telegram that people can see for themselves, not just the brutality, but doing it with such glee in the name of Allah and calling their parents on the phone saying, "Mother and Father, you'd be so proud of me. I murdered 10 Jews with my bare hands." And then they prayed in Allah's name. So I would recommend to see this. Chip, are you with me? Hello?
Yes, I've been listening
Okay,
the whole
great. I
time.
just want to make sure you're hearing me. Just so you understand the mentality that we're dealing with, because I know you don't like me using the term naive, but I do think you're using Western logic when you're talking about an extreme fundamentalism that it's likened to ISIS, Al Qaeda, Hezbollah, and these are the ones in charge who are the government and who have a big say over how things are done. So, okay, I took a lot of notes too. I was listening to everything you said. I think, I do appreciate at the beginning when you were acknowledging the points that I was making and you were considering things that you hadn't considered before. And I'm considering things that, I hadn't considered before, better understanding where you're coming from. Even though I disagree with the information you were basing it off of, at least I can better understand where you're coming from with the information that you have. So, okay, where to begin? So first of all, the Ashkenazi thing, that most of the Jews in Israel are Ashkenazi, that is simply not true. It is not a fact. Like I was telling you before, the Jews who were ethnically cleansed from Yemen, Iraq, Syria, where do you think they went? Of course they went to Israel. 50 to 70% of Israel is black and brown people from the Middle East and Africa. Yes, of course, there's Ashkenazis as well. Again, most all people who take, you're big on DNA testing. If you take Jewish DNA, whether you're in Russia or in Iraq, your DNA is going to go back to the Middle East, because at one time that is where Jews were, and they were expelled, and they were the people who have been colonized over and over again, first by the Christians, then by the Arabs, and yes, it makes sense that they would want to go back to their homeland. It is mentioned many, many times in the Bible. This is just not a random place for them. Jerusalem is there. Many of their holiest sites are there. And Jews should have a right to have a place to call their homeland, a place to go to. And again, Chip, they're opening their doors to all religions. Unlike most of the majority of Arab countries and even some Christian countries back in the day, most places don't allow Jews, but Jews welcome everyone. So that's a very important distinction. Okay, so let's just, I just have my notes all over the place, but you were mentioning about Palestine, and Golda Meir referred to Palestine. Again, let's be honest here. If you watch the rest of the clip of what Golda Meir was saying, she was saying there's Palestinian Arabs, Palestinian Jews, Palestinian Christians. It was a name of an area. Palestine is not even an Arabic word. There's not even the letter P, the sound P in Arabic. It came from the name Syria Palestina that the Romans gave to make fun of the Jews whom they expelled. So yes, of course there were Arabs living in that region. There were Palestinian Arabs living there around 1948. But this idea that everyone was living in peace, there was a fraction of the people living in that area at the time. It was not a built-up land. And we know what happened in Europe and in the expelling of the Jews, and Israel was formed around that time. But there was tons of massacres on both sides happening before 1948. There was the Arab massacres in the 20s and the 30s. And don't get me wrong, the British, the Balfour Declaration had a lot to do with that problem. They were talking out of two sides of their mouth. They promised the Jews one thing, and they promised the Arabs another, and then they left and they made a mess. And you and I will probably absolutely disagree on stolen land. The Jews agreed to a 2-state partition. The Arabs did not, and they decided to attack the Jews. By a miracle, the Jews won. And when you are attacked and you win, too bad, so sad. I'm sorry. That's the risk and the consequence of war. You go to war, there will be a winner, there will be a loser. And especially when you're attacked from all sides, like Israel was. Israel did not have the support from the U.S. There was not a lot of U.S. support at that time. There was no money. There was no army. It was really, if you want to watch, the miracle of 1948, and how pieces of airplanes were assembled in foreign countries, and how by a miracle, all these things happened without an army. For that caused this war of independence to happen. So I don't want to go too much into that, but I don't think you know enough about 1948. Again, this is not new. And you also, let's be honest here. Why did not Zionism even begin? The Zionism from the 1800s, not the Zionism today. Because Zionism today, I don't look at it as Zionism today. I look at it as just being Jewish and living in a homeland. But why was it created, Chip? Because there was such a slaughter of Jews in Russia in the pogroms. I'm sure you've seen Fiddler on the Roof. I hope you have. That's the idea. If you saw the movie, it's this tiny little shtetl, this little town in Anatevka in Russia, and what did the Jews do? What was their crime? Just existing. They all had jobs. They all did their part to society, and eventually the Russians said, we're gonna just take all your stuff, so you better leave, because if you don't leave, you're gonna get murdered. And if you want to look up the history of the pogroms and literally the pillaging of the villages, this is why there was a need for the Jews to have a homeland where they
What
always
did the Palestinians have to do? What did the Arabs in Palestine have to do with those pogroms?
I'm saying that's why the need for Zionism started to go back to their homeland. Now, again, if the Jews did not believe, they would have expelled all of the Palestinians and murdered them all, which they didn't. Many of the Palestinian Arabs who lived there and did not leave became today's Israeli Arab citizens, who are very happy there, by the way. They can go to any other Arab country. They're choosing to live in Israel. Israel has the military capacity to absolutely get rid of the Palestinians. They're not. And this naive idea, okay, I don't want to keep saying naive because I know that word bothers you, but you're not comparing apples to apples. You can find, yes, a fringe, far religious group of Jews who will, speak for not the majority, because like in every country, everyone has, there's fringe people on both sides. It's not the comparison from UNRWA, who literally has their school books, their kindergarten plays, their school activities about, Israel is not even on the map. It's a map of Palestine. They vilify the Jews. There's a kids game called Stab the Jews. I've seen all these footages as well. The fact that paid UNRWA employees from the UN have been established as part of the terrorists who aided and abetted with the hostages and the murdering, and they're also supposed to be teachers. Not to mention some of the funders of Hamas were former teachers. So you can find one example, and I can find you 300 examples in proportion to what your claim is. And yes, unfortunately, Gaza is a breeding ground for terrorism. I don't know if you know this, but you're not even allowed to adopt Palestinian children to give them a better life in other countries. Why? Because the village wants them to grow up in the energy of revenge, in the energy of martyrdom. And from the PLO, there is literally a program called Pay to Slay, where when you murder Jews, okay, not just go to jail for any reason. When you murder Jews, your family gets payments, and you'll get streets named after you. Because it is an honor and an incentive to want to murder Jews. And we see this in the Hamas GoPro cameras.
Danielle, can you hold one sec? Just one sec. I'm sure a lot of people in the audience are dying to say some things, and there's people in the guest queue. Let me just do this for a second. So some of the things that you're saying, I believe they're directly contradicted by some things. Again, I don't want to be confrontational about it. The initial reports that a lot of the UNRWA members, employees were directly involved in events has been debunked. That the people who said that were being tortured by the IDF to make those confessions. It's not true. But a lot of groups have stopped funding UNRWA because of those reports, which is unfortunate, including the United States. As far as the pay for slay programs you're referring to, they don't exist. If people are martyred or imprisoned for an action that's related to the what do we call it, resistance. I know you call it terrorism, but other people look at it as resisting occupation and oppression. Their families get funded for the inability of the moneymaker in the family from being gone in prison or dead. That's why they give them money, not because they did something horrific against Jews. So I think you're missing the interpretation of this. As a government, yes, they do reward, they take care of the families of those who are harmed or imprisoned. There's nothing wrong with that. That's a benefit of people who make sacrifices for their cause. Different way to interpret it.
So, Chip, with all due respect, though, if you're going to assume that everything I'm saying is a lie or not true,
I didn't say it was a lie. I didn't say
no,
it was a lie.
but again, I feel you have such confirmation bias that when I'm telling you something, you just look for, but Israel's far worse, and look what Israel's doing. We're not going to get anywhere with that mentality, because I look at people as a whole and I judge them by their actions and by their culture. And I, as living in Israel and having tons of family in Israel, I can sing songs in Arabic about peace. I can see every sign in Israel has Arabic, English, and Hebrew. Every student in Israel has to learn Arabic in their schools. I look at the culture of people wanting peace as a whole, and I'm not looking at about cherry picking, versus what I'm seeing on the other side collectively. And you can excuse that all away. It doesn't mean it's not a reality. So I'm going to keep going. The idea
What are
of
the actions of
but Chip, I let you go for like a whole hour.
Hold on, but again, this is going on for like 45 minutes. Some other people got to get in at some point. I got to let others, but just want to say one thing. If the people, I have no reason to disagree with you or to question that. If the people want peace, as you say, but the government continues to make it impossible to have peace for two reasons. One, the so-called offers that have been made over the years have not been legitimate offers. They've been said to the public they are, but the terms and conditions of the agreement have not been ones that any Palestinian leader in their right mind could accept. That's the first thing. And then secondly, if your military, meaning if the government and the military continues to brutalize another people because it has the excessive force, how can you then claim
not true? You can say it. It doesn't make it true. And I can flip the whole thing around and say
no. Wait, no. I have receipts. Let's watch the documentary. Watch the documentary. I'm not talking about lying to you. I wouldn't make all this stuff up, Daniela. Come on.
No, I know, I get that, but again, why aren't you giving credit where credit is due as well? How many times has Israel come to the table? They've withdrawn from Gaza. They've given land for peace. They sat down for the Oslo Accords. And Oslo Accords, they were given the sun, the moon, and the stars, and they still rejected it because
that is bullshit.
Hold on. If they
listen, unfortunately, Daniela, have you read all of Norman Finkelstein's work? Yes or no? That's what I'm going to ask you. Fair question. Just answer that, yes or no.
Absolutely not. I would never read his.
So here's the thing. In his work, you can hate the guy or whatever. You can think he's a self-hating Jew.
Okay, but I can find you.
Hold on. In his work, I studied every single nook and cranny of every negotiation, which he takes painstaking detail with citations to prove what he's saying is truthful. And it says that all of the deals that were offered to Palestinians excluded control of their territory, excluded any terms of protective force. They were completely controlled by the Israeli government and military. That's not autonomy. Even if you get an extra 500 meters of land or 500 hectares, it's autonomy and freedom is what the people want, not a shit sandwich.
Okay. So again, I wish that was true. I wish I could believe you that the Palestinians just want autonomy and they want to live side by side with their Jewish brothers and sisters. We're all children of Abraham. I wish that was the case. I wish that was true, because that would be a hell of a lot easier for everyone involved. It's not the truth. They do not want to live side by side in peace. They're looking for any excuse ever to say, oh, we can't take that deal. We can't take that deal. They want all of it or none of it. And Israel is very capable of making peace It's made peace with many other Arab countries. They understand the value of normalizing relationships and capitalism. In fact, it's the UAE and Bahrain and maybe even Saudi Arabia, especially behind the scenes, who is getting really tired of the Palestinian victimhood and where all the aid is going. And it's not definitely going to the Palestinian people. So you can say these things, but again, look at the action. I like I said before, I will find you those clips that show in Arabic one narrative and in English another, because there is no sign that the Palestinians actually want to live side by side. If they would, then none of the aid would go towards rockets and tunnels. It would go towards hospitals. It would go towards bettering the lives of the Palestinians. There have been more than one attempt of, especially when 2005, when the Israelis left
30,
Gaza,
30
they
just
were
let you know,
forced out of
30,
there.
30
No, hold
seconds.
on. Please let me finish this, please.
30 seconds. I'm just telling you 30 seconds. Please go.
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
have so many other points that you brought up,
Well,
but
but Daniel, a lot of people want a chance. No one else has a chance to speak for like an hour and 15 minutes. So I just got to give some others a chance. If you want to stay, I can bring you back
fine.
through. I'm
That's
happy
fine. That's fine. But I want to finish this point.
Okay.
And I'm not even the one who made this point. This was Hillary Clinton to Jon Stewart. And I can find you and I will send you that article. She was there in 2005 when the Israelis had to go into Gaza, take every Jew out of their home, leave all the Israeli infrastructure and agriculture and e-commerce there for the Palestinians to take over and thrive. Mahmoud Abbas goes in and he says, destroy it all. Destroy it all. This is from the Zionists. There were several other times where Palestinian and Arab developers came to Gaza to want to build it up like a little Dubai, wanting to bring jobs to the Palestinian people. Guess who put a kibosh to it? Hamas and the PLO. Because you know why, Chip? Because peace is not good for business. So they can give you every excuse in the book. At the end of the day, they do not want a two-state solution. They do not want to make peace with Israel. They want it all.
All
And
right.
I wish you would let me finish.
I'm gonna leave you the last word on that, Danielle. You made your point. You think that they're not a peaceful people, and they won't. Now, I just want to say one more thing about that before we let the other guests come up. And you're welcome to stay, Danielle. I just want to give other people a chance to share their views. We've had a good exchange. Thank you, by the way. I hope you'll watch that documentary because I think it'll raise some eyeballs. We're gonna watch it here in a bit. I gotta take the dog out. Just last thought about that. I'm sure you've seen this before. There's a direct quote that I have saved on my phone. It's from a guy named Benjamin Netanyahu. And I'll paraphrase it. It says, if you're interested in destabilizing the Palestinian leadership and preventing a two-state solution, the number one priority should be to support and fund Hamas. That was made in 1991 by one Benjamin
You know
Netanyahu.
how I feel about Netanyahu.
Okay, maybe you do. I'm just letting you know that the divisiveness and violence has been intentionally furthered and inflamed by leadership in Israel, such that there will never be a chance for consolidated peace among the people. It's not happening by accident, is what I'm trying to say. It's not all the fault.
Netanyahu was not in office the whole time, but I
No,
want
I know
to.
he wasn't. But he said it publicly. He's been in the Knesset for a long time. So that's the point I'm trying to make. Let's let other people come in. If you want to come in again, I'm happy to have you stay. But I just got to let a couple other people come up. We have like five or six people. No, we have 9 people. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. Here's the order. We got Brenda, Shaq, Isaiah, Moroccan, Phoenix, and Revolution to start out. Or actually, first 5 if Danielle is staying. And then after that, it's going to be Tornike, Asta Popeye, and Zena. If I forget that order, please help me because I'm outside. But let me bring Brenda up.
Chip, just make sure it's not an echo chamber, okay?
We'll try. I'd love to have different views. Let's just everybody gets 2 minutes, and we'll go to the next guest. Okay? Thanks for being patient. Go ahead, Brenda.
Chip.
Hey.
Well, the one thing I want to, and I've said this on your live before, is that I absolutely reject everything that Vanilla said, because this is all centering the status quo, is centering colonialism, is centering white supremacy. So I think what we need to start thinking about is that the victimhood of of Jews is not, they're not the only ones who have suffered at the hands of colonialism. And here's how colonialism has also damaged Jews and Israelis, because it's not just about the Palestinians. It's also about how Israelis and Jews are being used by the actual colonial empire, because they are weaponizing the suffering of Jews, because since the Jews have also been oppressed the same way that like a lot of us brown people in the Americas, like there's a reason why there's like a 98% like mestizo population in Latin America, because it wasn't a friendly mixing by the Spanish in all of Latin America. So instead of us uniting together as minority people, as people who have been oppressed, because all of us have been oppressed, all of us minorities have been oppressed, it's not just the Jews. But what they did is, because the Jews come from Europe, they're using them and they're weaponizing us to separate us more and to keep us all fighting each other. Because if we really analyze as to what the actual Israeli state is that it is a money-making machine for the industrial military complex, because this is proven. They use weapons, and they test them out in Palestinians, and then they go around and sell them, and then they sell them back to Israel to use against Palestinians, and then they sell them all over the world. So all of us are being duped by everybody. And Daniela, you are being used. Like, you are being used by your government. And I think like the rest of us, all of us, we need to start, like, this is it. Like, everything that has come out of her mouth is racist rhetoric, and I am tired of people using the term anti-Semitic, because that's not what it is. This is racist rhetoric against Palestinians, against us supporting brown people. And I think that's it. We need to stop supporting this. We need to stop even giving this the time of day. And we need to stop weaponizing our suffering, because we've all suffered. It's not just Jews, and we are going to continue suffering if we are divided in this way. If we're going to continue being divided in this way. And like, I'm tired of this. Like, I'm so tired. Like, it's so much time has passed by. Like, enough is enough. Like, if you don't want to know at this point, like, you are turning a blind eye to the reality of what's going on, because there's so much information out there. Like, and I just want to make one last point. Chip does not brainwash us. There's so many people in the comments and people talking like, Chip, you are so good. I love your lives, and I'm a regular on your lives, but like, you're really good, but you are not our only source of information. And there's a reason why most people supported Israel up until October 7th. And that's because this is the first televised genocide in real time. So Chip is good, but he's not that good. Like, we have other information, and it doesn't just come from our government. It comes from a lot of diverse places. And, the point of like, oh, come to Israel. And like, you'll see, like, Chip gets invited to Israel all the time. I've been there. I've been to Palestine, and I was treated as a Palestinian because I'm a brown woman. So it depends on who you are, the type of experience that you're going to have in Palestine. And that's a fact. And I was told to my face by IDF soldiers that the reason I was detained and I was essayed by them was because I had an Arab last name, and because I looked Arab. Like, just flat out, I was told that. Even though I had an American passport, even though I speak like I speak, like with an American accent, like, that's what I was told. So the basis of all of this is white supremacy. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you, Chip.
Thanks, Brenda. It's kind of windy, so I'm trying to stay muted as much as possible. Yeah, I think in terms of fairness, if you watch how I interacted with her, I think I was more than fair, and I kind of tried to acknowledge everything that she said. I went through her stuff point by point. I even went overboard to try to acknowledge, I appreciate her point of view about the fact that some people don't show enough sympathy for their side of the issue in terms of the impact and, probably the trauma they feel and all this, let's face it, sadness is like anybody else who loses people. That's fair. That's fair for her to point out. And I think it's fair for us to be as considerate of those deaths as we are of Palestinian deaths. I think that's a fair thing to do, but not more so or less so on either side. Okay, Brenda, please stay with us. I think Shaq speaker's up. How you doing, Shaq?
Hey, brother, I'm very, very well. I was well until I heard the spew coming out of this Daniela woman. Man, she made me ill and sick with her constant lies and her Hasbro. And it's so blatant. And the thing is, they think that we don't know. The word is out there now. Everybody, the whole world knows what the Zionist entity is all about. Everything she said, there wasn't a single fragment of truth in anything that she says. And then she has the chutzpah to tell you that she's given you enough time to talk. And then she tells you to not make your Facebook, your video live here a echo chamber. She's Israeled you. She's trying to Israel you. She's trying to occupy your live broadcast. What a nerve, what a cheek. There is no limit to their ambitions and designs for occupying every single fucking corner on the planet and everybody's space. I mean, there is not a single fact or truth came out of her. She lied about the Jews of the Middle East. They were being they were being bombed by the Stern gang, the Lehi gang, the Irgun in Iraq, in Syria, and they were being frightened. There's a famous Arab Jewish professor. He now lives in the UK. He spent most of his life in occupied Palestine. I can't remember his name now. He's a very elderly, got white bushy hair. Famous professor, academic, and he's Iraqi, and he says, I'm an Arab Jew. Because these white Europeans, they bombed our synagogues. They frightened the people into making us believe it was the Muslims who were trying to expel us, and all of it was a lie. And then she's talking, and she's still spewing this nonsense about the 40 babies. If there was a single drop of truth in any of this, the Israeli legal team would have brought it up at the ICJ. They never mentioned it once. They didn't bring it up once. And then she talks about these mass essays, the abuse of women. Every single bit of it has been debunked as a lie, because even the Israeli regime had dropped the claims. There was a colonel who gave an interview. He spoke about how and this is very early on. I was shocked when I saw this interview. I couldn't believe it. And he's literally sat in a garden, on a chair with a Zionist channel, openly talking about how 28 Apache helicopters were unleashed upon the festival area. 28. I mean, one would have been more than enough to neutralize everybody. You know what the firepower of a single Apache helicopter. They had 28 of them, and then those same helicopters were filming footage of the tanks in the kibbutz. And she makes out these kibbutz are friendly little places where children roam around, and it's this idyllic little place. They are military bases. Those people are armed to the teeth. Their children are raised with hate. They're raised to hate the Arabs. They're raised to hate the Muslims. This is why they find it so easy to genocide them in the numbers that they do. Oh, Chip, I just want people to have a heart.
I think you misunderstand the idea
Be
of
quiet.
kibbutz, my
Shut up.
friends.
I'm talking. Okay. Then she went on about, you have to have a heart for the Zionists, for the Israelis, for the occupiers, for the invaders. Why would we have any heart for the occupiers and the invaders who've been terrorizing and massacring the indigenous population for 76 years?
We don't hear your voice.
Sorry. I want to be clear, though, sorry to jump in, Shaq. I just want to be clear about one thing. Yeah, the noise here is bad. So I do feel, and I think we should feel, in fairness, sympathy for anybody whose family members were unalived by military activity. You can say that the people in the kibbutzim were armed. They may have been, and you can put that person as a quasi-combatant. But if there's a wife or a grandfather or a young person or anybody like that who doesn't have any real involvement, they're just growing up in a place where they were just born into it. You can say they were taught to hate. I don't think that's pervasive. I think people are taught that people are a security risk to them, and maintaining and keeping them down is important for your people to be well. But I don't think it's based on hatred, to be fair. And I don't think that Palestinians are taught to hate Jews. So in that regard, I don't want to purvey that on my platform here.
I agree with that. I mean, I look at the end of the day, just like the Zios, they say, the H group have made us massacre 40,000 Palestinians. 70% of them are women and children, and they get away with it. Well, it's exactly the same in the reverse. The Zionists have put their people on Palestinian land, and they've made the H group attack them because and by the way, under international law, you have a God-given right, and this is enshrined in international law, to use all means necessary to displace your occupiers.
Okay, Shaq,
and
real
you're
quick. We have to
yeah,
give
and you're occup.
we have to give some other folks a chance to say something. Please stay with us. For the sake of the argument, I want to give somebody a chance who disagrees to come in. So I know this is out of order, but Tormike, if you can take like a minute, maybe a minute and a half to share your view, and then we'll let some others participate.
Yeah, the thing that he's saying is he's just trying to spread the lies and the hatred towards the Jews and towards the Israeli citizens. First of all, kibbutz is nothing about the military. It is about agriculture, to restore the agricultural fertilization of the lands. Starting from the early 20th century, the kibbutzes were created in order to make land more fertile. As the Jews were given nothing but the desert, they started the program step by step, which made the like destroyed land of Israel by wars and by what was happening there. And invader by invader, and mostly the Muslim and Turkic invaders, they were throwing their salt in order not to have anything risen there. But Jews, Israelis managed, starting from early 20th century, and managed to make land fertile. And they calling it that guy, which was previous one, was calling that it was the military basis. That's why he is trying to justify what they did in the 7th of October, because the H group members attacked the kibbutzes that were around the Gaza Strip. By the way, under the idea of kibbutzes, like a kolkhoz system, which was the Soviet Union, was based on the kibbutzes system as well, but it was like a crappier version of the kibbutzes. It was like backwards, but they kind of like same idea.
Okay, real quick.
And
Let me just let somebody else respond. I want to share one quick point, and I don't want to be what about, but I'm sorry about the wind. I'm sure, I don't know, I'm guessing you have probably not seen the documentary that I'm going to show today. It's called Life in Occupied Palestine. But if one watches that, you mentioned throwing salt onto crops to keep things from growing. Standard practice by the Israeli police and military in the occupied territories is to destroy olive tree groves, to pour gasoline on the land so nothing will grow, and to burn areas of crops. And when and sometimes settlers will drop barrel bombs that roll down the hill into the valley, explode in the same olive groves, and when the Palestinians go out to put out the fire, they then shoot them with rifles. So this is the kind of stuff that goes on that I think is absolutely unnecessary. Let me let the next person, Asaya, come in. I'll get back to you, I promise.
Yeah, I just want to go off a little bit about what Nike, I'll call him Nike, said.
Okay.
According to your scripture, you guys are not supposed to have any land. You guys are supposed to come back when the Messiah comes. So I don't know how you guys just came up one day and said, we're going to take Palestine and make it our land. Not only that, but the whole fact that this Palestine is a holy land for all the Abrahamic religions. The Israelis, not the Jewish people, the Israelis, Israel citizens, came and corrupt the most holy land for all Abrahamic religions. You guys brought the liquor in, you guys brought the nightclubs in, you guys did a lot of corruption on a holy land. Anybody that comes to Jerusalem, whether you're Christian, Jewish, or Muslim, we don't want to see that kind of stuff around the Holy Land. It's a holy land for a reason. And that's all you guys did ever since you guys occupied my country, is come and corrupt it. And they, like I mentioned this yesterday, Chip, they're always pointing fingers at us when the four fingers are pointing back at them. I mean, Chip, you're the host here. When Aaron burned himself and unalived himself, did Israel give condolences or did the H group give condolences? When Russia went through this T group that you guys planned out, the Israelis, and blamed it on ISIS, who gave condolence to Russia? Was it America and Israel or was it the H group? The H group had your guys as hostages. I believe within 1 month we released them. What did your hostages say how they were treated by H? Put H versus your leadership and compare the two people. You guys are trying to make puppets out of Palestinians, and it's not going to happen anymore. And this is why we're standing up and we're resisting.
Okay, let's let Moroccan jump in. Thank you for sharing your point of view, Moroccan. And by the way, Brenda, if it's okay, I have to make room for some other folks. Are you okay if I make some room?
Sure.
Come on back. Is it okay if you come on back when we have more room on the panel? Is that okay?
Yeah, no worries. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Brenda. Appreciate it. Okay, Moroccan 3. What's on your mind? Ask the Pope. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Chip. How are you?
Okay, what's on your mind?
No, I just wanted to say that, you know, as far as for the kibbutz, I wouldn't say they teach them hate. I would say that they teach them the fear factor that the Palestinians want to unalive all of us, and they want to get rid of all of us to get them up in arms. And the fear factor always works the best in any situation, better than hating or better than anything else. So it's basically. Also, I wanted to point out that they've been saying that ISIS and the H group are the same, both radicals. But I read in a report recently that ISIS, uh, the hierarchy, apologized to the Israeli government, something for I think October 7th, and for operations where they accidentally killed an Israeli soldier where they're at, I don't know, near the Syrian border. They had called and actually apologized to them and condemned the H group. And yesterday, I also saw that in Libya, Afghanistan, and another country, there are right now ISIS commanders that got caught and confessed. It's on Twitter that they were members of the intelligence services of Israel. They give their names, it's live and everything.
That's not
So,
true.
no, I mean, check it out. It's on Twitter.
It's fake.
Fake? Really?
Doing
Okay.
it to make the Israelis look bad.
If
They're
until the
trying to.
host gives you permission.
Who's the person speaking? I don't see. Is it what is it? I don't see anybody on the guest panel who's saying that.
It was me.
And,
I just wanted to say that that wasn't
Oh,
true because they don't need
Mize.
to.
So okay, so Mize. Let's real quick. Let's let Mize in real quick. So you said that what Ask the Pope said was counterfactual. You're saying that these involvements are not the case.
Yes.
And why do you think that?
Because I know for a fact that the Israeli government is not involved whatsoever in ISIS or ISIS. And I also want to talk about what the girl said earlier when she said in the Jewish religion it's not their
Turn.
holy land
I don't
because
think it's
that's.
your turn.
Hold on. It's okay.
You
She
asked me a
goes.
question.
It's okay. She goes. It's okay. Go ahead, please.
Sia, I really want you to. There's a video on YouTube by Ben Shapiro, and it explains wonderfully how it is their land according to their religion. So, because you said earlier that
Can I
it wasn't
respond
part
to
of the
that,
Jewish.
Chip? So
Yeah. Go
you
ahead.
use
Go ahead.
Ben
Go ahead. Go
Shapiro
ahead.
to change your scripture? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, he uses the scripture and he explains it, but he's
No, he
going to
doesn't.
explain
You
it.
have to read your scripture and see what your scripture says. He's explaining it to
He
spread hate.
shows the scripture where it says it. I'm not. I don't
So
have the
what does the
scripture. I'm
scripture
not.
say?
Look it up and look at his video. I don't have. I'm
Which
not here.
video is it? Which video is it? Because he has a lot of videos.
It's where he explains the. It's like from 2 years ago. It's where he explains the Israel and
And
Palestine
are you
conflict.
do you have a smartphone or a computer you can access?
I just have my phone, but
Okay,
I'm
if you can, in
online.
other words, you can like toggle the live, you'll still hear us. If you go to the web browser, go to YouTube, just find the name of the video, the exact name, like this, that, and the other, and then just give us the name of the video, because otherwise we'll never find it.
Okay,
Okay, thank you. Okay,
I will do that. I'll give you the
who was
video. But
who was next? I apologize. I think it was. Is it Dave?
wait, Chip, can I just say one more thing
Okay.
before I was cut off?
Yep. Go ahead.
Um, yeah, and the new leader of ISIS is he was the ex leader of the Free Syrian Army. he just got promoted. Now he leads ISIS. Okay, so I mean, if that doesn't say anything, I don't know what will. And the Free Syrian Army is being trained by American military, I believe, and someone else. So yeah, I just wanted to make that point. He just got promoted. He's the new leader now.
Syria is a very complex and interwoven group of different terror groups. The American government is supporting anyone and everyone who will fight the Assad government because it wants to get rid of Assad. So, as Richard Medhurst calls, it's 50 shades of jihad. And the Americans do support the Free Syrian Army as well as about a dozen other different, factions that are trying to fight for power. It's a mess. Yeah, but I don't doubt it at all. And I know the Israelis are involved there too because they want to get rid of the Syrian government too. So it's all everyone has their hand in it. Okay, Dave is next, I think. Dave, please go ahead.
Yes, I wanted to say about something that you said. One of the things that you responded to Daniela over there was something about the blockade.
Okay.
Okay, and I when I Google blockade, it's telling me. I just wanted to bring it up so you should understand what a blockade is. It's not a blockade meaning that they block everything. It seals. I mean, a blockade means that when they seal off everything, it's not when they check and they inspect and make sure that whatever goes in and goes out is safe for both sides.
Type in to Google, anybody who wants to do this, not necessarily Dave, type in, is a blockade an act of war? Type that into Google. So it doesn't matter to what extent you allow stuff in and out. If you control the territory 100% and you make every decision with respect to what comes in by air, land, and sea, that's a blockade.
Yes, a blockade, 100%. A blockade is an act of war. But what Israel is doing is not a blockade 100%, what you say.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
No, they're not sealing off. If you Google it, you'll see it's not sealing off everything. They are checking and making sure that whatever they're bringing in and out is good and safe for both sides.
Dave, I invite you to research that a little further as far as the definition of blockade.
There's no point to research. You Google it and you see it's sealed off.
International consensus disagrees with you. Tens of thousands of scholars who study this disagree with you.
What do you mean disagree with me? Google it says seals off. You're telling me now that Israel is sealing, it's sealed off? For 20 years,
a blockade is using military forces to control the movement of people and goods.
Control, not sealed.
Hold on. That's a blockade. The U.S. has had a blockade on Cuba for 61 years. And they control what goes in and out of Cuba. So I have no cars, no modern parts, no nothing. That is a blockade. Some things do get in. But that's the definition. You don't have to cut everything off. A siege is when you completely cut off everything and you starve out the people. That's what was done with castles back in the day. A blockade is a military encirclement, in this case by land, air, and sea, where the power that enacts the blockade controls everything and anything that moves in and out of the territory. That's by definition a blockade.
Why then Egypt is not helping the Gaza? I mean, they don't need permission of Israel.
Hold on, this is the same old story. Why doesn't Jordan come and help the people? Why doesn't such and such? Why doesn't Syria? Why doesn't Egypt do this? It's not Egypt's responsibility to take in refugees or to intervene in the internal affairs of Gaza or with Israel. Plus, the leadership of Israel works directly with the U.S. government, and they have agreements in place not to interfere, and they get paid accordingly.
Can I ask Dave a quick question?
So?
Hey, David. Or Dave.
I'm sorry, Chip, but what you said is pointless.
Why? What about the blockade? You disagree?
Yes.
Why?
Because as I told you, the Gaza has the direct access with the Egypt.
No, they don't. No, they don't have direct
access. Yes, they have.
Who is positioned at the border on the interior gate of the Rafah border crossing? Santa Claus?
It's Egypt.
It's Israel. Israel has troops.
It's
position on the inside gate to search and determine what can and can't leave Gaza and come in. That's been the place that's been since 2005, 2006. That is a full and complete military blockade by definition.
Israel troops are not standing inside the Gaza before
Right now,
war
if
started.
you look on Google Earth right now, you will see IDF soldiers, and they have a post at the gate with 146 soldiers manning the gate and military equipment. Go ahead and look at it.
What about before?
That's why the
What
aid's
about
not getting
before?
in. That's why the
What
aid's not
about
getting
before?
in. Israel has
What about-
occupied. They've occupied Gaza and the border in many instances over the years. But the blockade itself is effectively a complete blockade because Egypt does not keep that border open. It's not unlimited.
But why did not Egypt provide help before the 7th of October?
As a part of the peace agreement, when they signed over the Sinai and the Gaza Strip, they agreed not to allow a free and open border with Gaza. That's why.
But can I please interject at some point when someone's
So it makes point that nobody wants Palestinians on their side.
No,
Listen,
when you're done, can I
hold on.
proceed?
There we go. Whoa. That is a racist thing to say, okay? It's not, listen, if I said to you, because the boats that went to America in World War II and the European nations that did not want to have certain people around, that quote, nobody wants them, nobody wants the Jews, how would you feel about that? Is that an okay thing for anybody to say? I don't think so. So when you say nobody wants the Palestinians, why should they have to accept 2.2 million refugees into their territory just because Israel wants to conquer it to rid itself of a security threat? Why should the people be forced to leave land that they've lived on for multiple generations? Why?
Because they are same people, they have same faith, they have same culture.
Well, why should they have to leave their land? You're saying, but who cares? You could go back to Brooklyn, New York, and leave Israel right now. There's Jews in Brooklyn, New York, same culture, same ethnic, right? You don't want to go to New York.
It's not. I don't think anybody in Brooklyn has the Hanukkah celebrated or the Purim like Jews did.
The point is the arrogance of someone in your position, some other country should just take another group of people because it's convenient for you to get rid of them, is arrogant and just ridiculous.
No, it's not.
You can't see that?
The bottom line, the fact that and we went all the way around, the blockade is not a blockade.
Dave, I'm not having this conversation.
When you said that you Google blockade,
I'm not having a conversation as to whether Israel maintains a blockade or not. It's internationally accepted as a fact. You can argue the definition of it all you want, but everybody knows that. That's why they call it an open air prison. I don't agree with that.
You told me Google it, and I Googled it, and that's
I said Google is a blockade, an act of war. That's what I said to Google. And it is an act
Israel
of war.
has declared the war. Israel has declared.
But on October 6th, this is the point of all this. Israel says that it was attacked in an unprovoked faction on October 7th by Hamas. That is not the truth. The truth is there was a warlike circumstance where Israel was maintaining a brutal military blockade that controlled the flow of all goods by air, land, and sea, including water, food, fuel, electricity, and medical aid. That's the truth. That is a fact.
The truth is that
you know what is also a fact
is by muting everybody, and you're muting me all the time. So I'm just going to drop you.
You're trying to make a factual claim that's factually untrue.
No, you're just not getting the point.
Okay.
I understand.
I will tell the fact.
I'm just going to try.
I'll tell the fact.
Let me make sure I understand.
There are two points.
Hold on. You're saying because some goods get in, therefore it can't be a blockade because it's not a total. I told you a siege is a total cutting off of everything. A blockade is a militarily controlled decision-making process that allows only certain things in as the blockading power decides. That's a blockade by definition.
So what do you want to achieve generally? To take every blame, Israel to take every blame and to say, okay, Palestinians, take your land back. You want this?
Well, I think what would
take our land back.
Hold on, let me answer that question. That's a fair question to ask. Now, first of all, myself as an observer of what's going on there doesn't mean that I have to have every answer, but I have an answer, which I think would work if it were to be practical, but I don't think it's practical. I don't believe the Israelis and its leadership ever wanted to have a peaceful settlement. In fact, we have direct language and quotes from people who say they didn't. So why don't we take them at their word? But notwithstanding those quotes, which I do believe show intent not to want peace.
Do you want Israel to...
Hold on. Let me answer. You asked me to answer. Israel claims that over the years, over the decades, it has given very generous offers to quote unquote the Arabs, and the Arabs have rejected peace at every turn. That's the lingo we hear. That's the narrative. Guess what? None of the peace deals offered. If you read Norman Finkelstein's very, very detailed scholarly work, he goes into every single negotiation and every little detail with footnotes and with quotes from people who were there and after the fact. And none of the deals included complete autonomy and security. Everything by Israel was controlled. They maintained military control over the territories. That's not autonomy. Imagine if you wanted to have a country where you had Moroccan soldiers in Israel controlling your economy and your military, and they offer you a peace deal.
So you want Israel to be like dissolved?
Did I say that? I didn't say that.
As Zina said.
No, I said I'm being sarcastic and I'm waiting for my turn patiently.
Okay, so Zena, why don't you go ahead? You've been waiting for a while. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start by saying that the first terrorist group, or T group, I don't know what I'm allowed to say on TikTok, was the Irgun. They're the ones that kicked out the Preferdius Albions. The Preferdius Albions were the British who promised to two different. Is that correct? We can all agree on that. The British are known as the Preferdius Albions. The Irgun started way before the H group of Palestine. I'm not going to say the name because I don't want to get in trouble, but that's how it started. So there was no Palestinian resistance. There was no Palestinian, group. There was no nothing. The Irgun was the one that started to fight the British. That's my first point.
Okay.
Second point is, when you want to talk about peace, there needs to be a right of return for the Palestinians. And that has not been done or even mentioned or even acknowledged so far. So if the Palestinians have no right of return, but there's this whole birthright project or whatever it's called, then of course it's not going to be peace. There's going to be hatred and resentment. And we have to all acknowledge ourselves as humans. How would you feel as a human if somebody told you that you are not allowed to be in this place? I'm just being really simple, simplistic for these people who don't understand. You're not allowed to go back to your home, but these people are because they look this way or they act this way. That is, there's never going to be peace without the right of return. Then, when we talk about Egypt or Jordan not opening borders, sorry, I've written down notes. That's because we've been through Nakbas. I'm not even Palestinian. When the people left in 1947 plus I don't know how many other years, the Nakbas, they never were allowed back. These people are asking for Egypt to open the borders, and then what? These people, these Palestinians, will never be allowed back into their homeland. That's it. That's why they would rather die than go back in or go into Egypt or do whatever they're offered to do from Rafah border. Okay? Then there's this other thing, which is, first of all, Herzl was an atheist, Theodor Herzl. So it's not, Zionism is not religious. Zionism is political. It's just like ISIS is political. It's not religious. And if people want to say it is a religious group, then they're uneducated. They're really simply not looking deep enough. They're exactly the same thing. And Zionism was a political ideology, not a religious one. And that's how it started.
Well, ISIS were unaliving people under the name of Allah.
Could I continue, please? I have a list that I've written while listening to you. Thank you. Okay. Then I've got the Lebanon issue, which is why open up various different aspects of, I don't want to say, different war zones when you're doing things in Lebanon, in southern Lebanon, which is where I'm originally from. I live in the UK, but from Lebanon, in Lebanon, there is every day bombings. And I don't know what I'm allowed to say on TikTok, so I apologize if I say, something that's not appropriate. But every day in southern Lebanon, there is something going on. My family lives there. They didn't ask for any of this. You know, they didn't do anything. And the H group in southern Lebanon has shown extreme restraint. Now, don't you tell me that please don't respond, because I'm just talking, I'm ranting. Don't tell me that the H group in Lebanon, southern Lebanon, not the one in Palestine, doesn't have the capacity to reach Tel Aviv, doesn't have the capacity to go further and really do damage. They're not. They're responding very, very appropriately at the moment. I would say appropriately because it's a really dire situation, and they are not responding in ways in which they would have. I lived in Lebanon from 2000 till 2006. I was evacuated in 2006. I know what can happen. And what's happening right now is nothing compared to what can happen right now. And that makes me really, really upset and really angry that people think that Lebanon is involved. Lebanon has been holding itself back. The H group in Lebanon has been literally showing utmost restraint. I don't care what you think, I don't care what you say, but it's the truth. They can reach Tel Aviv right now if they wanted to, and they are not.
It's not true.
I've not finished. Excuse me, let me finish.
Okay.
But Israel is using white phosphorus on southern Lebanon. My family lives in southern Lebanon, and they are experiencing white phosphorus, which burns faces, which burns through skin and bone. Okay? There's a completely different thing. This is not the same thing. They're holding back. They're holding back for what? For the most serious of circumstances. They're trying their best. And I'm sorry, I don't support any H group. I don't support anybody, but I do not support what I used to call them the IDF. Now I call them the IOF. I don't support what they're doing. And if they continue doing what they're doing in Lebanon and in Gaza and in Rafah and in everywhere else, then they're going to get the worst of the worst. And I don't mean that in like a threat way. I just mean that in like political, I don't know, like it's just not right. Then I would like to say that I lived, I said it before, in Lebanon from 2000 till 2006. So I moved there when Israel withdrew from the south of Lebanon. I was born and bred in London, England. And in 2006, I was evacuated. But let me tell you, there are Jewish cemeteries and synagogues that are still existing in Lebanon and well preserved and well taken care of. And if Lebanese people or Arab people were in general racist or anti-Semitic, which Arabs are Semites, and you cannot take that away from us. I don't care what you say, we are Semites by race. That's what we are. We wouldn't be taking care of Jewish cemeteries. There are people taking care of Jewish cemeteries that are still existing in Lebanon today, and you can look those up on Google, on your little Google, search it up. And life in occupied Palestine, it's become completely different. It's not the same. It's become open air prison. A prison is somewhere where you have rights. You don't have rights in Gaza. You don't have rights in Rafah. You don't have rights anywhere. And my final point is that the Arabs, they don't take Egyptians, for example. They're not opening the border and allowing Palestinians in for one reason, and one reason only. Not because they're selfish, because Lebanon is filled with refugees. I don't know if you know anything about Lebanon, but it's filled with Iraqis, Syrians, Palestinians, all sorts. It's filled with all sorts. There's more refugees in Lebanon than there are Lebanese people. What makes me furious is the fact that people don't acknowledge that Egypt is not opening its full borders and other countries are not opening their full borders to the Palestinians for one reason, which is because that is Nakba number 2. That is exactly what is wanted by the Israelis. That is exactly, they want to get rid of them. Once they were gone, they're gone. And once they're gone, I'm sorry I'm shouting, I don't mean to, but once they're gone, you're gone. And then you can build your little beach resorts. And then you can have, you know, lovely things happening along the beach.
Okay, it's okay. Let's let me come in. Me, M-E-M-E-E, me. Are you want to like to say? Whose microphone's on? That's pretty loud. Maze. Yeah, there you go. So me, M-E-E, would you like to say anything? Okay, let's see if we can have, I think the next person in was Mikel. Mikel, would you like to say anything, Mikel?
Yes, I would. Hi, Chip. It's always a pleasure listening to you, man. Because can you hear me? Am I like?
Yeah, you're here. Just me, we couldn't get you, so just wait a second. Well, you'll go after Mikel.
You know, really, what's going on is still like mind-boggling that is still going on, and for this, what other nation on the face of this earth was even allowed to get away with 1% of what Israel is doing right now, and what Satan Yahoo is just coming on our TVs and talking like he's justifiable. To Mike 2390, you really made my blood boil, man. You really need to learn what's going on, because your innocent country, Israel, is definitely not innocent at all. They are the ones that are causing all this grief in the world, man. You know, Zana, she hit so many points so correctly, so many times, because you know what? I'm from Lebanon too. And you know, back in 2000, and you know, when the US sent the ships to bring the people back because Israel, the 6-week war we had, you know, my mom and my dad, who are retirees, they had to come back on that ship. You know, there's never just 3-4 nights ago, Israel bombed my village in Lebanon, you know, and we're like 50 miles away. Nothing going on there, nothing ever going on there, because the UN used to have a post right by our village. Yet they're just bombing anywhere they want, anytime they want. They're coming through, you know. If it wasn't for you know, they can lie all they want, Israel and their propaganda machines, and the only people that seem to buy it are the very, very gullible ones that want to buy it, you know, that want to believe that stuff. But the world these days is aware of what Israel is doing and causing. Um, and I just hope, man, enough civilized, intelligent human beings realize, man, you know, I strongly believe in Allah and God, and I know there's gonna be punishment for this, man. You can't just get away with almost 2 million people suffering for 6 months on the roads, on the streets, on the, you know, no food, no water, no medicine, little kids, you know, can't even get, you know, a little drop of water. Where's their humanity, for God's sake, man? Jewish people are good people. I know that they are. They're God-fearing people. But to allow this kind of stuff, and to even defend it, for a little bit or for a second, is evil. It's 100% devilish. There's nothing else. There's nothing else that can describe what's going on, and anybody that can say, "Oh, Israel has a right to defend this." Give me a break, man.
Brother, can I say something? I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I don't like the word Jewish because it's not Jewish.
No,
I've
I
been
know
in protests with
It
Jewish
is
people
Jewish.
and they
All
get
right.
right by my
I will
side.
say one
that
word,
is what I
It's
one last
said.
word,
Zionist.
and I will go.
I
Zionist.
I'm
said,
going to live
I'm
the life.
gonna mute
uh,
myself,
let
but
me
it's
finish.
Zionist, not
Okay,
Jewish.
Zaina, let me finish. What I said, Jewish people, listen, I know a lot of Jewish people, and they're not that. You know, I have my attorneys, both of them, and I trust them like I trust my best friend. You know, it's not the Jewish people, because a lot of Jewish people are good people. It's the ones that have this Zionist mentality. It's the ones that are not really Jewish, but they come into Israel and say, "Oh, I'm Jewish," so they can get a house or they might be able to get, they get money. They get our money from America. They get they get stuff that me and you and our kids can't get. My son's in college here. He has 150,000 debt already, and they won't even remove none of it. Remember that stuff Biden was supposed to help all these kids with? Did any of you guys get any kind of help? No, but send the billions and billions overseas to Israel, and then the other proxy war that they got going in Ukraine. It's just all a scam, man. They're just robbing America of its wealth, man. And if anybody loves America and says that, you can blame nobody really but our Congress and our senators, because they're the ones that have been allowed to be bought out. They take a little money. We give Israel how many billions a year, and they just send back a few millions and buy them all out. And not one of them has the audacity to stand up with the truth. And when one person does speak against what they want, they sanctioned her, man. I mean, and for the American public to allow that. But then again, when you only have Fox News or CNN or MSNBC, all the same channels that are pushing the same narrative all the time, they know nothing better. They know nothing better. And I don't know what else. I'm good. Thank you for letting me speak my mind. But really, it's getting to the point where this has to stop.
I want to say last words
Please let me
before I
know when I
leave,
can speak
because
again.
I'm
I'm really
done.
tired.
because
Thank
no,
you.
I will say a few
No,
words,
no,
then
I
you
know.
can
I'm just
speak
saying
whatever
to
you
Chip.
like.
I'm just saying to
Zena,
Chip.
I will finish. and
I'm
you
just
can
saying
speak
to
whatever
Chip.
you like,
Whenever
how
I'm
much or
able to speak
wherever you
again,
like.
I'm gonna mute myself.
I just want to say, I want to go out, just say a few words. This life, with all due respect, is only one-sided, which is dedicated to criticize and say every bad possible words for the Israel. I will say, to host, shame on you for this. Really shame on you,
Oh,
because what you're doing.
bravo,
Man, go to
bravo.
hell, Michael.
Shame on you for telling the truth. Excellent. Mm.
That's
Uh,
fair.
Truth, it's
I don't think
propaganda.
that's fair. You're muted, sir. I'm muted.
Okay.
We can't hear you, Chip. Chip,
I
we
don't
can't
want
hear
to
you.
stay
Hold on.
Chip is
Whoa,
this
saying
hold on.
something we
bullshit
couldn't hear.
anyways. So
Michael,
see you
go
in
through
Hold
hell.
on. Hold on.
go
Hold
through
on.
your
Hold
little
on.
snake
Hey, to
hole.
Mike. Wait. Before you get all angry, hold on, guys. Everybody, shut the fuck up, please. Give me a second.
Mm-mm.
Now, just to let you know, the person that just left, if you were to watch the whole live, which you didn't, I let somebody who was pro-Israel speak for almost an hour today. So for you to come on here and say that it's all one-sided, you've only seen a little bit of the live today. In fact, I go out of my way to give people a chance to speak. Now, am I critical of Israel's behavior? Of course, it's worthy of condemnation. That's my conclusion. You don't have to agree with me, and I give people ample time to share their views. So to say it's one-sided, you're here, right? So other people who listen to me tend to like the fact that I tend to lean towards the Palestinian side. I try to bring up as many guests as I can who don't agree with me, because I think it's interesting to have those exchanges. So in terms of wishing people to go to hell and stuff like that, don't be silly. That's childish.
Couldn't help it, man.
If you defend the views of what you want to say, that's fair. If you want to criticize me for the views that I have, that's fair. But all this personal stuff, well, somebody wished me because I don't have the proof that there was the sexual assault that happened on the 7th. I just don't have it. I've tried like heck to get it. I haven't been able to get it. So somebody wished, because I wouldn't acknowledge that. I didn't deny it. I said I couldn't confirm it, that I be anally raped. That's what somebody came with. This guy named Menachem Bagel 3. This is the kind of childish back and forth personal attack stuff that has no place in the dialogue. So if you want to defend your country's actions, to try to defend them. But in a lot of cases, they're indefensible. So you have to go to anti-Semitism. You got to tell somebody to go to hell, blah, blah, blah. That makes the case. Okay, who was next?
Can I
Hey,
speak
Can
now?
I
Emily,
speak?
Can
Can I
I
speak? I have an
hold
amendment.
on. There's
can I
other people
speak
that haven't
now?
spoken yet.
I
Zena,
haven't.
hold on. Other people haven't spoken yet. Let's give them a chance
I
first,
have.
okay?
I haven't
So
spoken.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. First of all, let me commend you for your patience, because some of the things that are being said here are blood curdling, really. Second of all, I just want to comment or follow up on what Daniela was saying, that the Arabs were given multiple chances of peace and they rejected it. Just read Oslo Agreement. And third of all, this is a segue for me to tell you, Chip, or suggest to you that Instead of telling them to read Finkelstein, because, like, you know, he's a self-hating Jew, they need to read the agreements. They need to read the accords, the Oslo Accords, the Wadi Araba Accords in Jordan, and
Hold on, real quick. So,
Self-hating Jew.
no, hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick. I think it's an unfair categorization to call anybody self-hating because they have different views than you. This idea that anybody who doesn't embrace the Israeli narrative and doesn't support the state of Israel is self-hating is absurd. Listen, if I
I
disagree with
agree.
you, and by the
I
way,
agree.
if I'm a black
I
person, if
agree
I'm a
with
black person, if I'm Candace Owens, and I disagree with the Black Lives Matter movement, I'm not a self-hating black person. I disagree as a conservative. That's from her point of
I
view.
agree with you, Chip. This is what she was saying, or this is what you
Oh, okay.
said that she was
Go
saying.
ahead.
I
Okay, I'm
agree
sorry.
with you.
I
What I was
misunderstood.
saying,
I
what I was
misunderstood.
saying is that when you throw Finkelstein at them, who is, by the way, one of my heroes, but when you throw Finkelstein at them, their response will be, he's a self-hating Jew, you know? So, okay, fine. Don't read Finkelstein. Read the Accords. Because, like, you cannot contest the accords themselves, the agreements themselves, that do prove that the Arabs accepted actually peace deals that were not in their favor, you know? So what I'm trying to say is that what she was saying is a load of crap, full of crap. And to follow on what Zina was saying, not only Lebanon is full of refugees, Jordan is also full of refugees, and Egypt has refugees from Gaza, throughout, in a historical manner. So the reason why the Arabs aren't taking them in is not like the other guy who said that they don't want them. It's because we don't want to create another Nakba, simply. Exactly as Zina said, so correctly. I don't know, I forgot the other points I wanted to tell you, but in the end, God bless you for your patience, really, to sit and listen to all these lies and justifications and all this crap and, and respond to them in a factual and reasonable manner. Thank you very much for what you do.
Thank you. Thanks for the nice words. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I know that we have an order going, but here's what I'm going to do. Give a really quick chance for MAES to speak, but before we do that, then we'll go to James, and then we'll go to Michael. So that's the order for now, and then we'll go to Abu, and then back to Zena. Okay, so real quick though, before we do that, take a little 10-second, 15-second break. Please tap on my face to get the lives up a little bit, and please share this with others. I went through and shared it with all my friends about 10 minutes ago. All you have to do to share it is to hold the screen down for like a half a second. It's free to do, and just tap the invite button to your mutual friends. So somebody says, "What about me, John Phoenix?" Are you in the queue, John? I don't see you in the queue, John Phoenix. If you want, thank you for sharing the live, Christian, Crystal. So, Mace, if you want to go ahead and share your views, go ahead. John, you have to request to be a guest to come up. I can't do it.
Okay. Hello. How are you?
Oh, good. I'm okay. Thanks. How about
I
you?
think I recognize you from Porfiro's live yesterday. I think
Could be.
you were on his live. But anyway, I'm pro-Israeli because I believe at the end of the day that H group is the problem, and I do not think H group gives a crap about their civilians, like at all. I mean, we've seen this by like the leader of H group lives in a $100 million high rise in Qatar, and people are like, well, you can't fit the people in the tunnels because you can't fit too many people. But my personal perspective is, if they wanted to, they would, and if they wanted to protect their civilians, they would. And I
Can
don't
I
think
just
they're.
say one thing?
Hold on me. So here's I want to ask you a question. Are there any other nations on earth where the government and people in government divert funds to their individual benefit over helping their people?
I'm sorry, you just lagged out. Can you repeat it, please?
Yeah. So are there examples of any other country or government in the world where the individuals who have a chance to do so divert funds away from the public into their personal coffers?
I'm not really sure about that one. Probably not.
Okay, so the U.S.-backed Shah of Iran, who changed the government from the democratically elected, more socially oriented Mohammad Mossadegh, had $2.8 billion of Iraqi oil money siphoned away that could have been helping the Iranian people. So the point is, this is a common phenomenon of corruption and diversion of money. And the fact that it keeps being pointed to as a juxtaposition to what Israel's doing in terms of the slaughter in Gaza, I think it's diversionary. And it's unfortunate that the people of Gaza don't get more aid given directly to them. But between the militants and between the leadership, a lot of the money goes in directions as it typically does in all societies.
Can I also say one thing?
Well,
I
let
live.
me let her finish her point because I interrupted her. Go ahead, Maze. What else do you want to finish up with? And then we'll let I got to let James and Michael go real quick.
I just want to, before I go on, I want to address the comments. Like, just because I have a different opinion than you, y'all are being like brutally rude, saying I'm slow, I don't understand. Like that's not necessary. Just because I have a different opinion than you does not make me like an idiot. I just want to say.
Who said that? We don't want to be disparaging people. Come on, let's keep to the topic, not individual attacks. That's not fair. Okay, I agree with her 100%.
And I also don't believe I heard a really good point the other day where it was like, do you belong to the earth or does the earth belong to you? And I think that we've seen over history land is repeatedly conquered and reconquered, and I don't believe it's fair to say that the Israelis should just leave because the land once belonged to Palestinians. Because
yeah, I think that could be argued from both sides. I agree with that point of view. The other argument you can make is the fact that somebody 3,000 years ago wrote down a document and believed that God gave it to him. Does that fast forward to 1880 and say it's all good to switch it back? So you can go back to 4,200 years ago and look at the descendants of Canaanite villages and say that by virtue of those residents, that everybody who's of those descents gets to keep it all for themselves. So there was a partition politically accepted by the leadership at that time. Unfortunately, not many people were happy about it from the Arab side. They attacked, and they were not successful in attacking and extinguishing the state that was going to be put together. It was put together and larger than its originally intended because of the conflict. And today, I believe that practical existence of the state is accepted by most, including the updated charter of Hamas in 2017, where they say that while they're not going to recognize the Zionist entity, meaning the state of Israel, they are willing to accept a two-state solution delineated of the pre-1967 borders, which means, sorry about the noise, that every settlement that's been illegally built inside of the occupied territories needs to be vacated, dismantled, or broken.
And also, as far as like civilians go, I'm against any innocent. I believe that any innocent civilian dying is a victim of the circumstance. But I don't much just care about it being their holy land or they belong to that land. That's not my argument. I just think that they have conquered that land. It's theirs. They have a nation under it. I don't believe there is a need for them to leave. And a lot of people are saying that nobody's saying that they need to leave, but there are a lot of people saying they need to leave, and a lot of people saying they need to get out of our land, which I think is incredibly unfair.
Well, what do you think about the fact that all of the residents in Gaza have been pushed, most of them have been pushed towards the south of Gaza into the last little sliver? And now the Israeli government and those are calling for them to leave, to go to, let's say, Egypt, for example. What do you think about that?
They're calling them to leave.
On the contrary, they certainly are. They're suggesting that they move into the Sinai Desert to stay in temporary camps, which after the fighting is done for their safety, they'll be allowed back in. That's what's been publicly said multiple times by Israeli officials.
I think that I don't think it's surprising that Israel attacked as hard as they did after October 7th. That's all I'm going to say. I think it was just, and I think obviously war's ugly, war's not. And everyone in the comments, I'm not saying that like when you're saying like, do you support a family moving out of the house and then, oh my God, these comments are horrible.
One second. Okay, so Maze, let me ask you this question. I think it's a fair question to ask. In looking at this, I think the reason why many people are outraged who probably didn't know much about this until October 7th, I mean, Jonathan Greenblatt from the ADL said, we have a TikTok problem. We have a generational problem. The younger people are not in favor of Israel. In fact, 73% of college students polled said they thought that the attacks on October 7th were justified in response to the ongoing blockade and occupation of the West Bank. So that's a pretty big shift from sentiment, and they're scared. So here's the question. Do you believe from an intentional standpoint, you said war is messy, we hear this often. Do you believe that the H group intentionally attacked civilians on 10/7?
Intentionally? Yes. They went to a festival. Yes, they 100% attacked.
Do you think that the Israeli government, in its military response, intentionally targeted civilians?
No.
Okay. Now, here's where I want to give you some information, okay? And this is not to be mean-spirited. I'm not that way. But what I want you to consider is the following. The Israeli military has a policy under the Netanyahu government. It's called the Hannibal Directive. Are you familiar with it?
It's called the what? Sorry?
Hannibal Directive.
I've heard of that, but no, I'm not familiar.
Okay, so if you don't know what the Hannibal Directive means, it goes back to Hannibal, who was the general who was commanding his forces, and rather than be captured by the enemy, he took cyanide and died. So the idea is you don't want to allow your soldiers or yourself to be captured by the enemy for a variety of reasons. You got torture, you got imprisonment, blah, blah, blah. So what the Israeli government has chosen to do vis-a-vis these types of attacks is rather than try to protect directly the civilians involved or the soldiers, it is preferable to them to engage the enemy and anyone that might be with them, such as to extinguish the enemy and not leave them the leverage like they were able to get with the civilians they took hostage into Gaza. So by virtue of that, they had multiple Apache helicopters that responded to the people that were leaving the rave. And rather than try to differentiate, which was difficult to do under the circumstances, they fired at everything that moved, just in case it included, people who they thought were, militants / T-words. And unfortunately, civilians that might have been in the same vehicles with them as hostages or whatever, or maybe they were driving their own vehicle and they didn't know, were unalive by the Israeli response, as were individuals inside the kibbutzim by Israeli tanks and mortar fire. You may not know that. So the question is, if they intentionally targeted things knowing that civilians would die, if they bombed buildings in Gaza where hostages may have been held, which many were, 50 died, unfortunately, the question is intent. So the question is, inside of Gaza, you said war is messy. Do you believe that the Israeli military, under any circumstances, dropped bombs or directed missiles to buildings that they knew were likely not to have any military?
Probably not. I don't.
Okay.
I think it's
I have direct evidence on my phone, 62 videos that are shot by journalists inside of Gaza from adjacent building tops that show unannounced attacks where no militants are present. These people know the neighborhood. They know who the people are who were involved. There was nobody nearby, and boom, a missile comes down and blows up an entire 12-story building.
I don't believe that, because I think this is H group's goal is to hide behind these civilians. So
there we go. Okay, so let's take that.
I know that people are going to get really mad at me.
That's okay. This is the propaganda system working quite effectively. So let's go through that. So the argument made, or the narrative put forth by the Israelis is, hey, these people hate life. They love death. They hate, they don't care about their civilians. They love killing them to make Israel look bad. They stand behind them as human shields. They hide their weapons and their other equipment in buildings like hospitals and other places, medical centers, nurseries, etc. And all they do is want to make Israel look bad by killing their own people. Now, here's a question for you. If you're a militant and you want to take out the enemy when they come in to attack your people, vis-a-vis tanks, civilian, infantry, whatever, are you going to stay and sit in a 12-story building and wait to be bombed by Israel?
No.
You're going to go underground where you have tunnels to protect yourself, where you're safe from harm.
But it's not as easy as that. I've talked to a former veteran, and he said, not a former veteran, a veteran, and he talked about how hard it is to differentiate civilians from the enemy. I think people think it's much easier than it is. They don't know what they're getting into. They're going into a place where there are people, the enemies that have attacked them, and they don't understand. And also the people in the comments, especially the 50-year-olds in here, you should be ashamed of yourself. Speaking to people like that, I would never speak to anyone like that. And I just wanted to say that.
This is my request in the comments. Because I don't want to kick anybody out. But please be respectful. If you disagree with what somebody's saying, that's fair. But making personally disparaging comments about somebody's mannerism or speech or their intellect, that's pointless. Please just be respectful, okay? Like you'd want to be treated. The golden rule. Here's a question I want to ask again. I know I'm asking a lot of questions. So whose responsibility is it in war to differentiate within a reasonable standard between civilians and combatants?
obviously the country that's carrying out the attack.
There you go. So in other words, when you look at, we saw it. I showed a video last night. It shows 4 men, unarmed, at least no rifles or no other equipment that makes them look like they're militants. They were walking along a dirt path next to destroyed buildings, walking presumably back to where they are from to get things from their homes or check for their people or whatever they were doing. But they were 4 men. Now, I can't say with absolute certainty that these people had no involvement with any sort of militancy. It's not clear from the video. But it appears, again, appearance being what to a lot of people, what gets them upset, that a drone fired 3 different Hellfire missiles and killed people, and they were just innocent guys walking down the street. Now you can claim that it's hard time to tell who's who, so just shoot first, ask questions later, which is what I believe Israel's been doing. But it makes it appear to the outside world that Israel is indiscriminately murdering civilians.
I think it's really sad when people think that the age group cares about their civilians, because they don't. Like, it's clear. Like, you can see they are not going. I think if they genuinely cared and they did this to protect their civilians and to help their civilians better their lives, I think they would have gone out of their way to protect them, and they clearly haven't. Like, if there's like the phrase, if they wanted to, they would, and I don't think that's their priority, and I think that's really sad that a lot of people are looking up to them.
So what do you made that's a pretty broad statement. So first of all, why is it that the age group doesn't care for its own civilians, and what is it they've done that indicates that they're not doing what you think they should be?
I think they're not doing this to protect themselves or to protect their civilians or to better their lives. I think they're doing it out of hate.
Okay. Now, so do you think it's possible? Not that you probably believe that it's hate. That's the narrative that's spoken, that this is an abject hatred for Jews, and that the kids are indoctrinated and they hate Jews and all they want to do is kill all the Jews. Right? That's what we hear. So is it possible?
It's true, and I know it sounds.
Hold on. That's an assessment of an opinion. It's not true. It's an assessment. It's not a take. So let me ask you this question.
Why are there pro-pallies?
Hold on. Let me ask you this question. This is a fair question. Is it possible that it's not abject hatred? Not that some people don't harbor that in their hearts. Every people have fanatics that are nuts. But is it possible that I mentioned this earlier with talking to the psychiatrist. Is it possible that the formation of a group like H group or Jihad or whomever is a response to the imposition of horrific mistreatment and subjugation of one's power over another? And that the response, for example, I'll give you an example. In colonial America, I don't know if you sound like you're from the US. I live in the United States. In colonial America, the Americans were living under British occupation. They didn't like it. They didn't like paying taxes. They didn't like being under administrative law, police, military, the whole nine. So they decided to try to peacefully negotiate a separation. The British laughed at them. Then they did things like the Boston Tea Party, which is civil disobedience, by dumping tea into the harbor, protesting taxes. When that didn't work, what did they do? They decided to take up arms. Now, do the Americans hate Brits? Do they hate the English? Are they have a core hatred in their heart for English people? Or were they doing what they were doing because they wanted to try to find a way to get out from under their oppressive circumstances? So in terms of the people in Hamas or other members of whomever you want to point to, is their behavior and their mindset a result of abject hatred through indoctrination, or is it based upon a response to conditions that they find insufferable and they have to try to do something about it?
I think that.
Go ahead.
I think that some people view it as that, but I also think I live in New York City, right? My little brother, there are Palestinian protests outside his Jewish school. If it's a Zionist problem, if y'all are against Zionists, and I know people are going to say, well, that's just a small portion, but you'd be surprised how many people outside his school, a Jewish school, if it's a Zionist problem, then why are they protesting outside a Jewish school?
Should they protest in front of a Hispanic American Cultural Center?
What?
Should they protest in front of a Hispanic American Cultural Center?
See, this is the issue. Is it's not Zionism, it's Judaism, and it's sad that people don't see that.
What evidence do you have to support that?
See, I think this
I can
is
send you photos of I walk my little brother to school every single day, and about 2 weeks ago there was a Palestinian protest outside his school.
right. So how does that indicate hatred of Jews?
Why would they be protesting outside of they're asserting the Israeli conflict into a Jewish school. He's in elementary school. He's 9 years old. How is that appropriate? And I know people are going to be like,
Was it being done on public property, or did they go inside the school?
they didn't go inside, they were outside the school holding signs.
Were they on public?
That said, you
Were they on
cannot
public
silence
property? Were they on public property, or were they on the school property?
I mean, they were in the middle of the street.
Okay, that's public property. So they were on public property, exercising their First Amendment right in front of a place where presumably they would support the state of Israel. That's why if you go to the Hispanic Cultural Center, chances of them being a lot of supporters of Israel is minimal. They went where they believe people are there who support Israel and its policies. Makes sense.
It makes sense because it is about Judaism. We can sit here and say it's about Zionism, but it's about Judaism.
Did you ask any of the protesters what their reason for being there was?
No, I do not feel comfortable going up to those.
Let's try this, okay, for a second. Rather than assuming what the Israeli government and the Israeli narrative says about people, why don't we ask them, hey, what brings you here and what is motivating what you're doing? And just listen to what they say. If they say, we hate all Jews and we can't believe these young Jews should exist, they have no right to exist, which I think would be an impossibility. But if they did say that, I would listen to what you're saying. But you're making an assumption that may be correct, but probably isn't, because I've been to protests and I've talked to people and asked them that exact question. Why are you here? What motivates you? What would you like to see happen differently? That's what I ask people. You know what they say? We have no problem with Jewish people. That's
they can say that all they want. Like the liberals, like AOC can say she has no problem with Jewish people, but we see it in her policies.
But this is the difference, and this is where the problem lies. This interview that took place with Candace Owens and Rabbi Barkley is indicative of exactly the approach that you're describing right here. It rings exactly the same. Here's the differentiation. Anybody who takes issue with Israeli policies and expresses them publicly, in other words, not the people who live in the country, but what the government does and the harm that's coming from its choices of what it's doing to execute this conflict, which is killing a lot of civilians, whether you want to call it collateral damage or intentional, that's happening. People are responding to, not abjectly hating, what the government of Israel is doing, not Jewish people. Got it? That's what I'm trying to get across to you. So if AOC says in the halls of Congress, we don't agree with what Israel's doing, we are bombing the civilian population and killing a lot of civilians, that's not saying she hates Jews or is anti-Semitic. She's directly saying what she feels and is against. Why can't she say that, and why do you interpret it otherwise?
Well, firstly, about Candace Owens, she doesn't believe that African American people are oppressed in the U.S., so I'm sure a lot of people here would disagree with that. And
I just asked you what about the issue where she's
I know, but I'm just saying
don't go off to another. You're veering off to another lane. Let's stay in this lane.
Okay. Well, I think Candace. I hate talking about Candace Owens. I'm sorry.
AOC. So you said that AOC hates Jews because she's critical of Israel. What about her statement makes that true? How do you draw that conclusion?
AOC, like the entire Liberal Party, not the entire Liberal, I shouldn't say that, but a lot of the Liberal Party is anti-Semitic, even if they don't want to admit it, which I know people are going to go.
How so? So this is the part that really frustrates people, because if somebody decides that they're going to set the goalpost for what they feel is upsetting to them, and they call something, they lump it into this thing called anti-Semitism. And then they generally say that if the flavor of somebody's speech is the antithesis of what they would like somebody to do to support their cause, that somehow they're the enemy of the Jewish people. But what they're really doing, in fairness, is they could give a shit about that. Most people, if you ask them about that, they go, I don't care about that issue. I don't hate anybody. What they do hate to see are children dying at the hands of bombing campaigns. And why is that an unusual response to have as a human being?
I think it's war. I'm gonna say it again. War is ugly. War is not. I'm not defending. That's what I'm saying. They are a victim of the circumstance. Like
the people in Gaza, not one of the bombs that has dropped has been intentional murdering of civilians, is what you're saying.
I mean, maybe. Like, I'm sure that there have been IDF soldiers who have committed unjust acts. I'm not completely defending them because I do not believe they're completely moral. But I would ask you questions like, do you believe like I don't know, like the London Blitz was a G-side?
Okay, so let me let the other people have to talk. Thank you for sharing your point of view on that. Stay with us. So one thing I want to add before I bring up our next guest, and that is this. Okay, on my phone.
Good evening, Chip.
Hold on, Bilal. Hold on. We got to let other people go. I get you in line. I'll get you. One thing I've noticed in watching is I have about 68 videos on my phone, somewhere in that neighborhood, of different things happening that appear to be, and again, I can't say for sure, but appear to be that show intent, or put it this way, a callous disregard for the safety of civilians. And I think the American government has even said to Israel publicly, without threat of withdrawing aid, unfortunately, is that they need to be more careful with killing civilians. So the way in which Israel has conducted this war, at best, you can argue, has been irresponsibly callous and indifferent to Palestinian life by virtue of, and it's not just the pilots or a bad soldier here and there doing something. They are given orders and targets that are determined by the leadership, and then they execute those orders. The pilots don't go outside and decide, okay, drop. It's not how it works. They get targeting instructions. Those instructions come from leaders. Those leaders make the decision as to when and where and how they want to conduct things. And what they're doing has resulted in the unaliving. And this is not war is messy, which is a bullshit statement to obfuscate the intent and actual what actually happens. Israel is choosing to mass bomb civilian areas, densely populated. They've destroyed the entire northern half of Gaza, going through that anything that the military ordinance hasn't destroyed, they're blowing up with munitions themselves. In fact, in one case, 24 Israeli soldiers died inside of a structure they had then wired up for demolition because it collapsed on them before they left. What they're doing is going through and just destroying everything in Gaza. Why? Are there militants there? Nope. Why are they destroying it then? Because they can. I keep coming back to this issue that Israel can, because the American government, my government, I'm disgusted by it, provides military, financial, and political cover to allow the Israelis to act with absolute impunity. And therefore, knowing that, they do. Why? Because they can. They're not held accountable. Now, they should be held accountable. And the reason why South Africa brought this action to the International Court of Justice was not because their lawyers were bored back in South Africa and wanted to go to the Netherlands. They brought the action because they viewed the information, much like I have, and they made a determination based on evaluating that information that Israel was committing massive war crimes that cumulatively add up to what meets the standard for the word genocide. Now, at the time, they've issued a request for not a ceasefire, but a request for Israel to do out of its way to avoid civilian casualties, which they have not done. They're ignoring that. And there's enough information to proceed with a further investigation as to whether or not the exact nature of the evidence does indeed indicate genocide, which will be determined over the next 24 to 36 months. A lot of people have said from the Israeli point of view, oh, we weren't found to be guilty. It's no problem. We're good to go. No, you're not. This is equivalent to an indictment in a court process. You first get indicted by a grand jury. There's enough evidence to proceed for the trial. So the trial is happening right now, and Israel's defending itself periodically. The South Africans are bringing their evidence in. So that's where we are. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. And the unfortunate thing is it doesn't have teeth, but it is what it is. So I believe that Israel has been committing massive war crimes, not just since October 8th, but for decades inside the occupied territories and in Gaza, where it periodically goes in and, quote, mows the lawn by bombing and killing, a few thousand Palestinians, shooting some, burning places. The Israelis are brutal occupiers and brutal oppressors. And that's just what they do. And they claim because of their security interests, they have a right to do so. And they have the Americans covering them at every angle. That's the unfortunate truth. Up to and including stealing the land outside of their 1948 borders that go till the Jordan River and at one time in the Sinai and the Golan Heights to the north in Syria. Israel has behaved like a land thief, which is driven by the project called Zionism, which is a political, settler, racist colonial project. That's it. And in 1975 or 6, the UN claimed that Zionism is a racist ideology. 1976, the UN declared, let me say that again, voted and declared Zionism is a racist political ideology. So that's why people are against Zionism, because of the outcomes of the behavior projected from its ideology, not the fact that the people involved in the society are Jewish. And those around the world who support the goals of Zionism are Jewish. They could care about that part. It's the support of the bad behavior and the desire and intent to do more of it and have a callous disregard for the lives, safety, and the suffering of others. That's why people stand against it. That's why I stand against it. Okay. All right. So I think the next person here was going to be Michael, and then Bilal, and then we'll go back to Zena.
Right on, bro. Man, I appreciate this live, man. It's intellectual, man. And I really wish that the person she didn't leave because like it was kind of like interesting. Like maybe I was like wondering where she get her information from, but she never cited any sources. So it was kind of like, but you was cool with the way you trying to like you took time to like try to explain it. And you know, I am aware that, you know, I did some research recently about the unit 8200, which is an intelligence unit. And according to Israeli Times, I read the article this morning, but it was dated in November of last year. The Israeli government, you know what I'm saying, had foreknowledge. Like the 82nd 100 unit had knowledge like 3 months before, a month before. They call that real intelligence. And they literally told the people, I mean, like they told their leadership, but their leadership never, supposedly Bibi never found out. And so like, but the response though, it reminds me of Iraq. It reminds me of Kuwait. It reminds me of like Vietnam. And you know, I'm 46, so I wasn't around during Vietnam. I was a child during the Kuwait Desert Storm stuff. I was a child, you know. And I had been incarcerated from '01 till, so I was locked up during those, the 9/11 and all that. But I'm out now, you know what I'm saying? And so I was like tripping because like what I see happening over there, they did at the super maximum yards throughout the nation. In the super maximum prison, level 4 yards, they do that regularly. Starving people, torturing people. And it was kind of disturbing to see a psychotherapist. But I know we're not going to ad hominem, but you would think that the profession would rub off and create empathy for all people, not just, I mean, I would hate to be a Palestinian patient. But anyway, I mean, like, that's got to see her. But I mean, like, I really appreciate your patience, man. I mean, it's admirable. And you know, you said you have a theory or you have an idea of how we could fix this, but you don't really have enough time to like really, but you would teach people. I mean, I'm down, bro, to like learn, you know what I'm saying, in terms of like how we can because I know it's all about money and power, man. Especially when Trump's son Kushner is talking about, hell yeah, man, we could make a lot of money. I mean, just think about like I was like, what the hell? And it's like when you're dealing with people like that are just thinking dollar bills, when you got 10,000 soldiers, according to the comments, who are in mental health hospitals as a consequence or treatment as a consequence of being exposed to that madness. And when veterans come back anyway from these wars, they don't be normal. And it's probably because you realize what drove Aaron Hall to make the ultimate sacrifice for this cause, which is basically the United States government is a settler colony and is doing and has been involved either directly or indirectly, like paying other countries to basically do to the indigenous here in Turtle Island. I mean, to do to their people what the United States had done to the people in Turtle Island, and it's just. It is sad, and I feel you, Zena, because I saw that white fire or whatever, and ain't that what the definition of Holocaust is? Death by fire. And I mean, like, oh my God. And you know, I kind of like got mentally messed up about it because around October, because I was asleep, bro, and I don't want to take forever, but I was asleep. But then I started to educate myself, started reading. Like they didn't put the stuff in their own doc records. They actually, and the Office of Historian, United States Office of Historian, talks about the history of this conflict. It talks about the agreements. It talks about, how it even mentions how Truman was advised by the State Department to not do this. But he said, I'm going to do it. And ever since 76 years ago, man, they've been on these Nukba campaigns, man. And I just wish that I don't hate Jewish people. I don't hold against the citizens of Israel, what Bibi is doing and what has been done in that. Because I understand there's culture and then there's cultures within institutions, right? And I understand that. But I mean, like, yes, let's protest to the Jewish people but they are joining the protest, and there is an Israeli spring happening over there. People are, so I'm aware of that. I try to look at both sides, and I appreciate you giving me an opportunity to listen, even though it was horrible to have to listen to that bullshit, because it was clear, man. She wasn't even, I mean, you even said, like, I'll give you a video. Have you watched it? Nope. But then she said she got a video. You said, fine. What's the site? Then she didn't want to come with it. I mean, she said, well, I have to send it to you. Maybe she will. But, and you are right, I need to work on that too, because in the end of the day, we all human beings. We might have different opinions, but if we came together, man, through cooperation and collaboration, we could take down this bullshit ass system and replace it with something better.
Bingo. That's what we should do.
I land.
Thanks.
I could go back into the comments too, bro, if you want, or to make room.
If we need space, hang on the panel, but if we need space, I'll let you know. Thanks for offering in.
For sure, bro.
Thank you. Okay, the next person is Bilal. Hi, Bilal. How are you? Nope, sorry, Bilal. Go ahead.
Good evening, Chab. Good evening, everybody. Bilal from Jerusalem, Palestine, Al Quds. I was want to speak to the MEAS or MEAS, but she leave. I listen to her for like 10 minutes when you speak with her, and unfortunately I didn't like one sentence, one useful sentence I didn't listen, but I will start to say that because many points was talking here. First of all, Islam and Christianity and Judaism, it's from God, and my studies on that, and I understand every religion, it's same, it's didn't agree with violence, with unlive people, with genocide. So the problem is with Zionist because it's different about like Judaism. Zionist, it's political organization for like controlling the world, and that's what she do from IBAC in America, money organization in UK, money organization in Germany, in many countries, especially Italy and this country I mentioned, also France. So the problem with Zionist not with just Muslim or Palestinian. Even in America, the American people have a problem from them because they control every sensitive place in the country. So Palestinian people and American people, citizens, it's have same problem with how the government now they control us as a human. Now we all see like 31,000 now alive in Gaza, and that's just in Gaza, not mentioned what happens in West Bank, in Jerusalem, and that's just from 7th of October. Nobody speaks, especially me, speak about before 7th of October, before 75 years ago, how we start that and why. Like me, I am Palestinian and I am Muslim, and I don't have a problem with any Jewish in France or Germany or Russia, or also if he in the moon or on the Mars. I don't any problem with any Jewish there. I have a problem with somebody want to end my life, steal my land, humiliate what I believe, and makes me always the guilty guy. And because of course we see that they control the media, so that's the problem, because my voice or a lot of voices didn't speak about the other side. Somebody speak this live for one side. This the only side. Nobody. Everybody have to listen. So about like that's what she said about somebody in a protest doing that and doing this. It's not like have connection with the subject we speak here, and she didn't like give you any answer about what she said. And yes, there is many units, brother Michael, about how I live like in Palestine. We have one camera for 50 person. And if you come now, you will see like one soldier to every Arabic citizen in Jerusalem. But unfortunately, we can share, we can speak, we can do. It's like arrested you because of they calling it's the law of situation, or what's calling in
Well,
English.
try to land your message. We have to let somebody else jump in. But thank
Yeah,
you.
of course, Chip. I will end. So this is a lot to speak about how live the Palestinian from 75 years to this moment, to this genocide, and what shame is all humanity see that, and unfortunately we can't do anything for them. Just we can like, unfortunately, see them, and that's it. And thanks for brothership and the other brothers and sisters here for this live and this guest and this comments. I appreciate that, really. Thank you very much, Chip. Thank you, everybody. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay. Thank you. Take care, brother. Thank you for being here. I want to show a quick clip of Golda Meir. Somebody in the comments said, it was like Apple user or something like that, said, there's no such thing as Palestine. So I want to just give people an example of the former Israeli Prime Minister, Golda Meir. She was the only female Prime Minister of Israel. She's in an interview with a British journalist, and she talks about her upbringing and how she identified. Give me 1 second while I turn our screen around. You can see Golda Meir, and you'll see, hey, hold on, Kat, hold on. You'll see, let me get the sound turned up so you can hear what she's saying. Okay, and here we go.
When were Palestinians born? What was all this area before the First World War? When Britain got the mandate over Palestine, what was Palestine then? Palestine was then the area between the Mediterranean and the Iraqian border.
You say there's no such thing as
East
Palestinian.
and West Bank, no. East and West Bank was Palestine. I'm a Palestinian. From 21 until 48, I carried a Palestinian passport.
Okay, so she goes on to say, just in fairness, she goes on to say that in that time there were Palestinian Jews, there were Palestinian Arabs, and they use the term Palestinian Christians, even though it's a religion, not an ethnicity. So what we're basically saying is if you look at any map in 1947 as well, which I'll pull one up here. This is the other thing that you can use as proof, because a lot of people say this stuff. They try to delegitimize the fact that there wasn't a formal nation state, which, by the way, formal nation states only became a thing in recent history. So if we look at, I'll just put down Palestine map 1947 really quickly for you all, and I'll bring up an image of that. So again, I'm not trying to cause any trouble here. I just want to show you that this is reality. I mean, people here try to deny this stuff, but you can see that you have to the west, you have Egypt. Right? Here's where Gaza is, right there. Little strip right there. Let me see if I can get a little closer. My phone cord got stuck there. Okay. So right here is Gaza right here, right there. That little strip is Gaza. This is the Sinai down here from Egypt. Here's Jordan. It used to be called Transjordan. Transjordan used to extend into this West Bank right here. But you can see this whole region that has been pretty much carved out as Israel is Palestine. Okay, so next time somebody says there's no Palestine, just go look that up on Google. The video is called Gold in My Ear, I'm a Palestinian. That's it's like a 30-second clip on YouTube. Okay, now I also want to ask the audience, let me flip the camera back. I want to ask the audience, I've talked about showing the documentary Life in Occupied Palestine with Anna Baltzer. If you want to see it, type the number 1. If you don't want to see it, type the number 2. It's about 40 minutes, and I'm happy to show it. 1, you want to see it. 2, you don't want to see it. And we'll see how the vote comes through. All right, so far we got 1, 2, and like 12 ones. Number 2, 2, number 2. So we're getting close to equal. Nobody wants to see it. Somebody says already watched it. Okay. With comments, yes, number 1. All right, tell you what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do as a compromise. I'm going to play like the first 5 minutes of it, okay? And I'm going to ask the same question after the first 5 minutes. Is that fair? It's only going to take a few minutes. So let me do that, and we'll see. I have it queued up. Okay, give me a second. We're going to let other guests talk too. I promise you. I'm not going to leave you out in the lurch here. Okay, here's the first 5 minutes. Let me flip the camera again. Now remember, this, just to give context, the person who is speaking in this documentary is an individual named Anna Baltzer. And Anna is a Jewish American woman who grew up in the United States, who traveled to the occupied territories to investigate whether the things she was being told by people about how Israel treats Palestinians was true or not. She did not believe the claims that were being made, so she went to see for herself. This documentary is a result of that 5.5-month experience of living with a Palestinian family in Ramallah. Okay, that's the setup. Here we go. Hi, my name is Anna, and I'm here to tell you about my experiences working with a group called the International Women's Peace Service, which is based in the West Bank. And basically, we do 2 things. First of all, we're there to document human rights abuses in the region. And second of all, we're there to support nonviolent resistance to the occupation. And I'll be telling you more about what this occupation looks like in the presentation. But before I do so, just a little bit about myself. I'm a Jewish American, and I originally got into this work when I was living in Turkey, and I would take trips through Middle East during my vacations. I was in Iran, in Syria, and Lebanon, and along my way I was taken in by families, many of them Palestinian refugees, and through my friendships with these people that I met along the way, I began to hear for the first time a whole different sort of version of the history and present of Israel and Palestine, utterly different from anything that I'd ever learned growing up as a Jewish American. And I was very disturbed, alarmed by what I heard. I didn't believe it. I thought it was all propaganda. But it sort of planted a seed, and I began to do some of my own research and eventually decided to go to Palestine to see with my own eyes what was happening. And that's when I took my first trip to Palestine. And that's what I'd like to tell you about, is what I found when I got there. I'm not here to give sort of a sweeping analysis of the entire history of the conflict. I'm not here to give every single perspective on the issue. I'm here to give my perspective as a Jewish American who spent 5 months working in the West Bank. Now, when I first got to Palestine, there were, of course, many sort of surprises along the way, but one of the first ones was just aesthetically the way Palestine looked. I guess I'd imagined the Middle East to be sort of rolling sand dunes, barren desert land, and when I got there, I realized that Palestine was actually very beautiful. This is a picture showing Palestine in the springtime. Let's see how fertile and green the land is. But beyond showing how beautiful it is, I actually think that this photograph captures what I have come to believe is really at the heart of the Israel-Palestine conflict. A lot of people have sort of a perception of this issue as being kind of an age-old rivalry between Jews and Muslims, something that's been going on for thousands of years and will continue for thousands more because at its heart are these sort of deep religious differences. And one of the first realizations that I came to when I got to Palestine was that for the most part, this really is not a war about religion. This is a war about land, about water, about resources. And I hope that my reasons for coming to those conclusions will be clear in this presentation. Now, to get you oriented, here's a map of the Middle East. Israel and Palestine are located in the Middle East, that tiny little purple and white sliver there. Here's a larger version of that map, and the beige areas in this map indicate the de facto internationally recognized borders of the State of Israel.
Meanwhile, the pink areas on the right and left are the two land masses making up the Palestinian territories occupied in 1967. And they are on the left, the Gaza Strip, and on the right, the West Bank. And I was living in a village in the West Bank, and the photographs and stories from this presentation were taken from the West Bank. So, as I said, these are known as the occupied Palestinian territories. Occupied, what does that word mean, right? Well, the purpose of my presentation is to tell you about this occupation. And the first part of my talk is just explaining the structures of the occupation. What is it composed of? I'll be talking about restricted movement, checkpoints, and roadblocks. I'll be talking about settlements and outposts. I'll be talking about the wall, and I'll be talking about imprisonment. And once we have sort of a general understanding about what the system itself looks like, I'll be talking about how are people reacting? How are people resisting? And the next part of my talk then will be about resistance. I'll be talking about everyday nonviolent resistance. I'll be talking in particular about demonstrations. And I have a section as well on Israeli activism.
Okay, so that's a quick introduction to the film, and it lasts about 40, 45 minutes. I really admire Anna. I mean, think of the courage it takes to go against everything that you've been taught or told growing up, to speak out against the very thing that you're told growing up needs to be handled this way for you to maintain security for your people and to persist as an entity. And so therefore, she had to break through all the things she was taught growing up. And there's no better teacher than direct experience, as we all know. So you can read a manual, you can watch a video, but if you do it with your hands, you learn it, and then you can teach it to others. Well, what Anna did was she came and learned through experience, and then she's come back to share her experience with others in a very human way. Now, somebody in the comments said, why are you always finding Jewish people who support your views? It's not about me finding Jewish people to back up my views. My views have been formed in part by listening to Jewish people who have shared their experience in transitioning from what they were taught growing up to what they've now come to believe based on what they've learned. So it's the exact opposite. And that's how anybody learns anything, right? It's just by listening to two different viewpoints. You take in different stuff and you try to make sense of it. And in this case, I happen to believe every single thing that Anna says because I've been able to verify it through other means. This is unfortunately the way Israel chooses to conduct itself with its military and its political system vis-a-vis Arab people who are non-Jews outside of their initial borders. This is what they do. There's nothing candy-coated about it. There's nothing, it's excessive talked about. This is not bombastic or, propagandistic. This is just, hey, this is what day-to-day life is. This is what goes on. This is what's in place. This is what you have to deal with. It's a specific accounting of what she experienced as a human being living amongst other humans who deal with an oppressive, brutal military occupation. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. That's why I really wish that things like this resource, because if you're a fair-minded, dealing with life in good faith, and you're open to information, you don't just want to hear over and over again what you want to hear. Anybody can do that. Challenge your beliefs. For those of you who think that I'm one-sided, I read Alan Dershowitz's book, The Case for Israel. Okay, I read that book. I don't agree with 99% of what he wrote in the book, but I read it to understand his point of view. I went to the pro-Israel rally in DC so I could speak to people and understand what was being said by the people to better understand an alternative point of view. Now, if you're somebody who wants to just hear one side of things and you just don't want, you think that I'm somebody who just wants to hear one side, I'm letting you know that's not how I operate. And I hope you don't either, because to be a critical thinker, it's so important to be open-minded and to listen to different things. And when somebody gives you a resource to look at and says, hey, this is something that will help round out your thinking. This may be some things you just haven't thought. You don't even know. And I believe that most people who support Zionism and who support the Israeli government don't know many of these things, because this would directly contradict the very narrative they've been taught growing up. Like, wait a second, that doesn't make any sense. That's not what happens. This is all a bunch of lies. But you're going to realize it's not. And that's why people like me speak out against it, and why people like Anna speak out against it. And it's even harder for her. I'm not Jewish. I don't have an upbringing where I'm going to upset the apple cart by expressing my views this way. But she does. Imagine how much harder it is to come out and speak to this, and she put it on camera, on film. Imagine how upset her family must be at her for, again,
sometimes people just don't want the truth to be known because they just can't bear it because it just pulls on the rug they stand on, right? So, okay, we had, in terms of who was next, we had, I think the next person was going to be, I think it was Zach and then Justice. Am I right? And then we're going to go to Zena. Sorry for the long wait, Zena. How you doing, Zach?
How you doing, Chip?
Okay, thanks.
I'm very interested in how you run this debate because I obviously disagree with you, but I think you're running it incredibly well. So
Well, thank you.
start off by saying that you were really you took the last pro-Zionist guest through a series of questions. I was wondering if you'd walk me through the same sort of your process.
Yeah, sure. I'll kind of let me just let the audience know because everybody kind of comes and goes here. So what Zach's referring to is there was a guest who was on who was expressing her sentiment that she believes that the motivating factor for why what happened on 10/7 and what happens otherwise in terms of the violent activity within the Palestinian people, territory, militants, whatever you want to say, is primarily motivated by hatred of Jews, and that people are indoctrinated since birth, that they're told to hate Jews, they're told to try to exterminate the Jews, they just want to get rid of Jews. That's her thought. And I asked her, is it possible that there's any other motivation? I said, could it be possible in terms of stimulus and response that the people who are angry at Israel and want to lash out at Israel are doing it not because they hate Jews, although there may be some members of every group that's bigoted. I can't speak to everybody. But could it be that the predominant reason that drives their behavior is an anger and sort of a lingering point of contention over, one, their grandparents being dispossessed of their land, which you can't argue about the fact that some people moved off the land. You can say that they were told to leave by another government and then they didn't come back. But there are historical accounts that say that people were forced out of their villages and many died. That's historically documented. So unfortunately, if that happened to your grandparents or my grandparents, I wouldn't be happy about that. I think that's a normal human reaction. Now, subsequent to that, if you're somebody who moves off of that land and you become a refugee in one way or the other, whether you're down in Gaza, in another country, in the West Bank, or wherever you end up, if the entire process that affected your family initially then again moves into your sphere where you're being affected not a first time, but a second time, and militarily affected, where somebody's life, I was just trying to outline in this video of what happens to people and what may motivate their anger. And two, the oppressive circumstances that contain you and mistreat you and brutalize you. Now, granted, if somebody attacks you as your neighbor, regardless of what the circumstances are that preceded it, you're angry that you got attacked. I can understand that. And at the same time, it's not a vacuum in which they did it. Now, if it was based on hate, then that would make sense. That explanation would make perfect sense because if somebody next to you just hates you, they're never going to stop attacking you because it's just out of hate. There's no dealing with them. They can't be dealt with. They can't be reasoned with. That's why I think that explanation is given because it then justifies the brutality. But my argument is, and again, I'm not omniscient, but what I would say, what makes sense to me is that the resistance, the terrorism, whatever you want to call it, is born of a long-seated frustration and deep anguish and anger over having no seeming light at the end of the tunnel to get the very thing that you're so desperate for, which is an autonomous, independent state entity that you can be left alone to live your way without somebody else interfering with you. Now, I can understand the security concerns of the Israelis if that were to be put in place. And I understand their argument that when they withdrew from the settlements in 2005 in Gaza, that there were militant responses that followed that, which is rocket fire, et cetera. And they then look to that and say, well, hey, if we gave these people back this land and all they did was still attack us, what's the point? Well, the point is one, nobody gave people back something. If you take something and then give it back, you're returning something you took. That's the first thing. The second thing is that their brothers and sisters in the majority of their population are still living under oppressive occupation. There's soldiers, there's checkpoints, as we could see if we watch this documentary, that are part of the long-term struggle that had not subsided. So to expect somebody who has solidarity with their entire people, not politically with the leadership, but with the overall population, to somehow subject themselves to further subjugation and just sit by and behave nicely, especially when that group's separated from the leadership because it has a mindset of wanting to use additional, more, I guess you say, escalated ways of resisting the very circumstances they find themselves in. That hadn't gone away. I used the example, and I'll finish and shut up, let you talk. I used the example of a bully having a big boot on your neck, a big black military boot, like really strong. It's hurting your neck. You're pinned down. Your hands are tied behind your back. And somebody has 5 knives stuck into your side that they turn periodically because why? Because they can. They're standing over you. And you're stuck. You can't do anything about it because you don't have any way to get up. You're less powerful. And then they take one of the knives that's in your leg and they pull it out. And you still have 4 left. And then they say, okay, behave. And so you get one of your hands free and you scratch the leg of this bully and it draws a little bit of blood. And you go, how dare you not appreciate the fact that I took one knife out? Now I'm really going to punish you for this. That's why people in the H group fought back, I believe. And it's not because they hate Jews, I believe, as I spoke to this person about, but the motivating factor is a response to unbearable conditions that no human being in their right mind would want to endure indefinitely with no seeming solution in sight. Now I'll shut up and listen to you, Zach, for a couple minutes.
No, I mean, listen. So on the violence thing, I think if we could just look at Palestine from a purely 1948 onward step, you could say this violence is a reaction. It's not. It has no basis in intrinsic hatred. It must just be a reaction. But we know that there's been violence by Arabs against Jews. 1929 Hebron massacre. I mean, there like many massacres long before the state of Israel. So if there was no violence before the state, you could say it's the state that's the problem. But there was violence before the state, and that is why we say it's about Jewishness.
Home can do this. So if you look at the massacres that took place in historic Palestine before the formation of the state of Israel, it was not a one-sided affair of Arabs attacking Jews. In fact, if you do the research, more Arabs were killed in massacres by Jews than Jews killed by Arabs. That's just historic fact. You can do the math. Now, it doesn't make it any better or worse. When 50 people are killed or 500, it's all the same thing. It's a horrendous thing to have happen. Now, in the beginning of the 19th century, I also encourage people to do this. Go to Google or your favorite search engine, type in population in historic Palestine 1900 to 1947. Just do that math. And if you look at the percentage of indigenous Jewish residents in the territory that was called Palestine since the Roman age, and you look at the population of others, you'll see that the Jewish population is very, very small, like 2.5%, maybe 3%. It's very small. But because of immigration, which was a part of the Zionist movement to fill the land with more Jewish people, which is perfectly reasonable to have a place to go to be safe, I'm not against that. What I am against is the harm and the discord that process, as it unfolded, ended up causing and continues to cause to this day. I'm happy there's a safe place for Jewish people to be free from harm. I think we all should be. However, if you look at who was affected by the formation of the state of Israel and all the things that have happened subsequent to that because of all the violence and problems that has followed that, it's fair to look at that and try to make sense of it and look at what happens, by whom, when, where, and how, and say, where do you fall as far as understanding it? Some people see the events from a completely different perspective. I guess Zach probably does too, which is fine. But the same things can happen and different people can interpret them or tell a story or a narrative around them. And that's what I try to make a differentiation on. I do understand the Israeli point of view. I just disagree with it because if I were on the other side of what Israel has done and tried to justify, I would hate it. And I believe that every Israeli who supports Israel's policies, if the script were flipped and they were on the other side of that, they would hate it and they'd be angry.
Chip, why do you think that Israel is doing this?
Doing which this?
I mean, the oppression. Why the oppression?
Well, the argument from the Israeli side, as I understand it, is that they're basing everything on their security needs. And they say, for example, if we're attacked, what are we supposed to do? Just leave people to come in and out? Are we supposed to not to protect our citizens? Are we supposed not to do anything about it? What do we just let it? And the other thing they say, it said, if Israel laid down its weapons, there'd be no more Jews. If Hamas lays down their weapons, returns the hostages, we'll have peace. Again, these are common monikers that go out. That's not true. Even if Israel didn't do anything.
Wait, security is not true, or it's not the only reason?
No, I said the statement that statement that is commonly told about laying down the weapons is not true. There's not enough military might and possibilities in the armament and capability of the H group fighting system to do anywhere near the damage to eliminate even 5% of the Israeli population. And that would be amazing if they could even accomplish that. So there's no possibility for the people in Palestine to commit a genocide, the more militant people against Israel. It's just not possible.
Do you think they would if they could?
No, I think they would try to free themselves from the occupation. And I don't think they want to kill the people. I think what they want to do is get rid of the mindset and the political movement that is creating the circumstances under which it leads them to being immiserated, occupied, and oppressed by a military that claims it does so for its own security, but wouldn't have the need to do so if it hadn't created such an unstable set of circumstances prior to that.
So you don't believe that any of the Palestinian hatred of Israelis has to do with Judaism? It's all
I didn't say
lived
any.
experience
I
of.
didn't say any. I said that I think for the most part, there's got to be some people who have hatred in their heart, because there's a lot of that. There's that in Israel. There's people that read the Talmud and they think that non-Jews don't deserve to live because they're idolatry worshipers. And those are fanaticals in my viewpoint. And I think you'd agree with that. And there are fanaticals probably in the age group that probably do hate whatever the Ayod or whatever the term is. I can't say for sure because I don't know for sure.
But you would agree that that the extremist population exists in all religions and is dangerous equally, right?
Yeah, I agree with that, but I don't think it's 22,000 or 25,000 or 50,000 fighters that all believe that all Jews must die. I do think there are people that are angry and have more extreme views about the political settlement of this, and they probably hold the idea that ideally the state of Israel as an entity would go away, what they call the Zionist regime, such that the territory would be established and right of return would be allowed. And not that the people would be kicked out, but the indigenous Jewish people that were there before this all happened and the mass immigration happened would stay. Those who are willing to work peacefully within a structure will stay. Those who want to fight it will go. Not necessarily go away dying, but just go elsewhere. I'm trying to paint their mindset. I'm not saying I agree with. I'm not saying I agree with that. I'm saying this is how I believe most of them think that are more extreme.
So our view would be that the people that we hate are the people who don't believe we should exist, right? Because and the proof for that is simply that there is a very healthy Arab Muslim population in Israel as citizens who do not cause violence, who don't have violence inflicted against them, and who are living prosperous lives, more prosperous than the average Arab in the entire Middle East. And so our point is that it can't be being Palestinian or being Arab that is the problem.
Sorry, but who's
It
our?
has to be
Well, let
security.
me finish this point. It's okay. Go ahead, Zach, please.
No, that it has to be security because I can't find another variable that is consistent across who we hate.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I'm saying that the justification for what Israel does is based on what it perceives to be its security interest. And
I know, but you say it perceives as if it doesn't exist or as if it's a questionable fact.
Let me clarify. So what I mean by that is that Israel has a standard for which it chooses to do what it does based on the claim of security. You may say that's an ultimately rock solid claim that has no ability to be refuted. What I'm saying though is it required for all the things that Israel does to maintain its security? That's a fair question to ask. And my argument would be is that based on what I've come to learn, which is probably more than most people have because I've been following it and digging for a long time, and as I'm willing to show in this documentary, if you're willing to stay and watch, I think the average person, once they learn this, will go, wait a second, why is all that in place, which doesn't necessarily is required? I'll give you one example that's absolutely just beyond comprehension. The Israeli military will fill trucks like water trucks or milk trucks full of putrid, basically like sewage like water that has this horrific smell. And they'll drive through occupied East Jerusalem and they will spray it on Palestinian homes. And here's a question I have for you. What in the world does that have to do with providing security for the Israeli people? Another example, Shireen Abu Akleh. Let's just say, for example, it was Crossfire. She died as a Palestinian journalist covering things in the occupied territory. So let's just say she was shot accidentally, which I don't believe, but let's just say for the sake of argument she was, and she died. At her funeral the next day, as they were carrying her casket into the facility, these Israeli police showed up and beat the procession mercilessly, such that they dropped her casket. I have the video on this phone. Why is that necessary to maintain Israel's security? Those are the examples I would give to say, what does that have to do? That is just sheer brutality for no reason other than you can do it because you hold the power over another. And I think that.
By the way, I would agree with you. I would agree with you that neither of those things keep Israel safe. And I would claim from my side that is that is trauma in action, in the same way that you would claim 10/7 is trauma in action, and I would 100% disavow the use of those two tactics as a thing. We should be better than that. I don't have to disavow rape, unaliving, and torture on a massive scale in a single day. I don't have to do that, because we don't do that. That after 80 years of trauma inflicted upon us, the worst things that we can look to is, bad actors, who I think most Jews, most Israelis would disavow, because that's not where we want to be. And I can look at that, because I can say consistently across the world, Jewish people are not violent people.
I agree wholeheartedly.
We're not. There's no other area in the world where you could look and say,
that's the
these
point. That
Jewish
is,
people are violent.
You just made the point. People are not angry at Jewish people. People are angry at a mentality which they refer to as Zionism, which a lot of times gets confused, because most people on the Jewish side of this believe that Zionism is simply the desire for the establishment of a Jewish state to protect the Jewish people from harm. I think
What's wrong with that?
I think there's nothing wrong with that. I think most sane people who are not bigoted completely support such a concept. Where I, as somebody who's trying to navigate this, come question points is, with that establishment, was there harm to others, yes or no? My answer to that is yes. Obviously, people were unfortunately displaced, and you can say, well, it was just for the better good. People decided on it. It was, so be it. But here's the thing. What Israel has chosen to do, and you say it's bad actors, I completely disagree with that assessment. That argument is one that says, well, a couple people here and there doing stuff, I disagree with that, but overall we're good. No, Israel systemically meters out brutality against Palestinians, including, and this is the worst part of it, including having Israeli soldiers with sniper rifles firing at peacefully protesting Palestinian kids in the head, in the groin, in the knee, to permanently disable them. When kids were caught throwing stones before, they would break their arms. They take kids who are accused of crimes or not even accused of crimes, they put them in Israeli detention facilities, and they hold them under a thing called administrative detention. No charges, no crime. It's like Guantanamo Bay on steroids. And thousands of Palestinians, probably between 7,000 and 12,000 at any one time, are kept in Israeli jails, many of whom are there for administrative detention and have no crimes. Even the crimes that are...
Chip, how does that benefit Israel?
It doesn't. That's the point. That's the point I'm making. You're getting...
So explain the motivation. Explain the motivation. If it doesn't benefit Israel,
I will happily do that. So it's the same motivation of why Israel, and by the way, if you go to a group called Breaking the Silence, which is a bunch of Israeli soldiers who served in the IDF in the occupied territories, who have guilt that has driven them to speak out publicly about the things they did that they believed that were wrong. And they believed at the time they were doing it that it was right based on Israel's security. But looking back, they now realize it was unnecessary. In fact, it does the exact opposite. Israeli soldiers will periodically and regularly go into, en masse, a Palestinian home in the middle of the night, 2, 3 in the morning, and terrorize the family. They'll force the adult male to disrobe in front of his family and humiliate him. They'll force the women to disrobe, not to nudity, but take off their normal clothing. They'll force the kids to cower in the corner while they point weapons at everybody and tell them to get on the floor. They terrorize the population. Why do they do that? Because as they said, now this is not my words, they want them to constantly be in fear and know who's in charge. That is systemic. That is not once in a while a couple of bad actors or a rogue platoon.
And so again, where does that come from? Why does it exist? I'm not arguing that a police state is bad, or that a police state necessitates abuse, because it does everywhere in the world, everywhere it exists. But why is there a police state in Israel? I mean, we talk about checkpoints. You talked about checkpoints from the video. Checkpoints didn't even exist until the Second Intifada. Didn't exist until people were literally walking into cafes and blowing up children.
I'll tell you why it exists. Here's why. Ben Gavir said it perfectly. I'll pull up he has a great interview on TV where he's speaking with somebody who's an Arab Israeli citizen. And what he says, they're having a conversation about whether or not it's okay to have a Jewish only street and have Palestinian homes barricaded from the front. And Ben Gavir says, and I know he's a right-wing extremist, but Ben Gavir says it perfectly, which is emblematic of what the overall mindset. Again, people are against the mindset that drives all this behavior, not the people, not the ethnicity, the mindset, the political settler, racist, colonial ideology that is Zionism in its worst form. Here's what he says. Sorry, Muhammad, but my security with my family is more important than your rights. And that is indicative of everything that flows from the Zionist mentality, that what benefits the Zionist entity is more important than any of the negative consequences that affect others.
Our position is that what benefits the benefit of keeping Jews safe, and I know that we disagree on what keeps Jews safe, but the benefit of keeping Jews safe in the one country that Jews have in our in our indigenous homeland is more important than the fullest expression of anyone's right if it gets in the way of that. That is the essence of being a Jewish state, right? That like
Yeah,
that
it's
that is the
as
most
Miko
important.
as Miko Peled says. I'll pull up a video if you want to hear it. He's the son of an Israeli general, so he probably knows a little bit about Zionism and the military in Israel. He grew up in a very Zionist household and came to realize the very things that we're discussing and decided it was repugnant and unnecessary and does the exact opposite of what's intended. It inflames anger. So by
Why
pursuing the very policies that Israel thinks is in its own interest, it isn't. Here's what he called Israel. He says the IDF is the most well-trained, well-funded terror organization on the planet.
Can I respond back to him, Chips?
Yeah, just to let you know real quickly before Wally speaks, I want to introduce Wally. Wally is actually somebody who has direct family ties to the West Bank. He lives next to a settlement that's a very aggressive Israeli settlers that frequently mete out harm to the adjacent community. So he's had family members actually die from this violent settler behavior. It's among the very things we're discussing. So welcome, Wally.
Hey, Chip, thanks for having me on. Hey, Zach, nice to meet you. Yeah, I just wanted to mainly address some of the points that you raised, because it's one of the main points that you're raising, it seems like, is like why is Israel doing what it's doing? And it seems like you're trying to say it's doing what it's doing because if it didn't, then Arabs would commit T attacks and harm Jews, and that's why Israel's justified in what it's doing. Am I kind of correct? Is that basically what you're getting across, or am I stumbling on it?
I don't think justification is necessarily in that statement, but you're right. I would say that's why they're doing it. That is the cause and effect.
Okay, so I would argue with that and say I think that the cause is Israel and the effect is the Palestinians, and the way that it's being framed is the opposite in the media. And the reason I would argue with that is because prior to Israel even existing, if we go back to the 1920s, who was the first T group in the region? It wasn't Arabs, it was the Lehigh Stern Gang. It was a Jewish T group. And they're the ones who unalived Count Bernadotte, who came up with the initial partition plan that then just fell to the wayside after he was unalived. And continuously, when I was growing up, I was hearing stories by my grandparents. My family's in the West Bank in a village called Burin, but my grandfather used to live in Haifa. And he was booted out in Haifa in the 1940s, and there was stories of massacres of Palestinian villages in the 1948, to where I grew up hearing stories about Jewish people carving out Palestinian babies out of mothers' stomachs during the massacres in 1948. Am I saying that's true or whatever? We can argue with that. I can pull up historical documents and we'd go back and forth. I'm letting you know, though, that Palestinians hear these stories. That's what we're getting told. That's what my grandparents experienced. So when we got put into our villages now, and my family's in the village in the West Bank, and the most violent extremist settlement in the West Bank, the Yitzhar settlement, is right above my family's hilltop. And just 2 weeks ago, they unalived a 10-year-old boy from my village, and all of my stories are on my TikTok and Instagram with the photos and everything. And he was just in his father's car, and they unalived him in the head. And the Yitzhar settlers have a Facebook group that basically is a snuff group showing dead bodies of Palestinians from my village that they unalive, and then they just share those content on their Facebook groups. So you can't tell me that it's completely that the cause is the Palestinians and the effects is the T attacks. You can't tell me that the cause is because Palestinians are causing these T attacks that Israel is responding in this way. Because the truth is, the system of Israel promotes settler violence. I'm actually working right now with Josh Paul from the U.S. State Department. We're pushing sanctions on Yitzhar settlers. I finally got connected to some NGOs, and I'm working with Guest Diane. It's an organization in the West Bank right now. It's an Israeli organization, actually, run by Jewish people, and they're anti-settler violence. And I'm working with them, and as I'm working with them, they're telling me that the system of Israel, the government, benefits from settler violence because they're able to acquire more land of Palestinians. So because the government of Israel benefits from settler violence, they might try to slap on some law that says, oh, we don't agree with this, but it's probably just going to be something they write down, while at the end of the day, what's actually happening is they're benefiting from it. So they might show the world and write a media article about how they disapprove of it, but they're going to continue to let it happen.
Wait, how does the Israeli government benefit from settler violence?
How does the Israeli government benefit from settler violence? Because the settlers take durhams of our land. My village, Burin, you can look over time. It's not that Israel is taking this land. It's that the settlers, I mean, they just did this a month ago. Mohammed ibn bin Salman, he was a Palestinian harvesting olive oil from his own land. The Israeli settlers unalived him. Not only did they just unalive him, they did it in front of the IDF, but now his land has officially become state-occupied land because Israel says it is. Israel says that because he died there, that land now is a conflict zone because it's too close to the settlement. So now Israel acquired the land. And I'm happy to send you anything I say for verification. But this is what Israel does. Settlers commit violence, they take the land, then after maybe a couple years, Israel justifies stating that it's state-owned land, and then they build a settlement on it. That's what's been happening.
So Wally, how do we fix this? What's the future?
What's the future? I think, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm speaking to you as, I'd say I'm a pretty moderate Palestinian in the way I want to handle the approach, because I think people want to believe that some sort of peace is required regardless of whatever solution it is. It needs to be peaceful. Otherwise, if people are going to keep dying, then we're not going in the right direction, right?
Very much agree.
Okay. Well, if that's the truth, and if we're looking at why, first off, I just want to say October 7th was horrible, and I don't support the actions of October 7th. And because we both, me and you, don't want actions like that to happen and don't want uproar, then on the Palestinian side, they need to feel some sort of trust with Israel. How do you expect people not to resist when the settlers, when 2 weeks ago, in November, my uncle's neighbor was unalived and now his family is going to remember the face of somebody unaliving him? Israel needs to begin by showing honest action that it actually wants peace. What's that mean? Stop all settlement expansion. Just straight up, just stop it. Just stop it. Is that going to fix and create a peaceful world? No. But is it going to go in the right direction? Absolutely. Just cut it out. Like if Israel really wanted peace, how is it saying it wants peace while it's having settler violence continue to take more land, unalive them, and then tell them to shut up and not act out? Like, I think we can both agree that Israel doesn't want peace if it's not actually stopping the settlement enterprise. Would you agree with that?
I have a basic question, sort of this argument against settlers, because there are absolutely settlements that have moved beyond the Oslo defined boundaries, but the vast majority of the quote unquote settlers are within Israel's territory under Oslo. So maybe not from a Green Line perspective, not from a 67 perspective, but from a
I'm going to agree with, I'm just going to have to disagree with you right there, because that's simply not true. 60% now, I think it used to be closer to 70%, but now it's in the 60s% of the settlers are in actually right where you're most likely mentioning, Hebron, closer to Jerusalem, East Jerusalem. That's where the very, very large confinement. But I mean, we just saw, was it 2 days ago or yesterday, that Israel just took, I don't even know how many durhams of land from the Jordan Valley. If anybody knows and saw that article, feel free to comment on it. But this happened either yesterday or the day before. Israel's infringing, and it's smart. Israel's being very strategic. This is what annoys me more than anything, is that Israel is so strategic with where it's trying to place these settlements to make sure a Palestinian state is non-viable. My family's village, the settlement Yitzhar, there's going to be there. So you were worried about intifada, and I'm going to tell you right now, the tension is rising. And if an intifada happens, I'm not saying it is, but if
hold on a second, Chip, don't leave that map, because I want to talk about that map for a second. Can we talk about that map?
I'm just saying that right now there's talk within my village that Israel is building a road, which there's signs of, because we see they're clearing things out, to connect the settlement next to my family's village with a settlement across from them, which means they're going to have to cut through another hilltop to do that. And obviously, when there's 20-year-old young men that don't have any money because they can't work because there's no jobs, are hearing this and they want to protect their families, and Israel's going to continue to try to build this settlement block, there is a lot of tension going on in my village right now. Wouldn't you say that that tension is justified and that anger is justified?
I mean, here's the thing. I guess the idea is a lot of people in America used to really not like when black people moved into their neighborhood. But eventually we realized that that's actually kind of a shitty way to be. And that this idea that another group moves into quote unquote your land is just sort of a distasteful attitude to have. So
Well,
that's
I'm
my
gonna
general
stop you right
feeling.
there, because the difference is that when white people were moving into their land, you're saying that we were able to get over it and whatever.
You weren't able to
White people were not trying to take the African Americans and toss them into Mexico. This is like apples to
Absolutely.
oranges.
That's what they were trying to either yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're talking about. That's absolutely what
They are Israel is actively. So you're telling me can I go to Israel right now? Can I go to Israel right now and can I spend millions of dollars and buy entire complexes and make it fully Palestinian and not have any issues with the Israeli government?
If I'm not mistaken, Area A is exactly where you can do that.
Area A, but every Area A, this is what I'm trying to get you to understand. Israel can decide when it wants to declare something Area B or C because they don't even care about these boundaries. Have you been to the West Bank? Are you actually on the ground there?
I've been to the West Bank many times.
Okay, so you're telling me, I mean, let's look at an Area A Palestinian territory, Rawabi, Palestinian billionaire, started Rawabi back in 2009. He started the city of Rawabi hoping it becomes the new capital of Palestine. It's a beautiful city. They're trying to make it like a tourist destination. And it took 5 years of him fighting with Israeli government to allow them to build the city that's in Area A because they couldn't put the water infrastructure into the city because the water was coming from an area that was coming from Area C. So for 5 years, the city was on pause to build a Palestinian city in Area A because Israel was trying to build a loop and it was Netanyahu directly that wouldn't allow them to funnel the water into the Palestinian city Area A. Simo, the Palestinian city is Rawabi. Here, actually, you can follow them on Instagram. It's a nice city. I kind of want to, it's a beautiful city. They try to make it a tourist. So what I'm saying is that Israel doesn't care. And there are so many stories from my family. I mean, my family's village is in Area C and B now, but they're trying to turn the mosque, and I'm not, they're trying to turn the mosque, which is in the center of our village, and state that there's a Roman ruin underneath it, even though how would Israel know because they've never dug underneath the mosque and they have no evidence of that. And they're trying to turn the mosque right in the center of Burin into they're trying to say it's state-owned land now because there's Roman ruins. This is happening right now in my family's village. And they're gonna take the mosque in the center of the city, they're gonna demolish it, build underneath it, and then they're probably gonna toss another Jewish home there while they're at it in a year or so. This is what they do in every Palestinian village. They claim that there's Roman ruins, they claim it state-owned land, and then they start building a settlement once they discover that there was no ancient artifacts there.
I mean, it sounds like dirty land politics.
Okay, and what I'm telling you as a Jewish person, I just want to say first off that my best friend, and people are surprised when they hear, my best friend is a non-Zionist Jew. I've always had Jewish friends because there are a lot of non-Zionist Jews, and I'm telling you as a Palestinian with family in the West Bank, we don't hate you guys because you're Jewish. We don't. Are you going to find anti-Semitic Palestinians? Are you going to find anti-Semitic Palestinians? Yes, you will. But that's but I'm telling you, as the majority reason for what's happening is going on. Nobody's saying, oh, we don't like them because we're Jewish, not because they just sold all our land, killed our children, tortured us, abused us. The settlers have M16s and they shoot us. But it's actually because they're Jewish, not because they literally just unalive the only child you've ever birthed. That's not the reason. It's because you're anti-Semitic. Dude, come on. Zach, you're smarter than that.
I listen, I think that there is a problem here. Here's what would you do? You know how in a bar, right? Like two guys walk past each other in a bar and the one guy bumps into the other guy and maybe like one is like this like shorter, like angry dude, and the other one's like this big, brawny idiot, and words are exchanged, punches start happening, and they just fucking are going at it. At a certain point, it doesn't matter who bumped into who first. Like there's anger, punches have been thrown, everyone's got a reason to be angry, a justified reason to be angry. What do? You don't sit there and say, hey guys, let's talk about this. Let's find out who did the most bad shit in this fight. No, that you just separate. You just say this is not going to work.
Exactly. I would agree. But then why is Israel infringing on more Palestinian land in the West Bank if they really want?
Because if I'm being honest, I think the separation needs to, like, I think that Palestinians are Lebanese. I think that Palestinians are Syrian. I think the Palestinians are Jordanian.
Well, so I can answer your thought right now.
So I think there are three
I'm
other
gonna interrupt you there
Palestinian.
respectfully, I want to interrupt you there just because, and I hate interrupting people just because when it comes to facts that I can actually provide right now to just disprove that, if you click on my TikTok, I actually did several TikTok series on genetic studies that show that Israeli propaganda, we Palestinians, my ancestry, I did an entire ancestry, links to ancient excavation sites in Israel, in northern Israel, for a millennia past. And I've had other Palestinians using my true ancestry, not like 23andMe or any of that, but where you will link your DNA to ancient excavation sites just to disprove this. And I've done it with dozens of Palestinians now, and I literally shared it with my
Are you telling me that Palestinians aren't better known as Levantine Arabs?
Palestinians, and the name Palestinian, I'm not, so this is the thing, you're trying to say that Palestinians are Lebanese. I'm telling you, the people that are in Palestine right now, that are in the West Bank, that are in Gaza, their ancestors, what Israel likes to say is their ancestors all came in during the 7th century conquest.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying their ancestors are the same ancestors. You will get the same split if you go to a Lebanese person or a Jordanian person. You will get the same ancestors. It's not that you don't have ancestors. It's that they're the same ancestors as 3 other nations.
I would also simply disagree with that because if you look at Palestinian ancestry, this is just a fact. If you look at Palestinian ancestry, their descendants, they're not Canaanites, they are descendants of Canaanites that link from that land. The easiest way to prove this is by matching DNA now with DNA in ancient excavation sites that have been there 10,000, 9,000, 7,000 years ago. Palestinians and Lebanese
you recognize that of the known Canaanite tribes, the Ammonites, the Hittites,
correct,
the Moabites, the Phoenician, maybe that the only ones are the Hebrews, the Jews, the Judeans. They're the only
Wally,
ones.
can I take it from here for a second? Wally.
That Israel. They come from Jordan. They come from Lebanon.
Yeah, I'm gonna well, I don't like. Go, Federico. Go ahead.
Zach, there is something you need to understand that Jordan, Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, before the British colonization, it used to be all one part of the world. We used to connect
that's exactly what I was saying.
all. Yeah, let me finish. So to say the Palestinians were Lebanese or Egyptian or whatever, that is not correct. That is not correct at all. So we lived in that area until the separation came. That is a different story. But anciently, we were all one big happy country before the Zionists showed up. So Rashid, you can finish, and I'll get back. I have a couple of points for Zach later on.
Well, host, can we talk about that map?
Give me 1 sec. I want to read one thing before we look at the map. We'll look at the map. I think we want to talk about the territorial changes that have occurred since 1948. We'll look at that. I do want to read something by a Los Angeles Times columnist, a guy named Ben Ehrenreich. This is back in March of 2009. So that's about 15 years ago. So this is a good context, I think, for people. I'm not selling you out, Zach, but for people who tend to share the type of thinking that we've heard Zach speak about. So this is a person who is Jewish. And this is what he has to say. Even after the foundation of Israel, anti-Zionism was not a particularly heretical position. I'm going to skip ahead. To be Jewish, I was raised to believe, meant understand oneself as a member of a tribe that over and over had been cast out, mistreated, and slaughtered. Millenniums of oppression that preceded it did not entitle us to a homeland or right of self-defense that supersedes anyone else's. If they offered us anything exceptional, it was a perspective on oppression and obligation born of prophetic tradition to act on behalf of the oppressed and cry out at the oppressor. For the last several decades, though, it has been all but impossible to cry out against the Israeli state without being smeared as anti-Semitic or worse. not just to question Israel's actions, but the Zionist tenets on which the state is founded, has for too long been regarded as unspeakable blasphemy. Yet it is no longer possible to believe with an honest conscience that the deplorable conditions in which Palestinians live and die in Gaza and the West Bank come as the result of specific policies, leaders, or parties on either side of the impasse. The problem is fundamental. Founding a modern state on a single ethnic or religious identity in a territory that is ethnically and religiously diverse leads inexorably either to politics of exclusion or to wholesale ethnic cleansing. To put simply, the problem is Zionism. So I can read more of it. You can get to it. It's written by a guy named Ben Ehrenreich, Ehrenreich. It's dated March 15th, 2009. So when people say Zionism and they tie it to Jews and they say, well, if you're against Zionism, you're against Jews. That is what this particular person is differentiating from. He's saying that, no, it's not the same thing. People are Jewish. People study Judaism. And Zionism is the imposition of a Jewish ethno-state in a region that was not ethnically Jewish. And there were people living there before the state was founded. The old idea that it's a land without a people for a people without a land is not correct. And this is why I have struggled with it. I'm happy that there's a place for Jewish people to be safe from persecution. That makes total sense to me. But not if it means coming on the backs of others who had nothing to do with it. In fact, they welcomed in the very immigrants initially, at least before there was more conflict that came with the numbers shifting dramatically, where they were welcomed into the land where they weren't welcome anywhere else.
Chip, I have a question. If you
Well, just
believe,
like in Europe did not want Jews in the 1920s and 30s. America refused ships of Jewish people on them. They were turned around and sent back, and they landed back in the Mediterranean at Palestine. And they were welcomed in as, refugees, as people who had to come find a place to do. They were assimilated into the culture, at least initially, relatively uneventfully. And what did people get for that uneventful assimilation? They got, more than half the territory they'd been living in taken from them under the eyes of the British and Americans, and 750,000 people expelled and about 15,000 killed. Now, I don't think that's a benign
Chip, you
act.
talk about that as if that was the only way that could have gone down. That the Jews moving into the land, that the only way for the Jews to have created a Jewish state was for there to be exclusion, displacement, and I disagree with you. Why is that the only way that could have gone?
I didn't say it was the only way it could have gone. I'm saying that's the way it did go.
Well, but it did go because, and again, so my overall thesis is that this is Arab colonialism. And I think that if you were honest about whether you believe it's possible that the answer to all of this is Arab colonialism and not Zionism, that you could answer a lot of the questions a lot easier.
So
how do you justify that it's, quote, Arab colonialism? What are your arguments? What do you mean by that?
Well, so the argument is that in 1948, the people that attacked the new state of Israel were not the Palestinians, they were the Arab League. And then the people in 1967 who attacked were Arab countries. And then the people that attacked in 1973.
What was the reason behind their attack? Why did they attack?
Because they were against the formation of the state of Israel. It was the entire reason that 1948
But why though? Why were they against? That's what I mean. Why were they against it?
I don't know. You tell me.
Well, I'm asking you if you know.
The existing state of Israel has 2 million Israeli Arab citizens who live a perfectly normal life. That is how Israel in 1948 should have existed.
You said it's Arab colonization. Okay, so colonization is motivated usually by land acquisition. So in this case, what was the reasoning behind the adjacent Arab nations attacking this nascent country that was supposed to be established called Israel? That was a Jewish ethno-state. Why did they attack?
What would have happened had they won in 1948?
Zach, let's cover one step at a time.
But you just asked me a question. I'm just saying that's the answer.
You're answering the question with a question. If you have a statement you want to make the statement. Don't ask me to try to read into it. Just why did they do it?
For land.
Okay, and why did they want to? What was it about the establishment of that was problematic?
It stopped it being Arab-controlled land and became Jewish-controlled land. They're ancient enemies.
Do you know anything about the nature of the partition plan in terms of how many people were living in the territory?
Yeah.
So you think that played a role in the decision?
The statistic is normally bandied about that it was 6%, right? That we owned 6% of the land. which actually just means that the land bought and owned by Jewish people amounted to 6% of the total land, the same way that, you know, the percentage of owned land in America versus the total landmass is also a very small number. That the idea of but we were, and that's why that map is important, because that first part has the little white smatterings, and that white smatterings are the land that Jewish people had bought up until 1948, which was going to be taken by force had the Arabs won in 1948. So my answer to all of it is Arab colonialism. This is an ancient colonial power that has successfully dominated the entire Middle East and North Africa, and they object to the existence of a indigenous population taking their land back and establishing a state
Hold
for
on.
themselves
There's where things seem to go a little sideways. Okay, so let's just cover this for a second. So, your argument is that it's the strong-minded Arab colonialists that want it all for themselves and don't want to give anything up to others. Now, is it possible though that the imposition of a pure Jewish ethno-state in a region that's historically been a very relatively dispersed population of Arab Jews, Christians, etc., might become disruptive and might cause chaos because of the nature of its establishment? And on top of that, if you look at the nature of the actual partition plan, in terms of the number of people and the amount of land being allocated to the entities, was drastically disproportionately unfair. And I think that's irrefutable. So between those two things, that's what motivated the attack, not just the pure desire to take it all for themselves. Again, just like there's no abject hatred of Jewish people, it's the anger caused by the imposition of problems by another group that wants what it wants at the negative impact on others.
The only issue with that is that the formation of Israel, no matter how much was given to them in the formation in the partition relative to their total ownership, the announcement for the independence of Israel, like the first line is that we establish the state of Israel for Jews and all other people. Because like the existence of Israel never had to preclude Palestinians from living in it. It never did, because it doesn't today, and it didn't in 1948. The only thing that caused the Nakba was the response of the Arab world saying, we will not allow a state to be owned by Jews. We will not allow it.
So what
Okay,
was
but
the,
you know what's so funny
hold on,
about that?
Real quick, hold on. So real quick, just to understand. So if that were the case, there wouldn't have been any Jewish gangs that went around murdering Palestinians prior to 1948. It was only in response to these rogue Arab colonialists that attacked Israel that required any sort of response. So why don't you go ahead, Nola, and share what you want to say about that? You seem pretty eager to say something.
Yeah, I find it so funny and disingenuous for you, Zach, to say that. Oh, well, in the contract or whatever, they wrote that there's going to be equal rights for Palestinians and Jews and everybody combined. When you look at the state of the actual Arabs and the Muslims that are living in Palestine, do they enjoy the same rights, sir? No, they don't. So for you to come on here and to say something so fake and disingenuous is a disservice to everybody watching this live right now. We see and we know what is going on in Palestine. The Palestinians do not have any rights whatsoever. Actually, it's the total opposite. Right now, we see what's happening in Palestine, right? There's civilians that are being run over by tanks, that are being put in prisons, their hands are being zip-tied, and they're being run over by tanks. This is what your so-called peaceful, loving government is doing. How can you stand for a government like that? Wake up. And I'm sure nobody, not one person on this live has any, like, they don't believe anything you say. The world sees through the lies, and we know what you guys are doing. We know what the Zionist agenda is all about. It's always been about power. It's always been about taking over Gaza and taking over the trillion cubic feet of oil that is off the shore of Gaza, which is exactly why they're building the piers. Supposedly it's to bring in humanitarian aid, right? But that wouldn't make any sense, because they can open the borders really easily and have the trucks come in quite easily, but they're not doing that because they don't care about the Palestinians. They don't care about the Gazans. And the world knows this, Zach. And nobody in this entire live believes a word you say. The world stands with Palestine and shall continue to stand with Palestine until Palestine is free, until all of the indigenous people in Palestine enjoy the same rights and enjoy the same freedom. You, sir, will not come on here and be disingenuous and tell us that this government gives them fair and equal rights, because they simply do not. And you, sir, are a liar. You are a certified liar.
Okay, let's not attack people personally. And by the way, it's okay for Zach to come on and share his views, even if we disagree with Zach's views. That's fine. I like to have people have a chance to speak. I did want to inject one thing. It's irrefutable. Israel is having it both ways right now. On the one hand, it claims that it now is the rightful owner of the territory between its existing borders from 1948 onto the borders of now after 1967 up to the Jordan River in the Golan Heights and what was in the Sinai, which has since been renegotiated with Egypt. Now, if Israel is indeed the rightful owner of that territory, if it's part of the Israeli border system, which it doesn't specifically recognize, then the people who live there under Israeli law should have access to the rights of Israelis. However, that's not the case. Now, Israel's either occupying the land illegally, and the people don't have rights because of that, or they own the land, they're settling the land legally under their terms, and the people should be given rights under the system. But right now, Israel's in this weird middle space where on the one hand, it argues that it owns the land, but on the other hand, it says that Palestinians don't have the access to rights. That is by definition on a
Can I answer this?
Let's let Zach
Can I answer
respond.
this?
Zach's had a lot of
Okay.
things to say to him. Let's give him a chance to respond, and then we'll go to you.
So listen, the existence of total and full rights is a subjective measure in so many different countries. In our own country, if you live in Guam, if you live in Puerto Rico, you have a very different profile of rights. Based on territory, based on location, like this happens all over the world, and it's happening specifically in Palestine. But I would say the difference is versus Puerto Ricans and people that live in Guam who have done nothing wrong. The only population of Palestinians that have a different set of rights are the ones that are, by their nature, enemy combatants.
What did the Palestinians do wrong, Zach? What did they do wrong? Can you articulate that for the audience, please? What did they do? Did they exist? Is it their existence that's wrong?
Again, that can't be because
what did
there are
they
2
do wrong
million of them
exactly?
in Israel.
Let him answer. What did they do wrong, Zach?
I'm not 100% sure I understand the question. What did the Palestinians
You said a second ago, Zach, that there's different rights in different places, and therefore this is not anomalous to have a group of people that are treated differently than the norm. I guess that sounds to me like an awfully weaselly way to try to get out of a situation where if you were one of the people residing in a territory that was moved into by a foreign military who claimed they have a preemptive right to do so based on its perception of a potentially pending attack against it from one of its neighbors, and therefore it now occupies the territory, what rights does an occupier have towards people it occupies?
Well, so I have a better question. What would have happened?
No. You should answer the question.
No. We can cover your question, Zach, but let's first go one point at a time. I know this is a classic technique that people who support Zionism do. They immediately shift the gears if something comes up that's at all something that's uncomfortable to get into. So, Zach, just be fair and just cover that ground, and we'll cover the next thing you want to talk about.
Okay.
And Chip, I would also like to point out something that Zach.
Hold on, we got to give Zach to answer real quick.
Okay, right after him then.
The question was, what did they do wrong? The Palestinians specifically, individually, have done nothing wrong, but collectively, they make it very hard to tell the difference between people who are dedicated to the destruction of the Jewish state and people who are innocent, and thus the collective has to be managed in a different way.
So, among the 13,000 or so children, many of whom are under the age of 5, how many of those seem to be dedicated to the destruction of the Jewish state in Gaza?
At what age do they start being classified as children?
Well, I'm saying that they're children under the age of 18, but of the numbers that are under the age of 5, there's 7,400 people, human beings that have died in Gaza that are under the age of 5. How many of those do you deem to be hard to differentiate between those dedicated to the destruction of the state of Israel and not?
Absolutely, there are no 5-year-olds that are dedicated to the destruction of Israel.
So why are there 7,400 dead 5 and under old people in height of Gaza?
I think that just like in most places, if a child dies, the first people we ask are the parents. What did you do that allowed your child to die?
Well,
Wow.
hold on, hold on. So let me make sure I got this
Wow.
straight. So it's not a bomb. It's not a tank. It's not a sniper. It's not the lack of food and water, fuel, electricity, and medical care, but it are the parents themselves. What if the parents have been killed and the children later die in an exploding building from an Israeli bomb? Who's to blame then? Sorry, go ahead.
Filth. Filth.
Hold on.
Absolutely
Hold on.
disgusting.
The
Hold
things
on.
that you're describing, any death of any child, anywhere, anytime, is disgusting, gross, terrible, a tragedy, period. End of story. I don't have anything else to say about that. I don't know what you want. Like, I don't know what you want me to say, that it's Israel's fault that they looked down from their bombers and they looked into the building with their X-ray vision and they said, there's a baby down there. And when I drop this bomb, a baby is going to die. I don't think that happened. So you can certainly say that the actual cause, right? It's like if you put your baby into a lion's cage, the cause of death would be the lion, but it would sort of be your fault, right?
Let's cover that ground. So, in other words, a second ago we were talking about the occupied territories, and you said that the reason the Israelis do what they do is because the Palestinians in whole make it difficult for the Israelis to determine whether somebody is committed to the destruction of the state or the Jewish people or not. So I just shifted gears over to Gaza, and it appears to the outside eye, maybe you disagree with this, but I think most of the world now sees this the way that I'm about to describe it, that Israel, in the prosecution of its military efforts inside of Gaza to what it states is going after the H group to get rid of the threat that it perceives to be a threat to its people. You just said the Palestinian people create a circumstance in which it's impossible or difficult for the Israeli security systems to distinguish between combatants and non-combatants or those committed to its destruction. But along the way, somehow, 14,000 or 13,600 children, and about half of them are under the age of 5, have died as a part of Israeli decision making. And what they've said publicly is that when this happens, it's either war is difficult and unfortunate, in other words, collateral damage, or they've said that the H group specifically is forcing these human beings to remain in place such that they die to make the Israelis look bad. Now, how many people in the world do you think are buying into that narrative, Zach? Either of those explanations?
Absolutely nobody. And I just want to mention one thing that Zach had said. He mentioned earlier. If you guys listen very carefully to how he's speaking, you will know and understand who this man is. He is a Zionist to the core. He said that the Jews and the Christians are ancient enemies. You are misinformed, deeply, deeply misinformed, because the Muslims, the Jews, and the Christians have lived in peace for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. So for you to come on here and try to make this seem as if it's something that's always been the case, that the Jews are always antagonized by the Muslims and the Christians, blah blah blah. Let me tell you some facts. The Muslims actually ruled Palestine for the greatest number of years compared to the Christians and the Jews. They ruled Palestine for the significantly higher number of years other than the Jews and the Christians. So, and there's always been peace. There was always peace. But when the Zionists came in 1948, that's when all the problems started happening. That's when all the wars started happening. You guys came and you colonized and you arred the woman. You unalived the population. You disproportionately tormented the population. You rejected every single treaty that was put to you, even till this day. Even in the 2023, the current war we're in, every peace deal that the H group has given to you was turned down. So we see exactly what you guys are on and what you guys do not want peace. And this is all outlined as well. If anybody wants to educate themselves on what exactly these filthy Zionists are doing, read The Hidden History of Zionism by Ralph Shulman. It will explain to you and articulate every single point that these Zionists want. They have an agenda, and they do not want to stop at Gaza. They want to take parts of Egypt, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Lebanon. It's all in this book, The Hidden History of Zionism, written by Ralph Shulman, and you will see exactly what their plan is. They will never, ever agree to peace, and they rate and they have this out in the public for everybody to see for themselves. Do not let these people fool you. Do not let these single-celled amoebas like Zach fool you. We are intelligent. We know.
Okay, hold on. We don't want to levy personal attacks or describe people that way. Listen, Zach is a human being. He has his point of view, and it's okay for him to have his point of view. And I don't agree with Zach. I don't see it his way, but he has every right to see it his way. And we don't want to disrespect people. I don't want Zach calling someone like yourself any disparaging term or vice versa.
I'm
Real quick,
spreading
Nola, let's see.
misinformation though, with all due.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yo,
Listen,
can I answer?
just give me a second, Ronnie. We have a couple people that came in ahead. So, Federico, do you mind if I let George and then why me, or do you need to say something
Yeah,
first?
no, go ahead. But I think Ronnie
Okay.
is an underage. I think he looks like
We'll check.
he's.
We'll check.
No,
We'll
no,
find
I'm
out.
not. No, I'm not.
Okay, it's okay. It's all good. We'll be to you quickly. I'm going to stop talking and let the guest talk. So, George, welcome. What would you like to say?
Hi, thank you so much for having me on the platform. I just came in right at the end of it when I heard what Zach was saying, and completely disagree with what he was saying. I feel like what was being said was just feeding into the Z propaganda, unfortunately. But I do appreciate that you have this space where we can discuss respectfully together. I'm gonna just pass up on this turn. I will wait for my
Okay,
next turn,
sounds
if
good.
that's okay.
That's fine, George. Yeah, we'll certainly have you just hang tight. Okay, why you mad? That's a cool name. Why are you mad?
Chip, I know you not mad, brother. You've been out here doing your thing on the TikTok. How you doing?
Okay, how about yourself?
I'm amazing, brother. Listen, I have
Okay.
a serious question. Clearly, I'm black, okay? Believe it or not. But this is a serious question. When I go in the pro-Israeli lives and just listen, their biggest complaint, besides the age group, is they talk about the Arabs, okay? And the Arabs are whatever. But when I go into the pro-Israeli lives, they don't talk anything about race. They just say it's their biggest
You mean the
op
pro
is
pally? You mean pro
yeah.
Palestinian? You mean pro
My bad,
Palestinian?
bro. My bad, bro. The pro-pally,
Yeah.
they say their biggest op is an ideology is Zionism. You feel me? It's not about race. It's not about anything like that. So this is my question. Okay, any one of y'all, and Miss Nola, God bless you, baby. I see you doing your thing. But ma'am, if your hair was blonde and you didn't have your hijab on and you weren't serving Allah like you were, you could pass as a white woman to me respectfully. So I don't understand. My confusion comes in when it's like this is a apartheid, but there's people that are Arab, aka white tea passing, that could live in Israel. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, do you understand like my confusion when it comes to like the apartheid? It's not like South Africa completely where it's like it was the whites versus the blacks. It's like the light skinned white people versus the pure white people, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of weird to me.
Hey, why you mad? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Were you done? I apologize. I just wanted to answer your question.
You can answer the question and then I can follow up, sir. I'm cool. I'm chilling. I ain't got no problems with nobody.
All right, for sure. That's one of the parts of the narrative that they continue to try to make. Like, for example, that all the Palestinians are Arab. A large majority of Palestinians are, they identify as being culturally Arab, but a lot of the Palestinian people are not actually ethnically Arab. Like, for example, myself, I'm not an Arab. I am a Palestinian, but I'm a Syrian. Not from Syria, a Syrian. Another thing too is they'll say that all Palestinians follow the same faith, but I don't follow the majority faith of Palestine. I'm one of the minority faiths. I'm a Christian from Palestine. There's just so many intricacies of the Palestinian identity that usually get painted over with a broad brush, and they say one thing, but they do that on purpose. They do it because in places like America, there are things like Islamophobia. And when they say that, the Palestinians are all Muslim, they feed into this Islamophobic narrative that tries to justify what's happening there. I would never, I'm not saying that there is any justification for what's happening. But you have to understand that when you live in the U.S., like we know that in the U.S. there's anti-blackness, in the U.S. there's Islamophobia, in the U.S. there's all these different other phobias and other different, ideologies that are against people, and they do that on purpose. They do things like that, and they say things like that on purpose. Language really matters, and when they do things like that, they try to manufacture this consent of these people are all one faith and these people are all one color, and that's just not the case. Like, for example, me, I'm tan, I have brown hair, brown eyes, but I have a little girl that's green-eyed and she has lighter hair, and I have another little girl that looks just like me, and I have, you know what I mean? We are all different colors. Like, for example, before 1948 in Palestine, Palestine had Christians, Jews, Arabs, atheists, people that don't believe. We had people that looked like Nola, who's fair complected, people that look like me who are tan. We had Palestinians that are Afro-Palestinians that originated from places like Nigeria, but they integrated into the society. They became like us, they became Palestinian, and they don't get looked at as African Palestinians. No, they're just black Palestinians. They're just darker skinned Palestinians.
Okay, wait a minute. So why do they call them Ethiopian Jews then?
Well, that's not in Palestine. That's part of Israel's setup. But those Jewish people that come from Ethiopia, they are Ethiopian, but they are also Jewish, and they've been that way for thousands of years. But they choose to come to Palestine, or sorry, Israel, because that's the way that it's sold is that this is a land only for Jewish people. So they sell it that way because there have been Jewish people in Ethiopia that have been persecuted, and they found refuge in Israel. But what is Israel? It's an occupation of Palestine. So it's really, really twisted in that
Bro,
sense.
it's not twisted. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. First glance, if I'm looking and I'm passing by that, if we on Tinder, just when we on Tinder, and I scroll left, I'm like, oh, this a white man. I'm gonna scroll to the right, respectfully. You handsome, but you're not my type. I'm looking for somebody that look more my complexion. But you look like a white man to me, just on the surface. No disrespect to you. And you tan, you got a very
Yeah.
nice tan, respectfully.
Thank
But
you.
I'm just saying, on the surface, you feel me? Like, what's going on is what I'm in America. I've been in America my whole life. I don't have no type of identity to no type of African tribes, nothing, right? I'm American as they come, right? My grandma was born here, my mother, my grandma, my great grandma, all of that. I'm American. But what I'm telling you is the narrative here in America has only been black and white. You understand? So when this other narrative comes in, like the Middle East, you're like, oh, okay, these are white people that cover up and wear hijabs, and like it's. I'm trying to understand, honestly. I'm not here to be ignorant. I'm just really trying to understand, like, where the imbalance is, what happened, why can some Arabs go into the land of Israel and only be considered Arab Israelis and not be considered fully people that are Israeli, I guess. That's my confusion.
Why are you mad? Can I answer you real quick? Because I feel like
Yes, please
so.
educate me, bro.
Yeah. So
Oh, I don't know if
my
you want to
general
get an
feeling,
answer
my
from
general
him, to be
feeling
honest. He'll get
is there are
misinformed. Go
four
ahead.
in that neighborhood. In this neighborhood, 75% white. So the white black binary works here because that's exactly what you've experienced, and that's exactly right. And the quest for racial justice continues and will be really tough because of that. In the Middle East, there are 400 million Arabs and there are 7 million Jews. So you can just I would just ask you what you think the issue
But
is.
the Jews can be any race, though, right? Because it's an ethno religion, correct?
The
Or
Jews
no?
are unbelievably varied.
By the way, it's
But by the way, just so are black people, aren't they?
460 Arabs. You were wrong. 460 Arabs. 460 million
460
Arabs.
million?
Yeah.
Okay, 400. I'm sorry,
Okay, but
460 million Arabs.
Can Arabs be multiracial too?
Yeah.
Yes.
Of course.
Okay.
Well, Arabs, so we're talking about a couple different things. So there are ethnic Arabs that are actually ethnically Arabic people. And then there are Arabs
Educate
that
me,
are
bro. I'm
culturally.
ignorant, bro. Please educate me.
No,
I need to know.
there are Arabs that speak the. I'm sorry, Chip. I can't hear you, Chip.
Let's just say 30 more seconds to land the plane. I'm going to let JBS TikTok. I'm sorry, Roni and then JBS.
Then there are people that are culturally Arab who were brought up with the Arab culture, but they're not actually ethnically Arab. Then there are people that speak the Arabic language only, and the only thing that you need to be considered an Arab is to have Arabic be your first language by definition. So I hope that cleared a couple things up. Also, you said something about us being white. That was also by design. So people that are from the Middle East or North Africa are considered white, and that happened because of a Lebanese Christian man named George. I forgot his last name, but I know his first name was George for sure because we share the same name. Because they wanted to classify the people from the Levant as being Mongolian or Asian. And he literally said, well, if I'm Mongolian or Asian, then that means that Jesus is Mongolian and Asian. And that was literally the reason why a lot of Middle Eastern, North African people are now considered white because of, I don't want to get this live in trouble, but because of palm colored supremacy. That's why a lot of North African and Middle Eastern people are considered white.
Okay.
And also
Is
because
it
there
okay
was
if we let real quick, while you, Matt, hang on. I'm gonna let you, if you want to stick around, I'll give you more time to share. We just have to rotate around a little bit. So, Roni, you've been waiting patiently. Thank you. How are you doing?
Yeah, thank you. I want to answer you and Nola. First of all, you talked about Jewish immigration to Palestine. No one welcomed them. The Palestinians had a whole revolt against the Jewish immigration from Europe in the 36 to 39. So the British stopped the immigration back then. They didn't welcome them. And to answer Nola, you rejected peace time and time again in 37, in 47, in
Can I just ask you a favor, Roni? When I refer to the Jewish people who weren't accepted in Europe and the United States in the early 1900s, I don't use the word them. It's kind of a negative pejorative. Can you just refer to them as either Arabs or Palestinians, please? Thank you so much.
Yeah, okay. So Palestinians rejected peace offer time and time again in 37, in 47, in 2000, and in 2008. It's very disingenuous to say that the Israel and the Jewish people rejected every peace, okay?
And the reason why it was rejected is because it did not
That's a
meet
whole different topic.
the expectations that were
Okay,
outlined that the
I
Arabs
can
were
say the same
demanding.
thing
It
about
was very
us, but
unfair and
that's
it
not the
was
subject.
one-sided for the Jews.
How?
You
That's fair. We'll get into a rebuttal in a second. Let me let Roni finish. Go ahead, Roni.
Yeah, how? How exactly? No, Nola. You were offered 80% of the land in 37.
That is okay for you to come on here
Okay,
and
go ahead.
say that we were given equal rights in any of these peace treaties is false.
Yeah,
You have
that's
to
fact.
actually study. You have to actually study
I
what these
did.
peace treaties. No, you have not, because clearly
I
you
did.
are misinformed and you sound very ignorant on the matter.
How? Can
Respectfully.
you explain to me
No,
how?
respectfully, sir, if you're gonna come on here, you need to articulate exactly what was written and what was offered to the Palestinians. Because if you had known that, then you would have known why exactly it was rejected in the first place. Every time the Palestinians come, it's always the same thing. It's always the same thing. We come to you and we want equal rights for the Palestinians. We want sovereignty. We want sovereignty of our land. We want to have control of our economy. We want to have our people able to just move around in peace without being harassed and unalived and the women are on a daily basis. This is not something that the Israeli government is willing or will never be willing to do, because, as I have stated, they are an extremist, right-wing, fanatical government, and they follow Zionism to the core, and they have exactly what they want to do right now. If you go ahead and read what I had, the source I gave you earlier, The Hidden History of Zionism, you will see exactly what they are doing, and it is point by point. They are trying to destabilize the region. They're trying to take over not just Gaza, but they're wanting to take Cairo, Iraq, parts of Saudi Arabia. If you go ahead, I'll show you right now what the map looks like. You will see exactly.
I have it.
You'll
have it
see
pulled
Wait,
up.
can I
I
exactly.
have it
respond to
pulled up
her?
for everybody.
They are they and let
Well,
me just say one last thing here. The reason the
okay, go ahead.
another reason why you guys will never agree to peace is because of this. You will never this the Zionist in the Zionist playbook, they will never agree to a Palestinian state. They will never agree to any negotiations with the PLO. They will never agree to any return to the 1967 borders, and they will never agree to the removal of any illegal settlements. So that is why we can't have peace with you guys. You guys don't want
Yeah.
peace. You simply do
Okay,
not
can I
want peace.
respond?
Period.
Can I respond? So in
There's
2000
nothing
there
to
was a
respond.
peace.
This is what you guys
Okay,
say.
in 2000 there was
Hold
a
on.
peace negotiation between the
Hold on.
PLO
I think
and
it's important hold on real quick, Ronnie. I want to just show this to the audience because this is important to know historical fact. So at the time of the partition plan, I'm going to flip my camera around. I'm first going to show you the population in 1947. I'll read it across the board. So Jewish population was 630,000, Christian population 143,000, 1.18 million for a total of 1.97 million human beings. Now, percentage-wise, that comes out to about 30% Jewish and about 60% Arab, a little under 60%, and the remainder Christian. Now let's look at the partition plan. This is on Wikipedia. UN Resolution 181, take 2. The Arab state was to have a territory of 11,100 square miles or 42%. So they have 63% of the population and they're getting 42% of the territory, while the remainder was a 14,100 square miles of kilometers or 56%, while 2% is shared in Jerusalem. So 56% going to a population that makes up 1/3 of the territorial population. Now that's why people found it to be inequitable.
Yo, can I answer this?
Yeah,
That's
go ahead.
very disingenuous because you're making the claim that they will accept a plan that will give them more land, which is historically incorrect because they were offered 80% of the land in 27. And when you're talking about the partition plan, all the Negev, nobody lived in the Negev. And in the Jewish state, in the partition plan, Jews were the majority there. Okay, and according to international law, I know you all love international law. According to international law, the British came to establish a Jewish national homeland. Okay, this is international law. I know you all love this.
No,
Very
Yes.
interesting. So you're just
no, because
refuting facts that Chip has just shared. So you're saying what Chip shared is not factual. That's what you're saying.
Let me
I'm
let
not saying it's
JBS
not.
TikTok.
I'm,
Hold on, guys. JBS TikTok hasn't had a chance, and he's a very knowledgeable person. Let me let JBS come in and share his thoughts. How you doing?
I'm doing well, Chip. How are you? Hey, George. Hey, Nola. Hey, everyone. And so my question, so I don't discount the fact that there were revolts from 1936 to 1939 by the Palestinian leaders based on what they felt was a Zionist movement that was going to occupy the majority of Mandate Palestine. So, and there were Jews, there were Muslims, and there were Christians. And George, you're not the only Christian on this panel now. So I'm with you, my friend. And so there was no, other than the white paper plan, that was to allow immigration to mandate Palestine. The UN hadn't been established yet, so there's no way to develop. And the Palestinians were not included in that white paper plan. So we can't. We seem to go back to the same narrative that the Palestinians are at fault for what happened to the Jewish community in Europe and the immigration or the Zionist leadership and their aspirations to occupy 78% of the planet under David Ben-Gurion. We seem to go back to the same narrative over and over again. The UN wasn't established until after World War II, right? 1945, 1947. And then, and let me finish, Ronnie, please, if you don't mind placing yourself on mute. And 2 years later, Uniscope was developed. And in the same, at 47, Uniscope was a body that was established to partition the land, right? Uniscope had never partitioned the land in across the globe. And so what Chip showed you is a partition of Mandate Palestine in 3 sections. 42 to 44% given to the larger population of inhabitants, which was the Palestinians. 56% was given to the Jewish population, as he indicated. And already 5.8% was purchased through the Jewish National Fund through al-Husseini, who was a notable of the Ottoman Empire. And so, of course, they're going to revolt and say, you're putting 800,000 roughly in a smaller portion of the land. Well, David Ben-Gurion in 1938 to the Executive Jewish Agency said, I see no issue with a compulsory transfer. There's nothing immoral with it, which means, of course.
That's disingenuous,
No, it's
GBS,
not.
and you know why.
It's fact. Look it up.
Hold on, Brian. Let me finish.
Stop copying my words, please.
Yeah, look it up. So I think I've spoken to Ronnie before, and he's DM'd me on this, and he discounts all the reads that I've done. So I don't feel like I need to sway Ronnie at this point. It's the 313 people that I'm speaking to. So thank you for placing him on mute. And then we can look at, okay, so we talked about the Oslo Accords of 1995, which was supposed to be a 5-year plan, ultimately became non-existent. And one of the concessions that Yitzhak Rabin made was the fact that he wanted to reduce the number of settlements. But guess who thwarted that plan after he was unalived by a right-wing individual? Bibi Netanyahu, who seems to be, one of the catalysts behind a non-Palestinian state. I think Nola's spot on. And then secondly, if you want to talk about the peace treaties that H put forward, look at 1988, 2006, 2008, 2012, and 2017. And then ultimately, the military of Israel, the right-wing government, unalived one of the leaders of H, so to oppose or to thwart this peace treaty. And so do I think that there was revolt? Absolutely. I've said this on many occasions. But if you're going to come to my home after I've lived in it under an argument of, hey, we have biblical rights to this, it's an argument that is for me is unfathomable. How are you going to tell me that, hey, I have religious ties to this, so I'm going to take your home? No, it's not a valid argument. Do we mind people coming in and living on Mandate Palestine? Absolutely. But through systematic expulsion from 1947 on, through the Irgun, the Lehi, which is a Stern Gang, and the Haganah, and the Palmach, we know that 500 villages, over 500 villages were expelled. It's close to 800,000 Palestinians were left. My family, other families on this platform, my grandfather and uncle were executed on the spot, pulled out of church, and shot in the head, both. And so my father had no right of return. So this disingenuous argument, no, it's not. It is actually coming from personal testimonials. So when I hear this, oh, this is disingenuine, I think that just tells me, it's an indicator, folks, those of you listening, is an indicator that someone hasn't done their extensive research, and it's a trendy word to use when someone states facts. So I'll land there, Chip.
Okay, can I answer that? Please.
Yeah, please, you can respond. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me explain something. That's how the Palestinian propaganda work. Okay, in 1937, the British offered a transfer from a couple of thousands of Jews and 100,000 of Arabs from this land to this land. The Jews, because the Arabs attacked them over and over again for thousands of years, not accepted, but Ben-Gurion somehow accepted this. He said, well, I want to end this, so okay, we'll accept the transfer. That's how propaganda works. Yes. Now let's talk about the Oslo Accords. The Oslo Accords, nowhere in the Oslo Accord does it mention that you need to stop the settlements. That is a complete lie. Nowhere in the Oslo Accords. No, that is a fact. You can say wow however you want. Nowhere in the Oslo Accords does it mention that you need to stop settlements. In 2000, they were offered a state, they rejected it. Okay, that is a simple fact. In 2008, they were offered. In 2008, they were offered a state, they rejected it. Stop rejecting offers, you will get a state. That is very simple.
Were Palestinians ever a part of any type of negotiation?
We cannot hear you, Chip.
If I wanted to address this, if I invited you over to my house for lunch, which I hope we could do that sometime, and instead of making you the same sandwich that I have myself, which is a nice chicken salad sandwich, I went into my cat's litter box and I grabbed out some fresh cat turds and I slapped them between a couple pieces of nice bread, and I handed it to you and said, "Roni, let's eat. Here's my offer of lunch to you. Would you like to eat lunch?" And you look at that and you go, "No. Why would I want that shit sandwich? I want to have a chicken salad sandwich like you have." I'm like, "Well, Roni, you got to understand that only certain people are entitled to chicken salad, and therefore this is what I'm able to give you. And by the way, why don't you want to eat lunch with me? Why do you refuse to have lunch with me, Roni?"
No problem. Let's talk about that. So in 1947, they were offered parts of the land, right? And then they started a war. So you accepting us after you starting the war.
You made the statement, Ronnie, that there's 4 times that they've been offered these marvelous deals. And what I'm trying to share with you is that your word marvelous and my word cat shit sandwich are the same thing. So you want to describe cat shit as marvelous, I would like to see you take a bite.
No problem. But you can say that exactly. You can 100% make that claim, but then don't come and cry Well, why are we not getting that? Why not getting? Because you keep rejecting it. We are owning that. We got it out of war that you started again and again and again.
So Ronnie, would you accept being criticized for not taking a bite of the cat shit sandwich that I handed you, or would you say, listen, why would I want to eat that sandwich? Why would this guy offer me a sandwich? How demeaning is it to me that this person thinks so little of me that they're claiming they're giving me a great deal to the public, and yet they offer me a sandwich with cat feces inside of it?
I say very simply, they started a war again and again and again. They lost land. If you expect me to give you more and more and more and more and more land after each time you rejected the plan, peace offer, you're very dishonest. That's not going to happen.
Who started the conflict, and who fired the first shots, and who fired the first bombs in 1967?
Oh, no problem. No problem. Oh, that's not going to end well for you because you know that Jordan attacked first.
Who fired the first bombs of the war
On
in
Egypt.
1967?
Oh no, I can tell you what happened. So, do you know what is the Fedayeen?
Who fired the first bombs in the war of
The
1967?
Fedayeen. The Fedayeen.
Who fired
The
the
Fedayeen.
first bombs?
The Palestinian Fedayeen. The Palestinian Fedayeen. From the first 1967, there were a couple of. I'm telling you.
Who launched the first bombs in the war of 1967?
Palestinian Fedayeen.
Who launched the first bombs in the first war in 1967?
In June.
Who launched the first bombs? Let me say it differently. Who launched the first bombs in the war of 1967? Was it Israel, or was it Egypt, or was it Jordan? Was it Lebanon? Was
Again,
it
do you understand? Do you understand that you're doing propaganda?
Who launched the first bombs?
No problem. Okay, no problem.
Who did?
So Israel attacked Egypt because they blockade them, which is illegal under international law as an act of war. So basically, Egypt started a war.
Who blockaded Israel?
It's Egypt's fault now. Okay.
Egypt. Who blocked? But I mean, what was the nature of the blockade you're referring to?
The blockade of the sea.
No, what they did was they had control over the canal, and they shut the canal down.
And the UN specifically said that it was illegal.
They didn't. Well, yeah. So are all the settlements under international law, but that seems to get looked.
That is whataboutism. That is whataboutism, Chip.
Well, in other words, whataboutism, though. But as far as a comparison, on the one hand, you're arguing that it's valid for Israel to settle land that's illegal under international law. At the same time,
it's not illegal.
It can use as a pretext for a war something that is also deemed to be prohibited by international law. You can't have it both ways.
Okay, so first of all, as I told you, Egypt and the Palestinian Fedayeen started a war, and Jordanian, nobody attacked Jordan until they attacked us in the 67 borders. You know that, right? You know that, Chip. In
Is
67,
this, where are you getting this history? This is not the history that I
Chip, come on, man. You cannot be serious. GPS, do you want to tell him who attacked first between Jordan and Israel in 67? You should know that.
Happy to
Chip,
tell.
respectfully, with all due respect, Chip.
Hold on, let's let JBS address this. We'll see what happens.
So Ronnie, I'm going to agree with Chip because in 1967, when the Israeli government went to Secretary of Defense McNamara and asked permission of the U.S. government to attack Egypt because they felt there was going to be a preemptive strike while Egypt was sitting on the borders, it was Israel that launched the first attack. And I'm not gonna go.
Hey, whoa!
Hold on.
Who attacked first, Jordan or Israel?
Hold on. Let him just. He's answering you. So here we go.
And so it doesn't matter. At this point, Israel started the conflict in 1967. Ultimately, took back the West Bank that it had negotiated with the Hashemite kingdom during the first Nakba. They agreed to it because the Hashemite kingdom refused. Said, give me the West Bank and I will not engage our military forces, the Iraqi legionnaires and the Jordanian army. Instead, they put volunteers. And so that's the first. So to squash that argument. And lastly, Chip, I want to share something because I don't want people to be misled on this panel, the 306 people here. And so under the Avalon Project, the Oslo Accords never conceded to a state. It conceded to an interim period of authority under the PLO, under Yasser Arafat. And let me just share with you a couple notes on the Article 3, if I may, Chip here. In order that the Palestinian people in the West Bank Gaza Strip may govern themselves according to democratic principles, direct and free and general political elections will be held for the council. So only elections, agreed supervision, and international observation, while the Palestinian police will ensure public order. Now, there's multiple sections under this article, but let me give you the Article 5 transitional period and permanent status negotiations. The 5-year transitional period will begin upon the withdrawal from the Gaza Strip and the Jericho, which ultimately didn't happen. It wasn't to rebuild more. It wasn't about building more settlements. They continued to build more settlements. By the time the 5-year period was over, during the first Oslo Accords, the West Bank was broken up into 3 pieces. It started at about 150 settlements. It grew to 600,000, and it was broken up to A, B, and C, where A was 18% owned by the Palestinian, by the Jewish inhabitants, 22% in B, and 60% in C. And so that was supposed to be an interim period. No state was ever offered. It was governing. That does not mean they were identified as state, because had they been recognized as a state under the UN, they would have been acknowledged as a state. It isn't until recent times that you have multiple countries across the globe are saying, now we want to identify Palestine as a state because of the atrocities the right-wing government is engaging in. That is what's changed the narrative.
Okay.
That is what's changed
Okay, can I answer that?
the global view.
That is
Okay, so
that
wait,
is that is all
GBS,
absolutely
wait,
correct. I do want to
GBS,
just say quiet, Ronnie.
wait, I need to answer him.
No, you can't answer. We want to go.
Why? Are you afraid of the facts? Why are you
well,
afraid of
Bro,
the
you're
answer?
making up your own history. What are you
Okay,
talking
so
about?
let me
You're
talk.
lazy.
We cannot hear you, Chip. We cannot hear you.
I'm going, man. We're wasting too much time.
We can't hear you, Chip.
Chip, we can't
Please
hear
let him
you,
talk.
bro.
Go ahead. Yeah, I got you. Go ahead, Ronnie. Please talk. Go ahead. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so that is a fact what I'm saying now. Jordan attacked Israel first in 1967 after Israel attacked Egypt. That is a fact. I don't know why you deny that. Second of all, GBS, they were offered in 2000 Camp David and 2008 with Olmert. They were offered a state. Okay, and they rejected that. That is again a simple fact.
They
Okay.
never say, Roddy. You can look up here. Check it out. Everyone in the chat. And
All
Chip,
right, guys. I
land
have
on this and I'll drop.
You guys, sorry.
You
go
guys
ahead.
can
Real
look up
quick.
the New York Times Oslo Accords. There's an extensive article that talks about GDP. It talks about what happened to the Gaza Strip. I won't spend too
I'm
much
not talking
time.
about Oslo Accord, GBS. I'm talking about the Camp
Stop.
David.
Please, it's you're feeding misinformation, and I don't.
No, I'm not.
Out of respect to the
You
panel, I
are,
know others
Ronnie,
want to
you
talk.
are.
I'm gonna drop. George, good seeing you. Federico, sorry, brother. I took so much time. And Nola, thank you.
Thank you, brother.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Okay, so again, in 2000
Hey,
they were offered
Ronnie,
a state.
I
They
do want to
rejected it.
say
No,
Thanks,
like,
JBS.
so much,
thank-
JBS.
no,
You
Ronnie.
guys go follow JBS.
Stop.
He's always on the truth, and he brings facts, and he has actual resources and sources to what he speaks about. Highly recommend him. I do want to just say one quick,
He ran away.
two quick things. Ronnie, mute your mic. I do want to say 2 quick things, you guys. So there is actually an active fundraiser that's going on right now at Salam and Solidarity. I'm gonna put it in the chat. They're raising funds for pregnant women, babies, just to get them wipes and sanitary supplies, things of that nature. I'll put Salam and it's at Salam and Solidarity. And it's a great organization. Everything's verified. We have an amazing team. Thank you so much, George, for putting that in the chat. Hi, doggy, so cute. Yeah. So Salam and Solidarity, go check them out, you guys. Everything you put out, you will get back tenfold. Whether you believe in God or not. If karma is definitely real. So go share it. Go donate what you can, and then also if you come across any GoFundmes that are trying to help the Palestinians, please send them my way. I have a team with the Salam and Solidarity, and we verify these people to make sure that they are who they are. And I add them onto my link tree. I go to protests and I go to fundraisers to raise money for them. Almost done, Chip, sorry. So any GoFundMe, send them my way. I will add it onto my link tree. I would verify them before we add them onto my link tree. And yeah, check out my profile on my link tree. Check out Salam and Solidarity. Read The Hidden History of Zionism by Ralph Shulman. Also, another highly recommended book is The Palestinian Right to Return by Richard Boyle. amazing author, very, very well educated man. I will put everything I said in the chat. God bless you all, and Palestine shall be free. God bless you, Chip. Thank you so much for everything you do for the cause.
Yeah, thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Just to let the audience know, and by the way, I apologize for this. I've been on since 12 noon without any break, so it's now almost 8 hours in. So I am going to be finishing up shortly. What I wanted to do though was let people know when I normally do this is every Wednesday evening from 7 p.m. Eastern time until 9 or 10 p.m. And then every Saturday, like today, from 12 noon, usually till 3 or 4 p.m., but every once in a while, these things get interesting, so we continue the process. So that's my schedule. Also, in case you want to catch any of the stuff you might have missed, we had some really cool conversations earlier, and we also had independent U.S. Senate candidate for the state of New York, Diane Sare. She came on for about an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes, and talked about various things. Great person. Looking forward to trying to have somebody different in our Congress and Senate who can speak sanely to these issues. She's pro peace. She's against the central banks. She's for the average working person. You know, all the things you'd want to see in a decent human being. Anyway, you can go to Diane's campaign website. It's sareforsenate.com. I've made a donation. That's what most people need nowadays is donations, but you can also agree to help gather signatures if you're in or near the state of New York. I'm going to be going up there for a weekend to help out. Hope you'll consider it. If you want to access the recording of this, it's going to be posted on my YouTube and my Rumble channels shortly after the broadcast finishes. It's going to take about 45 minutes because it's an 8-hour broadcast. So hopefully you'll check it out. You can access my two channels by going through my link tree in my bio. It just says Linktree Chip Barnes. If you're in the US, it's a clickable link. Unfortunately, if you're outside the US, for some reason, TikTok doesn't allow the links to be presented clickably. So you have to go into my bio. It's written there. Just type it into a browser and hit enter. It'll take you to the same place. You will notice while you're there, in addition to my Instagram, Rumble, and YouTube channels, you'll notice some Telegram groups. Some are talking about Palestine. Some are talking about some of the political movements we'll need to fix these world's problems. And also there's some places, if you like the work I'm doing, you like the lives, I get like $3 for every 4 hours I do this on TikTok, which is appreciated, but obviously it doesn't pay much, especially with groceries. So if you want to help out, every so often somebody makes a small donation, or if you want to get to my Patreon, which is just $5 a month, anything you do is helpful because I do this a lot, and I'm not doing it for money, but if anybody does want to help, I would welcome that. So that's it. Now, as far as guests go, I want to give everybody an idea. So if you want, at some point, I want to show that documentary, Life in Occupied Palestine. I think people would really enjoy it, but obviously today we sort of ran out of time. But if you want to watch it yourself, you type into YouTube Anna Baltzer, who's the person who created the documentary, Anna Baltzer, Baltzer, Life in Occupied Palestine. You have to type it in that way. YouTube has suppressed the video. That's the only way you'll find it, unfortunately. So suggest you check that out, especially for somebody who's pro-Israel. Listen, challenge yourself. Just to let you know, I practice what I preach. I read Alan Dershowitz's book, The Case for Israel. I went to the pro-Israel march in Washington, D.C. It was like almost 400,000 people. It was big. I went there with a friend of mine, he and his 6 kids. My friend happens to be Jewish, and we went there together just to kind of check it out. And it was interesting. Challenge your beliefs. No one has a monopoly on information. And it's good to challenge your beliefs because having people on today, it helps me think of things from someone else's point of view. If we're ever going to have peace, we're going to have to be willing to think outside of our own heads and think about somebody else's concerns and meet them somewhere in the middle. And that's what matters. We want to have self-determination and autonomy for a people that have long since deserved it. And so that's where my brain and heart is. And hopefully yours is too. So I'll be back on Wednesday at the latest. I do these on an impromptu basis from time to time, but I did want to thank everybody who came on today. Check out the recording, and for all the guests, those who agree with me and otherwise, thank you for being here and sharing your views. And I will see you all
Chip.
next time. Okay?
Thank you so much, Chip. Thank you.
Have a great
Thank you,
one.
bro.
God
Take
bless
care.
you.